Nobody's hotter than Dillon Brooks. Gabriel, don't you get me started on that man. Oh, that man got exactly what he deserved. A hot, full bucket of nothing with a side of, don't you ever open your mouth again, cuz. That's what Dillon Brooks got. Go sit in the corner. You'd be lucky if Memphis says, hey, after what you just pulled in the playoffs, we're going to release you. Release you.
2 hours later.
We?
This is a Miami Sports Music Podcast Network production. This is the #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers, let's go.
I know the whole city riding. A little early, it's a bit surprising. Business moves, now we enterprising. Switch it up, now we improvising. Go to get in the winter column. Whole squad been trained to go. Been for life, we throw the foe. Singing this just to welcome bro. Two a time.
What's up, baby? Good morning. What is going on? It is your boy, Stephen D. Good morning to my Fins family with a PH and my Fin-laws. We are going to have one heck of a show. Today is, what is today? Today is May the 3rd. Let's go. May the 3rd, Wednesday. It's hump day. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. That's right. Wildin' Out Wednesday here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. It is every fan's favorite show of the week because it is a fan that's this show's all about y'all. Nothing else. It's about y'all. Can't do nothing else. Okay. Let's see here. Want to say my name is Stephen D. You can follow me on all social media at Stephen D SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. Make sure y'all do that right there on Twitter. Go to Twitter. Go to TikTok. Matter of fact, if y'all don't have TikTok, go get a TikTok just to follow me at Stephen D SKPL. Make sure you follow me everywhere on social media. You can also follow Miami Sports Music too at Miami Sports Music, except online where we are at MIA Sports Music. That's right. Also want to say this, hit that like button if you haven't done so already. No, seriously, hit the like button. Doesn't cost you anything. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We can't grow without your help. So just hit the subscribe button. If you're not already subscribed, I don't know what to tell you. Hey, look, if you want to sign up and become a member today to become part of the family, that's right. You can sign up today, become a member of the family. There are plenty of seats waiting at the table for you. I'm going to drop the link in the chat. And man, it's good stuff. Okay. Sign up today. Plenty of seats waiting for you. Hey, look, if you want to help the channel grow by donating, there's lots of different ways you can do it. And your donations are one of the reasons I'm able to do the show every day of the week. So if you are able to donate, please go ahead and donate to the channel. It helps the channel grow. A couple different ways you can do that. You can use the YouTube live super chat at the bottom of the chat. You can hit super chat or super sticker. Or if you don't want to do it through YouTube, because YouTube, takes like 40 or 46%, you can always give on Cash App and PayPal. And I just dropped the link in the chat. And it's also in the description. If you want to know what it is, Cash App is $MSM Podcast Network, or use the QR code right on your screen, or MSM Podcast Network, or use the QR code right on your screen. Want to give a big shout out to our sponsors of the show, ZSM Sports. ZSM Sports, the #1 place to get your cards, jerseys, balls, and hard to find items. Zachary over at ZSM Sports today is the place to go. And then Tail Greeter. Download the app today on your current Apple or Android devices. You can download the app today on your current Apple or Crapple devices or Android devices today. It's free. It doesn't cost anything, and it gives you access to the best tailgates around the country, especially when you're coming down to Miami and you're going to see a Dolphins game. East 32 Dolphins tailgate is the place to go. And as you all know, we are going to be taking over 3 different away games this year. Miami Sports Music and Tail Greeter. The FedEx takeover we will be doing, which is going to be absolutely amazing in Washington. Philadelphia for the Philly Invasion. And Baltimore for the Baltimore Beatdown 2023. We did it last year. We had over 150 of y'all there. We're expecting 200 plus this year. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be fire. So we hope that y'all show up. It's going to be great times. Washington, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. Let's do it. Let's go. It's going to be good times. All right. We got a show for you today, man. We got an awesome show. It is Wildin' Out Wednesday. Before I get going, matter of fact, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to drop the link first. That way y'all can go ahead and start getting in the back, and I can wait for y'all to get up in here. In the meantime, a couple things I'm going to talk about while I'm waiting for y'all to get in the back, and then I'm going to open up the show because it's y'all show. It's Wildin' Out Wednesday. I had a question. Richard was the very first person in this morning. And shout out to Richard for being the #1 person in the chat this morning. Shout out to you, buddy. We got a late start today. I've been doing a lot more stuff on social media and just trying to get that stuff prepared for the week. And it's just taking a lot more time than I thought it would. So that's what I was doing this morning. I'm trying to up the game. All right. Trying to get bigger, trying to get better. All right. So Richard asks, good morning, Stephen D. Question is, should Cameron be the 3rd best corner on the Dolphins roster? And if he's not, is it a bad pick? Well, Richard, I can answer that in the form of a video because, again, we're doing more stuff here at Miami Sports Music. And I think this is a great video for you, Richard. So, Richard, hopefully this answers your question. And I think that you will like it. The Miami Dolphins have made a very savvy pick with South Carolina offensive coordinator Vic Fangio very happy. Fangio has said that he's come up with some creative schemes and coverages. And Smith, along with Jalen Ramsey, will mix very well in this defensive backfield. It will create a lot of flexibility, adding to the likes of Xavier Howard, Kader Kahoo, Javon Holland, Brandon Jones, and Nick Needham. Smith has an outstanding RAS, relative athletic score, of 9.68. Since RAS has been tracked starting in 1987, 2,222 cornerbacks have been evaluated, and Cam Smith ranks 71st. Cam Smith has the talent to see the field very early this season and could be an immediate contributor. It is yet another chess piece for Vic Fangio in a loaded secondary and potentially elite defensive unit. Shout out to Jason Sarney for writing that, man. It was awesome. So I'm not used to editing. Hopefully that answered your question, Richard. Yeah, I'm not used to editing, so I've been doing more editing. I've been doing more stuff, and I'm trying to take us to another level here at Miami Sports Music. So days that are usually 6 or 8 hours are now turning into 12 and 13 hours lately because I'm just trying to do more stuff. And, hey, I'm putting in work, guys, just so y'all know. It might be the off season for the Dolphins, but it is full-time over here and then some for Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. We're doing big things. So I'm hoping to be doing a video like that for every single draft pick that we have. And so be on the lookout for that. I think it'll be good, man. JR Black says, great cut. Hell yeah, great cut. Love it, Stephen D. I appreciate it, man. Marino's GOAT. There we go. Manza said, is that a Hopium advertisement commercial? Hey, mad at you, buddy. Oh. Now, Jason, just so y'all know, Jason Sarney's been absolutely a huge asset to our family here. And you guys need to go show Jason Sarney some love too, man. Anything he does a lot of written content. He did one in Dolphins Wire today. And he's helping the channel grow and he's becoming a big part of the family. So shout out to Jason and he's the man. That's all I know. All right, Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. Clock Blockers right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Okay. I want to remind you all a couple of things here. It is Wildin' Out Wednesday. I've already opened up the chat in the back. I got one person in the back. I'm going to wait till I have about 3 or 4 people before I open it up. In the meantime, while we're waiting, because it is Wildin' Out Wednesday, I'm going to go ahead and just give you my thoughts of yesterday's games. I'll start with hockey. Florida Panthers 4-2, beating the Toronto Maple Leafs. It was awesome. It was awesome. And what's so weird about this Panthers team, and I'm not a huge hockey fan, but I love playoff hockey. Absolutely love playoff hockey. And of course, it's South Florida. It's Miami sports music. Florida's doing it. They just beat arguably the best team ever, in a regular season for hockey. So to knock off the 1 seed, now facing the Toronto Maple Leafs, it's a big deal. So, and you know who they don't have to face? They don't have to face the Lightning. So they might actually have a shot at doing this and going far and deep and maybe making a run at this thing. And it's funny because the last 2 years, you could have made the argument that the Panthers were a better team the last 2 years and couldn't go anywhere. But this year they struggled to get into the playoffs, but they knock off the 1 seed and now they're invincible. They feel like they can go up against anybody. And I tell you right now, watching that Maple Leafs game 1, that team's ready to go. They're suited and booted, and they don't care who they're going skating against. They're going to do it. So shout out to the Panthers. We are hoping to get Locked On Panthers on sometime next week, which is going to be great. It's going to be really, really good stuff. As far as the Miami Heat are concerned, Miami Heat playing game 2 yesterday against the New York Knicks at Madison Square Garden. Didn't turn out as well as we hoped it would. 111 to 105. It's good stuff. Vonjo, I'll answer your question when you come up here to the panel. I'll load up the RAS and everything. God, let me get this in. God, Vonjo is so needy. So Miami Heat yesterday having to face the New York Knicks and Scott Foster, the referee. It was look, that's the reality of the situation. I don't care what anybody says. They were getting some insanely wild calls against them that they had no business calling. And then they were getting calls against them that at the end of the day, you're sitting there like, what in the world are they doing? Are you kidding me? Now, here's the thing. They went toe-to-toe with the Knicks without Jimmy Butler. That's real. Okay? That's real. So if Jimmy Butler is in the game and New York Knicks barely won, I'm gonna tell you right now, this series is ending in 5 as long as Jimmy plays the rest of the games. As long as Jimmy plays the rest of the game, the rest of the series, they're gonna win. They're gonna win. Finn's Talk Sports Network says congratulations to the Knicks and the MVP Scott Foster. No doubt about that, cuz. No lies told there. No lies told there. Most definitely. Look, I hate that, by the way, the game, if I'm correct, game 3 is on Saturday night. Why are we waiting 3 days when the Lakers series is every other night? But the Miami Heat got to wait 3 days to play their next game. Come on, NBA. Do better. Do better. Okay? I don't know why they're waiting 3 days. It's ridiculous. But nonetheless, it'll give Jimmy Butler time to heal. And Jimmy Butler should be ready to go come Saturday night in game 3 when they are playing in Miami. And it's going to be awesome. Miami Fan Talk Show says, forget the Knicks. I ain't mad at you. That ball hit the rim. That changed the game, Bowleg said. You're right, man. You're right. Jimmy gets the rest. They letting Jimmy heal. That's okay. It's Saturday, 3:30 because of change of venue. Why is it change of venue? What's going on, Cesar? What? Explain that to me, Cesar. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Did I miss something? Have I missed something? Let me know. Interested to know. They're switching stadiums, Stevens. Lakers play Saturday game 3 as well. They're switching stadiums. Okay, I'm lost. Batman, come up from New York. Well, okay. That's why. But there doesn't need to be 3 days between from New York to Miami. I could see a 2-day turnaround. The Lakers aren't doing that. The Lakers series with Golden State is literally every other day. There's no breaks in that entire series, even when they're changing from venue to venue. And yes, I know they play game 3 on Saturday. But hey, real quick, just to finish off the Heat, I promise y'all on everything, the Miami Heat are going to win this series in 5 games as long as Jimmy Butler plays the rest of the series. So put that in your coffee and stir it. Shout out to the Heat, man. That's all I know. All right, here's the other thing. LeBron. I watched the Lakers game last night, and I know that y'all don't like me talking about the Lakers, but y'all know I'm a LeBron fan. This is the last thing I'm going to say. I got 4 people in the back room. I want to get a few more on. I'm going to bring you all on at one time, and then we can talk about whatever you want to talk about because it's Wildin' Out Wednesday. LeBron, baby. That's all I'm telling you. LeBron James. All right. Here's what I know. Last night, watching the game, the Lakers game, Lakers-Golden State game. LeBron James is playing with the best team he has played against or that he's played with. LeBron is playing the best team he's played with since the Kyrie Cavs team. I'm telling you right now. I don't think I'm ready to say they're better than the Heat team with Chris Bosh and Dwayne Wade or whatever. That was a stacked squad. Okay, they went to 4 straight championships. But I'm telling you right now, that Lakers squad is absolutely unreal. And Anthony Davis, oh my goodness, that man is playing out of his ever-loving mind. The man had 30 points and 20 rebounds last night. 30 points, 20 rebounds, Anthony Davis. By the way, your next leading scorer on the Lakers was LeBron. Everybody's like, oh, LeBron's not doing anything. BS. LeBron's a big part of that team. And they need to play Hachimura more. I don't care what anybody says. Rai Hachimura, whatever his name is. You know I butcher names. That dude needs to play more. All I want to see is Lakers Heat NBA Finals. That's all I want to see. Lakers Heat NBA Finals. And then y'all, we might be doing watch parties every night. Let's go. Solo D and Steven D. Solo's going to be with the Knicks. I'll be with my boy LeBron. That'll be must-watch streaming. That's all I know. That's all I know. They need to put Hachi in the game more. But, man, Golden State, the only thing they had yesterday was threes. And they're the ugliest three-pointers you've ever seen. And I'm telling you right now, they got into that locker room at the end of the game, and I know Draymond says something to Jordan Poole in that week 3 he took at the end of the game. I'm just telling you right now. Lakers in 5. Lakers in 5. Okay, they're probably not 5. It's probably going to be Lakers in 6. But they're not going to 7 games. That much I know. They beat Golden State at home. In Golden State. I like it. LeBron is better than Curry. All day, Tyrone. AD's playing the best he's ever done in the playoffs. There's no doubt about that. Why do you want to see Jimmy Butler make LeBron look bad? 1, 2, 3, 4 upset. Word of mouth says facts. Put Hachi in the game. All right. That's enough about all the other stuff. It is Wildin' Out Wednesday. It's y'all's show. I'm opening up the panel right now to everybody, just so y'all know how the rules are for Wildin' Out Wednesday, because some of you might not know. Bans and timeouts are in full effect. $10 timeouts, $50 day bans, $100 week-long bans. You or someone on your behalf can pay to bring you back up. Once that happens, the original person who banned and or timed out that person can no longer ban or time out at that level. They must move up to the next tier. But anyone else can ban them at any level, even a lower one. Just that person can't who did it originally. I want you all to remember this is for fun. It supports the channel. Enjoy and don't take it personally. This is all good stuff, okay? This is all fun, all right? Wildin' Out Wednesday. Let's go now, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on, everybody? What's up?
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Stephen D. I sent you a video. I texted to you of the 3 worst calls last night's game. They broke it down.
I'm sure they did. They had a highlight tape of Scott Foster and his calls last night for the Heat. It was so bad. So bad.
I saw the video. I think was it you, Steven, that posted of Josh Hart after the game was over, thanking the ref, thanking Scott?
Yeah, I did. So there's video of Josh Hart on the New York Knicks, and you can see him mouth like they have sound of it. You can clearly see it, and he goes, "Hey Scott," and he's getting Scott Foster's attention. "Hey Scott, good look, man. Good game." What? Like
Right.
what? So look,
the exact words were "appreciate you."
Oh, appreciate
Hart is the one who pushed the guy down and got the foul called against the Heat.
Von Joe over here.
And tell me how Kyle Lowry gets pushed down to the ground and he gets called for the foul.
I know.
Exactly.
I know. It was so bad.
You got Julius Randle literally land on top of this man, bend this man over, and drop him down to the ground, but it's a foul on us. Oh, all right.
Listen, I haven't.
Don't worry, bro.
Over.
It's nothing to worry about, bro. Heat and 5. You got to lose one.
I haven't flipped out so much when they called that the ball didn't hit the rim, and
it clearly.
I was like, that's going to cost the game. I knew that was going to cost us the game. That's going to cost the game for sure. Right there.
It's all
that's
good,
some
fellas. Heat and 5. That means you got to lose one. They got their one. And did y'all see Jimmy when everybody was leaving?
Ray says the referee should not be the storyline for any sport. I agree with that. You know, look, here's the thing.
They made him the story before the game even started.
That fans will make refs the storyline for bad calls, though.
Scott Foster has a history with calling bad games against the Heat. I mean, it's documented how bad Scott Foster is about calling stupid fouls against the Heat. I mean, it's ridiculous. What's up, Lewis? Good morning, man.
Unbelievable.
No, you're unbelievable. Miami fans.
Bro, your team isn't even in the playoffs. You hush.
Unbelievable.
Shout out to the Panthers. Shout out to the Panthers.
They said it last night. Heat versus Knicks and refs. No doubt.
Oh, don't be so Lewis, don't come on here butthurt because your Lightning got sent home.
Boy. Hey,
Luka, he mad Luka. He mad Luka ain't in the playoffs. Sorry.
Hey, Lewis.
You right.
Knicks in 7.
My Lightning are not in the playoffs. Luka is not in the playoffs. But at least I don't sit here.
I just want y'all to know something. Here's the thing. If the Panthers win it all, you know Lewis is going to come up here and say, you know it don't count because they didn't beat the Lightning, right? You know it didn't count because they didn't play the Lightning.
I'm not like that. No, it counts. What do you
Spoken
mean?
like a true loser.
So it's facts.
That's not
facts. You won't come up here and say that, Lewis.
I will say. I just said my Lightning are not in the playoffs. What are y'all talking about? Don't try to put this on me because y'all, every time y'all's team loses in South Florida, it's a referee problem. It's the same thing with the Dolphins.
Hey, y'all notice every team now it's you people. Now it's people in South Florida. Now you don't want to be affiliated.
I told y'all. I told the city of Miami stop messing with Lewis like that.
I knew you didn't like Miami. I got you.
Lewis is up there in Tampa, dog.
Damn Heat fans and damn Miami fans. Every time y'all lose, the referees got it out for us. They don't like it. Y'all sound weak.
Hey, Stephen D, show that. Stephen D, show that video.
It sound weaker?
Show that video I sent you.
No, I can't, man. I'm probably going to get flagged for the ones that I did.
Take the L and sit there and love it.
L stands for Luka. Shut up.
Alex Renee Diaz at? I'm here to advocate. I'm Paul Heyman today. I'm the advocate for Alex Renee Diaz. Where's Alex at?
That's fine. Build him up to get broke down. That's fine. Go ahead.
That's sad. Come on now. Don't do Alex like that. And you know what was funny? I was waiting. I was like, man, they would win on Tuesday night before Wildin' Out Wednesday. Because you know Alex is going to come up here talking all sorts of mess today.
No, he's not. He's still being humble. No, he ain't.
Let him.
He's still being humble.
We gave that man crap all week. Let him get one in. But he needs to know it's about to go down. Because y'all saw Jimmy at the end of the game, right? Y'all saw that camera shot.
That smirk.
Oh, yeah.
You seen the smirk?
No, did you see when he got up and he
like, bro.
All right.
Y'all almost.
I just want y'all to know.
Bro,
I just want you to know, Dave, the dude you vouching for, Stephen D, is as much as a Miami Heat fan as I am. He's not. He's a Laker fan.
I'm not vouching for Stephen D. I'm vouching for my team.
Stephen D
I'm
doesn't like
I'm vouching
the
for my
Miami Heat.
team. I could care less about what
Let's get it
Stephen
right.
D talking about.
I have since day one said I root for the Heat, but everybody knows my loyalty lies with LeBron. And when LeBron,
Yeah, we don't
You're not a
accept
Heat
Stephen
fan,
D.
so you ain't
go to the
you
Heat.
ain't a real Heat
We
fan.
don't.
We're all Laker fans.
Yeah,
We're
we
all
don't
Laker
accept
fans.
One way
fans
or
like
another,
Stephen D.
We're all Laker fans. one
LeBron,
way or another.
baby.
Stephen D
LeBron
is not a
James.
Heat fan. Stephen D is
Whatever.
not a real Heat fan.
See,
Don't let him lie to
Don't
you.
try to push off blame. You're trying to change the subject, Lewis. you trying to deter the conversation from going in a different direction. So now you're like, let me tell Steven about how much of a fake fan he is. But the reality is, Lewis, is I root for the GOAT. All right, and that's what that's all about.
Jordan,
Kobe.
you root for Jordan?
Kobe.
No, LeBron. Maybe you've heard of him. He's kind of a big deal.
You root for Steph Curry? Steph Curry's the best player in that series.
Oh my God! Did you see Joy Taylor go off on her show about the Steph Curry debate?
Well, Pool stupid stuff shouldn't have shot the ball anyway.
She's like, look, she said, what we're not going to do is have a stupid debate about how Steph Curry's is a GOAT. Okay. He's not. He's great. He's amazing. He's a top 5 player of all time, probably, arguably. I think he's top 10. He's probably like 6 or 7. But at the end of the day, he should not in any way, shape, or form be involved in the conversation.
But Steven, for the kids, the generation now, that's their GOAT. That's their GOAT. Anybody that's over
listen. We don't give a care.
Hey, Vonjo, what's up with those colors, bro?
Vonjo, first off,
what colors you got on, bro?
Is that an AFC Richmond jacket?
Oh, okay, we good. No, I thought it was orange and blue.
Oh, he's repping AFC Richmond from Ted Lasso.
I thought it was Ted Lasso.
Anyways,
It looked like a Ted Lasso thing.
I asked Steven a question like 30 minutes ago. He's been skating by this question, annoying this question because I don't give 2 damns about you and Jason Sarni's RAS score to make people feel better.
You can hate all you want. All right, it's a stat.
What was Noah's
about?
RAS score for Noah was an 8.05 out of 10. Where does that rank?
Uh-oh.
I don't have the numbers next to me anymore at the moment.
Well, so you go back and tell me what was numbers.
What y'all not gonna do is compare Noah to Cam. That's not what y'all.
What we're not gonna do is sit here and try to put RAS score and say that's why he's gonna be a great player. I give 2 shits about that. So you and Jason Sarni could take that. You and Jason Sarni could go take that narrative and go shove it somewhere. I give.
It's not, but Vonjo, it's not the reason, but it's a good thing to look at.
Was the reason? What we were saying
it means jack shit.
You tell me what Nick Needham's RAS score, and I'll tell you if it matters.
And that's why he went undrafted, is because of that score.
Cam Smith hasn't even played a down in the NFL and is already rated at 71.
Okay.
Like that's a big deal. His numbers. What are you talking about? Hey, dude.
Y'all got me effed up out here, boy. I swear to God, y'all got me effed out out here.
Do you hate the Cam Smith pick?
Get him, Vonjo.
No, but don't give me
shit about my stuff.
Because don't sit here and talk something. Hey, because his RAS score, he's ranked out of this. Okay, Noah's RAS score was all out the chart. It was off the chart. It was 8.05.
You're just arguing to be arguing. That's all it is.
No,
right,
I'm just saying, stop throwing dumb numbers out there.
All right, CSV. All right, here we go. I'm pulling it up.
Hey, what did I do to Mark in the chat, man? Mark, I know I'm a clown, I guess, up here, but why don't you come to Defense Tailgate where there's no swear jar and call me a clown?
I did just cuss swear jar on me. All right, let's see here. Let me erase this.
Bro, all you gotta do is find out what was Cam's RAS score compared to Noah's. That's all I want to know.
I know. I'm looking.
Listen, I just came on. I gotta go back to
you
work.
mean Noah, right?
Noah versus Cam RAS score.
Nah, Batman, don't run, Batman.
Why does it matter? Cam's a better player. Why does it even matter?
I just want to tell Alex.
So why bring it up?
And I'm gonna win that bet. Lakers all day. Let's go. Everybody have a blessed day, Steven. Everybody.
Be good, man.
Stay black, Batman.
See you later, Batman.
He brought it up to show how good of an athlete he is, but ultimately the tape tells you, and what the tape tells me is that Kim is a way better prospect than Noah was.
And what I'm saying, that RAS score.
By the way, Cam Smith's RAS ranking is 71. Noah Igbenogany, 427.
What is the
Don't
score?
come and talk. It doesn't matter, bro. Like,
Uh-oh.
So it doesn't matter. Why won't you say the score?
what are we talking about for Cam Smith?
Both of them. I know Noah. What's Cam Smith? Go give me Cam Smith. I know Noah's is 8.5. 8.05 actually, out of 10.
9.69.
So 1.6, 1.96.
But that's a big difference, Bonjo. That's a big difference.
Yes, it's a difference.
No, it's so time out. You're looking at it like, oh my God, it's an 8. It's a B compared to his A. No, this is a curved grading system on RAS. All right. And so what it is at the end of the day,
what it is, it doesn't matter.
In the 9s, all these people in the 9s, you got to go all the way now. You get down, and remember, this is everybody since 1987 who's been drafted in the NFL and played cornerback. All right,
exactly. And Noah was at 400 out of how many people?
Skewed numbers too, because Noah, how many snaps has he played?
RAS? OMG.
I can't believe you're sitting here defending Noah.
RAS is not a skewed number.
I don't understand what y'all arguing because y'all both have already said that Cam Smith is a good player, so I don't understand what y'all.
Me neither. He's the one.
What are y'all doing?
He's the one coming up here.
Like, what are y'all doing?
No. What I'm doing is I'm sick and tired of our fan base using numbers to justify a pick or justify a player. Nah, show me what you did do on the field, man. Just show me what you do on the field. I don't care about nothing else.
All right, so Vonjo, it is May the 3rd.
Nah, don't hype me up. Then don't hype me up.
I don't know if you know this or not, Vonjo, but they don't play football till September.
So
the
we can say
man
go off.
just got drafted. We brought up the stat that was prevalent.
Okay. No, it's not. It's not prevalent to Jack's
yes,
squad.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
because Noah got a grade of Noah got a grade of a B, and it's absolutely dog water out there.
Agree to disagree. Move on.
Dog water. Trash. Garbage. With a B grade.
And Nick Needham got an F, and he's pretty decent.
Exactly. So if anything, your Noah's RAS score said he should be some kind of impact on the field, and he's not. He's worthless.
But they're not going solely by that. They're going by that and other variables, especially the tape.
So that's what I'm saying. The RAS score doesn't mean jack squat.
I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't mean jack squat, but you know, it's not the end all be all. It's not the end all be all. I'll give that.
Athleticism. Noah has no brain.
Again, he's a walking glitch.
He's literally
it'll mean jack squat. But good narrative, good reading.
Cam Smith, on the other hand, has a brain.
All right, but I'll give you that, Steven. You sound good reading it.
All right.
Why all you guys got to hate on Noah like that? He won us a game last year.
What?
All right, hold on. I got something for you.
He's not going to make the team, so
you know what I did, Vonjo? Because I just want y'all to know your boy's working even on Wildin' Out Wednesday. So what I did is there's a calculator that you can put into the RAS system, and you, sir, can compare players. So let's compare Noah Igbenogany in Auburn and Cam Smith from South Carolina. Okay, look at this. All right, so he's obviously Cam Smith is higher in the percentile because his height is obviously better than most. You see. Noah's smaller, so he's in the red at 4.12. There's only one red up here for Cam Smith, and that's his weight, 1.98. He's 180 pounds. He is a small guy. That is true when it comes to that, okay? But at 198...
Whoa. Pause for a second. Pause right there for a second, because looking at this, it looks like he did not do the bench press.
Oh, my God.
He did not do the shuttle. And he didn't do the three-cone drill. So if anything, that could impact his score because those are not being graded. Stop it, Steven. Stop. You're debating the wrong one.
It would have made him a lot better because Cam Smith's biggest strength is his acceleration off plays.
It could have made him a lot worse because he's weak. He's also
I would do Cam Smith even season.
Don't do this with me. You're debating the wrong one, Steven. Try that with another duck.
But I'm not talking about his bench. I'm talking about his shuttle and three-cone. He would have greened that.
Who knows? Guess what? What we do know, he didn't do it. So it didn't get
but the tape shows he's got incredible acceleration.
Try again. Don't try to come for me with some weak. Man, what's wrong with this guy?
See, Vonjo, the problem with arguing with somebody like you is we bring up a stat.
That we come with facts and we come with knowledge. Don't sit there and try to sit there and put Hold on, you got to put up exactly. The facts are that he didn't participate in 3 of those
Because he didn't have
weighted
to. He was
categories.
a top pick.
But Von Joe, you just said
so
RA
why we talking
score.
about the score then?
But you just said it doesn't matter. So why you making a big deal about Shuttle and
Exactly,
Three
but
Cone?
no, because at the same time, Steven tried to come for me. So I'm just going to shove Steven back in his
And now
place.
you're doing the exact same thing that Steven's doing, except reverse.
No, I'm shoving him back in his
Hold
place.
on, Von Joe. Shut your mouth for a second. Nobody's coming after you. You're the one
well,
who
Von
came
Joe. No, you came up
You
here
were the
after I
one in
sat
the
there and
chat
pointed that
talking
out.
about me and Jason in the RRS score.
Exactly,
That's why I had to
exactly. When I
defend
said it,
myself.
exactly. I
You
sat there and
fired
said, and
the
you
first shot, sir.
and it was a weak defense. All right,
Oh,
this
please.
you got holes
Stephen
drilled all
D,
through your house right
Stephen
now.
D, don't take it personally. It's the pre-workout. Relax.
It's
That's
not even
the other
pre-workout.
thing to this,
It's not
too.
even pre-workout.
This is the athletic score. This has nothing to do with playing ability.
That don't mean nothing.
Hey Steven,
That's all I'm saying.
what's A Chain's RAS?
Who?
A Chain's RAS.
All right, hold on. Let me go look.
Oh, y'all trying to set Von Joe? Y'all trying to set Von Joe off now?
I'm just
I
saying.
know, that's why I brought it up. What's his RAS?
It was a very weak defense, Steven. That's all I'm saying.
Man,
you came pretty weak when you pulled up those stats and putting them up and trying to put them in the calculator and try to defend that. No, it was very weak. Try again.
You're sitting here trying to defend Noah Igbenogany. Let's be
I'm not
real.
defending Noah. I'm not defending Noah Igbenogany. That's
Right.
clearly what I said.
Hell, you aren't.
I said
Von
he's
Joe,
dog
are you
water.
taking a shot? Are you taking a shot at the article of Jason Sarney? Is that what you're doing, Von Joe?
I guess I don't care what I'm taking a shot at. I just say don't come over with BS numbers.
Hey, where's Sarney at?
I give two damn about
BS.
numbers. Good Sarney. I don't give a damn about Sarney either. Listen, I don't care about none of this. what are you talking about?
Von Joe.
It's the pre-workout, bro. Bon Joe, this ain't
Von
it, bro.
Joe's on another level right now.
Yeah, like I care about just because
Get him, Von
Bro,
Joe.
if it say one scoop, bro. Don't do 2 scoops, bro. You get angry.
What's wrong with y'all up there dropping names? I don't give a damn. None of them people pay my damn bills. What's wrong with y'all?
Get him, Von Joe. Kill him.
Oh, this Wednesday's about to be a wild.
I'm just saying, none of those names that you just mentioned is part of my bloodline, and they don't pay my bills.
Here we go.
They don't put no food on my table.
Here's
what are we talking about?
Here is wait, where's it at? Save as. Oh, it's saving as a web page. Hold on. All right,
He's not going to score well. He's not going to score well on overall size, but athletic ability, he'll score very high.
Yeah, I need to do better. Who?
All right, here we go.
Who's pulling up?
The running back.
You talking about the running back?
Devon A-Chain.
All right.
So here's Devon A-Chain. Horrible score, 5.72. Composite size grade, very poor. Composite explosion grade, poor. Composite speed grade, elite. He's got elite speed, hence why he was drafted. Composite agility, okay. He was drafted for one reason and one reason only.
Speed. Okay. Explosiveness. No. His explosiveness and his vision is also a reason why he's
and his catching ability. He can catch out of that thing.
That's Mostert's replacement. Now you ain't got to worry about signing.
Yeah, that's why they drafted him to replace Mostert eventually.
But hold on. I wonder if Jason Sarney is going to put his RAS score in the article. Oh, okay. No, he's not. Come on.
Hey, I agree with you there. He probably won't.
Come on.
Time out.
This is too easy. Y'all make this way too
Von
easy.
Joe, the goal of the article, which obviously it did work, which is
hype
fun.
him up.
No,
I
shush
get you.
for a second and allow me to talk
No,
before
I ain't
you
no hush. Just
debate.
to hype him
No.
up. Come on.
Look, the goal of the article and the goal of the point of the video was to give people, hey, look, I know there are things that you can say negative about the pick. I get it. I understand it. But here are some reasons why we believe this is a good pick. Feel free to listen. If you don't think that it's good, that's fine. We can debate it. But understand that the RAS score shows that Cam Smith can be an elite corner based on his athletic ability, not football ability.
That means he's got high upside because he's a great athlete.
That's all we were
When's that
saying.
gonna be,
That's
Steven?
it. That's it. That's all we said. Now, Devon A-Chain's RAS score, yes, it's not good. But you know what we could put in there? His RAS score of his 40-yard dash is 9.97. which means there are very few people in the entire RAS system that have a higher score than him when it comes to speed. So, yes, if you want to look at what the offense Mike McDaniel is trying to run, Devon A-Chain is somebody who fits perfect for the system that Mike McDaniel is trying to implement.
All right, Steven, you're trying to Steven.
Is it the pick that you and I probably wanted? No. But understand why it could be interpreted as a good pick. Here are some reasons why.
Steven, you got me nodding off right now with all this gas you're pumping right now.
Everybody,
but you're not even listening. You're refusing to listen.
Oh, I heard every word that you said, but it's
no, but you're not even taking it into account.
I want to listen.
No, I heard everything you said, and it was just like I said.
Joe.
You could have easily just gave me the Cliff Note version. Cliff Note version right here. Yep. Hype it up. Got you.
Hey, I want to know real quick, because I love these stats that we just come up with now. Just everything is so analytical now. Can we know the RAS scores on Liam Eichenberg and Austin Jackson? Can I get those?
Austin Jackson. I'm pretty sure Austin Jackson actually graded high for alignment.
Yeah, he did grade high. Eichenberg was meh.
What I'm saying, because to Von Joe's point, I think this is what Von Joe's saying. Bro, the score don't matter. What does it matter? Like, bro, y'all throw out all these the RAS. What was the RAS in '94? No one even knew what it was. No one cared. These are all stats just to prove like nothing. None of this holds water. This is Von Joe's point. Like, we come out, and again, I'm not taking a shot at Sarney. That's Sarney's opinion. It was a great article. I'm not killing Sarney. I'm just, to Von Joe's point, though, bro, none of these numbers and analytical things, they don't mean shit. Like, what are we talking about?
Go out there and play football, man.
To be fair to the conversation, that's not what Sarney was trying to say, or me. What we were trying to promote was, hey, look, for the last 48 hours, there have been a lot of negative talk about why this is a bad pick. Let me tell you why this is a good pick. So on and so forth. And we just put out numbers to show what we could. Because here's the thing. We can sit here and say, hey, look what he did in college.
So here's the problem.
Hold on, listen. Who RAS score that I'm about to bring up. Great in college, but it hasn't turned out well to the game to the pro game, right? And so what we can do is to say, okay, well, let's take football out of context or out of the thing for a second. Let's just look at raw athletic ability.
Yes,
because we can look at raw athletic ability compared to how other players were in the history of the NFL. Maybe those numbers will provide.
That's a way better argument, Steven.
Hold on,
and that's what Sarney was trying to prove.
Steven, let me go ahead and say this, and I'm going to leave because I'm going to go for my jog now.
Oh my God, you need to, because you've been on some other stuff. And by the way, I have Liam Eichenberg's numbers pulled up. If you would.
Well, I'm sorry, Steven. I'm not as calm and docile as you'll like me to be. I do apologize. Okay.
Nobody said you had to be. Look, first of all, I'm not offended. What I'm a little frustrated with is I feel like you dismissed the argument without listening to the full context of the conversation, because nobody's sitting here trying to say, oh my God, Cam Smith is amazing. No, we are saying here are some positive attributes that you can look at for a player that we drafted and why this could be a potential good pick.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Are you done?
Finally.
He's done and he's finished.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing about what you said. Dismiss all that. All right, because
I can't.
This is
I don't want
no. I'm going to throw all that. Yes, I can. Hold on. I'm going to throw all. Okay, let me know when you're done. Are you done?
You're dismissing it.
Are you done? I'm going to tell you exactly why I'm dismissing and throwing all that issue away. It's simply because Cam Smith could be a Pro Bowler or All Pro, but that would not determine if it was a good pick or not. What's really going to determine if it's a good pick or not is if our other issues pan out. Because Cam Smith could pan out, and if Tua is getting ran over, if our O-line can't get going, if our O-line is absolutely dog water and we did not address the needs and fix it, if our linebacking core is still dog water, right, and our linebacking core is still looking like Swiss cheese and people are running through us,
exactly.
Guess what? It was a horrible pick because we still have holes that we never fixed.
Exactly.
Right now, hold on, let me finish. Because right now, I'm actually okay with the pick. And I'm okay with the A-Chain pick. because again, I noticed that
You don't sound like it.
Yo, let me finish. Jeez, I'm peace. Again, and I said this, shout out to Tia, the Finn's tailgate. I said this while speaking with Lewis and the homie Shake Money. That
I'm not the homie no more?
No, you're the ops.
Damn.
And you would be more. And you say and all your oohs sound like with an R.
Whatever, Vonjo.
So, just to let you know, I said this earlier that I see what they're doing. I see the vision. Okay, best player available. Check. I can't pick O-linemen and linebackers to save my life. So let me try to fix the issue by throwing bodies at it. And hopefully one of those bodies will stick and work out.
And
I see that's what they're doing.
Hold on, I'm going to interrupt that last point. And Samit, and I love you. I'm a brother from another mother. And I think this word gets a negative connotation to it, but know that I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm just telling you, I think that's an ignorant statement. And here's why I believe that's an ignorant statement. Okay. It's an ignorant statement because they didn't necessarily draft because they felt like, oh, we don't hit on offensive line picks, so we're just not going to draft an offensive lineman. No, they drafted. What are the needs what do we need to implement the type of offense/defense that we want to run? Right. Let's go to the defensive side. Let's look at Vic Fangio. Fangio, possibly, we don't know yet because
I gotta go, Steven.
No, you're sitting here. Allow me the opportunity to come back at you.
All right, take the Cliff Note version.
Well, no, this is my damn show. You shush, okay? Hey,
what is going on?
This is my phone.
And now, listen to this, Fonjo. You were on some other type ish this morning. I've had enough of it, okay? Go eat some chicken bacon or whatever it is you eat, okay? You need it, all right? Now, listen to what I'm trying to tell you, okay? Vic Fangio, possibly, we don't know because he's said as much. Is probably going to run a 4-cornerback system with 1 safety, right? That seems to be the consensus of what we all think. Now, we don't know. Okay. But what do you need to do that? You need elite corners. So he went and said, who has elite attributes in the draft that I can be able to implement along with Jalen Ramsey, Xavier Howard, Cater Kahoo, Trill Williams. By the way, Trill has an injury side. So I'm going to beef up this secondary even more. And that includes the likes of still having Javon Holland, bringing in somebody like Deshaun Elliott. And yes, we all give Noah all this crap, and by the way, I haven't even talked about Brandon Jones, right? So yes, Cam Smith adds to the already elite secondary that we already have, right? So now you go to the offense, so you can understand why Cam Smith was the pick there. Give me the best secondary person on the board, and they probably had Cam there at that moment. So that's why they took Cam Smith. Well, let's go to Devon Achane. Mike McDaniel, you get the second pick. Who do you want? I just need speed. Whoever's the fastest guy left in the draft when we get to the 3rd round, that's what I need. And I need it at running back. Give me speed at running back. Okay, Devon Achane, 9.97 on the RAS score when it comes to speed. One of the best all time. Since 1978, he has been one of the best speedsters in college football when it comes to running. So, yes, they went and said, okay, let's go get Devon Achane. All right. And here's the thing. You're not questioning McDaniel because he gave us a top 10 offense last year. He's the first person to give us a top 10 offense in the last, 25 years? So if anybody here is questioning McDaniel, they need to go check themselves. And number 2, you really don't want to question Vic Fangio because he's at
You're at number 3 right now. You're at number 3.
Okay, that's fine. You don't want to question Vic Fangio because he's at a top 10 offense everywhere he's been.
Defense.
Or a defense everywhere he's been. And all of his stops where he was defensive coordinator, it's eventually gotten to a top 5 and even top 2 or 3 in some cases. So why are we sitting here questioning the picks when the people that are choosing these picks obviously make good decisions? And we know that this, and this is the last thing I'll say, and it goes towards McDaniel. McDaniel even said in his exit interview to his running backs, I apologize. I didn't run the ball enough last year. I won't make that same mistake again this year. That's why he got Devon Achane. I'm telling you all up right now, when it comes down to it, the Miami Dolphins made the best picks for the offense and the defense that they're trying to run. Is it the picks that we wanted as fans? No. We want to see more depth into the offensive line. We want to see more investment into the offensive line. But I don't believe that the Dolphins are done. And if the Dolphins believe that they can go out and get a veteran free agent to come in like Cam Fleming or DJ Fluker or Taylor Lewan or whoever.
If I hear one more person mention DJ Fluke, I'm gonna lose my shit.
I'm just saying that's the route that they're choosing to go. And you know what? You're right. When it comes time in September, we're gonna see if it hit or miss, and it's gonna be on them at the end of the day.
All right, and just to retort real quick, I'm gonna let you know that's the whole soliloquy. Just like mine was ignorant, yours is ignorant as well.
See,
let me finish. To be ignorant is to speak without. No, to be ignorant is to speak without absolute knowledge. So we do not have knowledge because we do not.
With knowledge.
So everything I said made it with knowledge as well. What are we talking about?
Okay.
That we have missed an O lineman, and now they throw it. So hold on. Because
I didn't say your whole statement was.
Because even because the last part of your statement was ignorant as well. Because you're saying that McDaniels apologized for running the.
You're just
hold on. No, because let me finish. Because again, you said McDaniels sit there and apologize to his guys for not running the ball more. Now because we have A-Chain, that just automatically says we're going to run the ball more because he's a rookie at the end of the day. A rookie doesn't determine if you run the ball more or not. It's on the coach and his decision. He could have never drafted A-Chain and still run the ball more without A-Chain. What are we talking about?
But those running
bloody plays.
That's true. That's true.
Jiminy Cricket. I gotta go for my jog. I gotta go, Steven.
Andrevius said Jimmy. You don't even know what Sequilly is. Sequilly. Say that 5 times fast. Bonjo's such a hater, bro. So sick of Bonjo.
What's good, Mr. Negative? What's up, homie?
Yeah, Mr. Negative.
Hey, how's it going, bud?
Mr. Negative, you said that pick was a bad pick. You said you can defend it. Like, what do you mean? You said Cam, the pick was a bad pick.
Are you asking me?
Yes. Yeah, I'm asking Mr. Negative.
I'm not saying Cam's a bad player. What I'm saying is the pick was a bad pick just because our needs. And again, if they want to build for the future, that's fine because I don't see Cam Smith making as much of a difference this year because he's not going to start. He's not starting over Xavier Howard. He's not starting over Ramsey. And unless they're going to go to 4 defensive backs 100% of the time, it's possible. Okay, so they're going to play
4 corners
backs 100% of the time.
No, not 100% of the time, but they're playing a lot of quarters and a lot of dime and a lot of nickels. So he will get a lot of play time though.
3-4 wide.
Hold on, let Mr. Negative finish. Go ahead.
Okay, and that's it's very possible that does happen. But let's say it doesn't happen. So let's say he plays, 40% of the time, 30% of the time. He's our top pick. I just don't see now for the future 100%. When X is gone, put Cam Smith in, and we ride with Cam Smith. That's fine. But we're all in right now. Obviously, the Dolphins don't feel the same way. They see their window as being much bigger than the fans see the window as being. I just don't understand it. We are all in. We are going all out, right? We've traded our first round picks for Bradley Chubb. We lost one talking for the right to talk to Tom Brady. We didn't get him, but that was well worth the first to the third. I think we got to have a nice chat with Tom. So anyway, it is what it is. How you doing, Tom? Hey, Tom, do you want to come over to the facility? Maybe. Okay, we'll lose the first and the third. You make up your mind. We'll sit here. We're good. But anyway, we're losing picks. We're making other picks for the future. We're trying to, do whatever we can. We're going all in. Then we're not going all in. Which is it? I really don't care what they do.
Can I ask everybody on the panel a question?
Hold on.
I want to respond.
It's after Mr. Negative.
Go ahead, Mr. Negative. I want you to finish.
And again, I just don't see the true inherent value. Darnell Washington, and again, I wasn't advocating for him to be drafted, but I can make more of a case that he will have more of an impact this year than Cam Smith will, making it a better pick. That's all I'm saying is that because we
Mr. Negative at the second round.
I could even make a case to draft him.
So I know Rashad wants to make a question, but let me ask you something real quick, Mr. Negative.
Go ahead.
I'm not even going to bring up who we had at tight end.
Okay.
What we can say for a fact is that last year, Mike McDaniel's offense did not utilize the tight end position, correct? Yes or no?
Oh, correct. I can argue that.
All right. We can also say say that one of the biggest issues last year for the Miami Dolphins was the injuries that decapitated or decimated the secondary, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Dolphins quarterbacks, they got decapitated. You don't have to like the Cam Smith pick. That's fine. And by the way, I'm not saying that you said that you hate Cam Smith as a player. I think he's a and I heard you on that. But understand, but you can also make the argument for the Dolphins and the front office to say, well, I understand why they did it because they got decimated in the secondary last year.
I don't want to hear any fans complaining when our quarterbacks are decapitated or likely to be decapitated like they were last year. All three.
The Miami Dolphins.
All three quarterbacks got hurt at one time or another because of our trash offensive line. Once Armstead went out, the line went to trash. That is fact. Go back and look. Greg Little had a 1.2 rating in a game. That's almost impossible to have that. In the Minnesota game, 1.2. If you're not going to have a guy like Darnell Washington, who is basically a sixth offensive lineman, go max protect and protect the gold mine. That's what I'm saying. Go
or run the ball.
To be fair, I wanted Darnell.
Protect Mike McDaniel's gold mine. That should be the goal here. Tua is made of glass. It is what it is.
Oh, Lord, here we go. We finally brought it up. Way to go, Mr. Negative.
He's not made of glass. Am I wrong?
We didn't even make it an hour into the show before bringing up the Tua conversation. Rashad, go ahead with your question.
That's a fact.
I'm advocating to protect the man.
Okay.
Go ahead, Rashad.
No one wants to protect him.
But you're also advocating to protect him with a player that everybody in the league skipped over twice because he was hurt.
Go ahead, Rashad. Go ahead,
Rashad. After the draft, would y'all consider us in win now mode or building towards the future?
Before the draft, win now mode. We are in win now mode.
And who better to help Austin Jackson at right tackle than Darnell
Why
Washington?
y'all asking stupid questions?
I only asked a question because everything I hear y'all say about the draft is about the future. When X gets off and we're going to run the ball now because we got 8. What was that?
I need to talk, but I can't talk. I'm letting y'all go.
Go ahead. Okay.
Okay.
I asked my question. I just want to hear all answers.
That's real. I respect y'all. All right, so let me talk about the Cam Smith pick. Okay. Xavier Howard, Jalen Ramsey on the outside cornerback. Okay. If one of those guys go down week 1, training camp or whatever like that, who is the outside cornerback? Nick Needham and Cater Kohu. Let me talk. Cater Kohu and Nick Needham.
Rashad, hold up. Let him go.
Nick Needham and Cater Kohu are battling for the slot position. They do not want Nick Needham or Cater Kohu on the outside. They want them at the slot. The Miami Dolphins have no outside cornerback if J or X goes down. Who do they have? They have what's his name? Trill Williams. Yep. Thank you. You're right.
Yeah,
they have Trill who has no NFL stats. They have Tino. What's his name? Tino Ellis, Tino Ellis, whatever his name is. Who has no.
Don't forget about Noah.
Noah is literally going to be cut this offseason, and everybody.
I agree.
Thank you. Everybody knows that. They have Keon Crossan, who's a special teams guy. They have
Bethel, who's a special teams guy.
The special teams guy, and they have the other guy, Ellis something. I forgot the other guy's name. Who's a special teams guy? The Miami Dolphins had no boundary cornerback last season and almost this season. J and X are the only boundary guys. If one of those guys goes down, we're essentially in the same situation that we are in. Cam is to be the first man off the bench. If any of those guys go down, Cam, you are up next. Trill has a long way up to try to be that. Thank you. Thank you. They want Nick Needham and Cater Kohu to be the slot guys. That's when people are talking about, oh, if they go 3 cornerbacks, they're going to see Cam on. Cam will not see the field until X or J goes down. If X or J goes down, then that's
wrong.
That's cap.
That's
where you're
He'll
wrong.
still get playing time, but he'll be a full-time
He will see the field regardless.
Yeah,
Nick
that's where you're
Needham
He's gonna
and
beat
Kader
beat out
Kohu will
Cater
be the slot guys.
and Nick Needham for
Kader
the slot.
Kohu will be the slot guys. Cam will not touch the field until J or X goes down, and that's why
that's not right.
Cam was.
No, that's not true.
That's why
Nah.
Cam was.
Well,
Okay,
well,
explain
what?
explain
Let me
your
explain.
opinion.
Let me explain real quick. Well, let's just say for the sake of argument, right? We play, let's say, Kansas City opening weekend, Thursday night football in Kansas City. You could easily throw Jalen Ramsey inside and tell him your matchup. Again, everybody's talking about the star position, right? Which again, their star would be
Stop
Travis
saying that.
Kelce. You. I agree. I'm just saying what everybody.
I know you. Yeah, I know. I know.
You move Jalen Ramsey right to guard inside to go get Kelce. Now Cam Smith is your corner on the boundary.
Great idea.
I'm not
Cam
knocking
Smith
that.
is playing.
I know.
So, but you're saying that he's not seeing the field unless one of them get hurt. That's not the case. In situations, Cam Smith.
It all depends on our opponent.
It all depends what Vic Fangio wants to do. But if for whatever reason they decide to move Jalen Ramsey around, where inside in the nickel and playing safety or whatever, Cam Smith instead of Cater is a better boundary corner. So he will see the field with. So he will see the field with X and Ramsey
I know
being
he'll
on the
trust
field
me. I
with.
know he'll see the field. That's why he was a great pick.
And to your point, Lewis, a lot of teams deploy a 3 wide receiver set anyways. You're going to need a third cornerback by definition.
Well, I mean, that's fair too, Crypto. And here's the other thing that I'll say, right? I get and I get why people are frustrated with the Cam Smith pick. But overall,
I'm not.
Value in the
That's an A+ pick for me.
The value in the player and the defensive scheme that we run, it was almost the perfect fit for us at 51. It made
He's a top 50 player.
He is he is 100%.
I honestly am not upset with no pick.
He fits the mold of what we're. He fits.
I'm with you too, Richard. I'm satisfied. That's my grade.
A lot of people. I am a little frustrated with the third
Can
round.
y'all
pick.
wait till Steven done talking before y'all start agreeing with each other?
I am frustrated with the third round pick because I believe that we could have got the guy from Tulane, Tajon
Spears.
Yeah, he had just as good a speed, and we could have got him in the 6th round.
I don't know if he had just as good a speed, but you know, it is what it is.
It was. It was right under it. It wasn't that far off.
You know why I'm not upset?
It was.
I'm not upset with the third round pick because I wanted a tight end. We got one.
Spears 81 to Tennessee.
And Mr. Negative,
eventually.
It's a Mr. Negative point. Darnell Washington was slipping for off the field reasons, from what I've heard, and because people were questioning his play catching his catching ability, which we don't care about. We care about tight ends and blocking in this scheme, and Darnell did fit that mold perfectly.
Yeah.
So I'll agree with Mr. Negative to the point of
the biggest thing about Darnell Washington is I heard that he looks like Tarzan and plays like Jane, like he doesn't play up to his physical attributes.
Draft day. All right.
What the
Have you
hell?
watched him play? Like before you say stuff like that, can you watch him play? Like
Yeah.
Jesus Christ,
Look
bro.
like
y'all
Tarzan
can
would play
see.
like Jane. God damn.
It was a good.
Bro, the man dropped that far because he had an injury that still is a reoccurring injury. That's the only reason he fell that far.
Well, that's a
not
big
make up
reason.
shit.
I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm just saying, like, with his physical attributes, he should have been a first-round pick regardless of the injuries. But yeah, the injuries are part of it, though.
They counted your boy as playing like Jane. That's why he slipped.
If you have a reoccurring injury, that's not something you can overlook.
And by the way, I do want to say this.
It depends on the player. Like Tua, they overlooked it.
All right, let me address this. Cap, you are correct. I did not want to run.
Yeah, that's
Was
true.
it the same injury with Tua? No, it's not true because it wasn't the same injury with Tua. No, it wasn't. It was always a different injury.
But it's always something, though.
That
It's
means
always
the
something,
same
though.
thing that you continue to hurt continues to get hurt. So now we can't trust your body to hold up.
Okay, so
that's different.
Yeah,
from
but
Tua,
yeah,
bro.
but teams were questioning Tua's body to hold up because of the hip injury that made him retire.
Has his hip been an issue?
I mean, but Tua was a quarterback.
No, it hasn't.
Not anymore because he
Like,
recovered.
all right, like I'm saying.
But
all right, as I was saying, Cap for life. If you go look at my mock drafts that I did have running backs in the later rounds. I just didn't have them early on because I didn't think early on that's where we needed to go. but I understand the A-chain pick itself. It fits McDaniel and what he wants to try to implement. But it fits McDaniel's offense to a T. Like I can't be mad at it 100% because if he's going to try to overpower it with speed, that's the cross he's going to die on if he's going to swing out. Okay. And that's kind of where I'm at with McDaniel and the A-chain pick. You know,
I'm not upset with none of the picks based on
exactly what are you talking about?
Running back out of here where tight end
running back.
Like everybody was the elite blocker. What everybody tells me is we don't need a tight end because we just go using a block. Once the elite blocker was there, let me finish real quick. The elite blocker was there at 84, and we didn't take him. And then we took a tight end in the 6th round. I was like, okay, maybe this tight end can block.
We did not take a tight end in the 6th round. We took a wide receiver that we want to convert to tight end.
We took a wide. We took a
Swiss Army knife, Steven.
We took a wide receiver in the 6th round.
If he can block,
if he can block better than Durham, which isn't too hard to do, I'm okay with it. Because that's exactly what I'm hoping for. A tight end that doesn't have to be removed off the field in passing situations and blocking situations. Just stay on the field. Get 90% of the players.
When did I ever say the running back position was dead? I said it's not respected in the NFL.
It ain't respected in the NFL.
Dead.
It's not. Yeah. People can argue this running back thing all they want, and that's fine. Cap for life is the homie. But no one values running backs.
The running back position was dead.
Nobody values running backs anymore in the league.
I mean, he wants that bell cow running back.
It has a value, but for a certain amount of time, they're not paying them. So I see
it's dead for second contracts.
The next few years, running backs will be getting drafted high just based on they don't want to pay these people.
If everybody would be willing to just raise your hand figuratively, I want to ask you a couple questions, yes or no's. I don't want to elaborate. Number one, okay, yes or no's. Is everybody like Cam Smith as a player? Yes.
Love him.
Yes.
Potential.
Yes.
I love him. I like him.
Okay.
I like his attitude.
Did everybody like or love A-Chain as a player?
Yes.
Love it.
I love him.
I like him.
In this scheme, I love it.
For McDaniel's offense. Yeah, for McDaniel's offense, I like him.
Okay. Did everybody like or love Higgins into this offense?
Yes.
Yep,
I
do. That's my favorite pick. I'll be real with you.
Solid. Very solid.
In the 6th round, my favorite pick.
And did everybody like or love Ryan Hayes with the 7th
Love
pick?
Ryan.
New starting tackle.
I know a lot about Ryan. Technique is par up there. But if you bull solid.
Hold on, guys. Here's the point I'm trying to make.
Speed.
I think I could find people that would argue the opposite, right? And there are people in the chat that are saying no in some cases.
They don't know football.
But I think a majority. If I had to venture a guess a percentage, I would say 85% of the fans love or like every player that we draft, but they don't like or love why we drafted them when there were other needs that we needed to address. So I want you all to take a step back for a second as fans and just listen for a second. The Dolphins, whether we like it or not, are trying to implement something that is not necessarily run by most teams in the NFL. On offense and on defense. They are unconventional in both ways. So they are going to make unconventional decisions and unconventional picks that are probably not going to be fan favorites all the time. But we cannot dismiss it because McDaniel's got the proof to back him up in the pudding. Top 10 offense. You could say his mess ups last year. He'll admit to his mess ups last year, and the players admitted that he said he admitted to the mess ups last year, and he still provided a top 10 offense for us. And we addressed the defensive coordinator position by getting rid of Boyer and bringing in Vic Fangio, and nobody should question Vic Fangio in any way, shape, or form on May the 3rd. Nobody should. Let that man work. If come next year, we get in the middle of the year, our defense is giving up 30 26, 28 points a game, then we can go ahead and talk smack about Vic Fangio. If he's giving up 25 points per game, we can go ahead and talk smack about Vic Fangio. But if that man is given less than 8, where I predict will be 18, 17, 18 points per game, and I think that's on the high side for Fangio, but I think that's a safe bet, 18 points per game, then we're going to win some football games on the merit of the defense improving alone.
So, Steven, can I say something?
Yes.
So if you want all of us, skeptics or whatever to wait, then I need the fan base to stop propping up Fangio like he's some sort of savior. He's Jesus Christ walking on water.
He is.
Defense.
He is.
You can't have it both ways, right, Mr. Negative?
He is, though.
He's a top coordinator. He was.
Why not?
Coordinator.
Well, how can you have it? Why should I not be skeptical? How do I know all these players are going to take to his scheme?
You don't know that.
You just look at his history.
That is a fair point by Mr. Negative.
Hold on. Let me go to Mr. Negative. I got this guy. Mr. Negative, let me ask you. Can you dismiss Fangio's track record? You can't.
Okay, so where's our Steven? Okay, stop right there. Where's our Ray Lewis? Where's our Navarro Bowman? Where's our Patrick Willis? We don't have any of those guys.
And most of his stops, he didn't have that there either.
Those guys came with the team.
Are you
kidding? He inherited those players. He wasn't.
We have Jerome Baker
signing them as free agents.
Exactly, Rashad.
We got David Long,
who's always injured. He's missed 12 games the last 2 years.
Okay, well, nobody
said
that Chris Greer didn't like
he's
on the
field.
Okay, that man loves
a lot of people use injury to back up the Cam Smith argument. You can say the same thing about the whole team.
Seems like Mr. Negative wanted
argument. Hold up. Mr. Negative, then your argument shouldn't be, I don't necessarily not trust Fangio, or I necessarily trust the picks that he's doing. What's your argument? Every comeback should be one thing: can they stay healthy? Can they stay healthy?
I'm taking a wait.
That should be your only and most repetitive argument.
I'm not sitting here this offseason and ranting like saying, "Oh, we got Vic Fangio, we're lit now. It's a guarantee. It's a lock. It's not a lot." He doesn't play.
Super Bowl? A Super Bowl is not a lock.
I've never said it was a lock, but I will tell you this. I will tell you this: Fangio's defense will improve a lot more than Boyer's did.
I mean, for success, there's no guarantees. I'm gonna wait and see.
There's no guarantees. That's life. That's life.
Bro, you do realize that's life, though, right? Like, there's no guarantees, bro.
I understand that's like.
What are you talking about?
Okay, that's
So
correct.
then
There's
why
no
are you
guarantee.
coming
Don't
back and
pitch it.
complaining that nothing's
Don't
a guarantee.
pitch it like it's a
If you know
guarantee.
there's no
Then
guarantees.
well, to Mr. Negative's point, don't sell it as a guarantee.
Don't sell it as a
So
guarantee.
what, Crypto? So what? What are they selling?
Bro, what do you mean sell it as a guarantee? You're taking it that way.
I was about to say, I don't think that we are.
No, it's the delivery, Dave. You know damn well.
Crypto, I don't think that we're doing that.
I don't
think I'm sitting here selling it.
No. I don't think no one up here. I don't think nobody up here has done it.
Crypto, to be fair. All right, let me be fair to the argument. Okay. Did I make a video giving positive takes on stats that aren't necessarily always used, as well as other things that were said in that 1 minute video about Cam Smith? I did. Because I think there's a lot of negative out there within the community that are saying, "Oh my God, we're gonna regret this pick if somebody else that we should have gotten there ends up being a 10-year starter." And blah 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 blah. Look, I get it. I understand that.
Every year, though.
But also,
The same people didn't complain about depth last year, Steven.
I was about to say, well, and here's the thing, Dade County.
We had
you are always going to get that across the board. Now, here's the other argument to the scenario. When we're sitting here talking about draft picks on May the 3rd, all we can do is talk about potential. That's it. That's all we can do. And in football, in debate shows and in conversations, that's all you do is talk about the possibility of something happening. Now, you can argue the fact of the positive side or the negative side, but I just want people to be more optimistic that, hey, I understand they weren't John Michael Schmidt, who I would have loved. I understand it wasn't Darnell Washington, who I would have loved. But, man, I could 100% see why McDaniel chose A-Chain. I can 100% see why Fangio chose Cam Smith.
Well, I get that. I get that side of the argument. I get that. I get that side of the argument, Stephen, and that's the way you said it. It was perfect, right? But to defend Mr. Negative, the word that was used, right, was, well, look, and this was your question, Stephen. Look at Vic Fangio's track record, right? Okay, that's where you lose the argument,
you.
with, at least with me, Stephen. With
Thank
track
you,
record.
Andre.
Because the only thing I would say is, what is Tua Tagovailoa's track record? He doesn't stay healthy. Right? That's his
Injuries.
track
So
record.
let's draft
That's
a
it.
quarterback.
Nobody here has brought up Tua until you just did, Lewis.
No, he's using that as an
Stephen,
example, Stephen.
Stephen, I'm just using that as an art.
But you can't. He's too
What's
polarized.
What's Armstead? What's
But what do you mean that
Armstead's
is?
track
What else do
record?
you have to go by, Stephen?
Stephen, the only reason I brought up Tua, and again, I've been very positive with Tua. I think he's in a ball. I think he's going to stay healthy. Let me say that. But when you say, look at Fangio's track record, right? Okay, that's fine. Now, you got me. We're going to have a top 10 defense. But then look at Tua's track record. You're also telling me that we're not going to have our starting quarterback for 4 or 5 games this season. Because that's his track record.
Starting tackle. Or starting tackle.
And without starting tackle, too.
You can't use the word track record and make it seem just because everywhere he's went, he's had this. Well, okay, I get it. But again, that word track record, that's where you lose.
Goes in both ways.
Hold up, Lewis. That's one of the reasons, not the only reason, but that's one of the reasons why we brought him on, is because he has such a great success and track record. So
I agree.
He was the best coordinator available.
I am not saying that is at 100%. I am not saying that it is a guarantee.
Exactly, Walt Dog.
But the odds are more in our favor that Fangio will make our defense a success than not. That's true.
We have veteran
The odds are
talent.
more in our favor that
We have
Tua's gonna get
veterans
hurt
all
again.
over.
Say what, Mr. Negative?
The odds are more in our favor that Tua's going to get hurt again. He's hurt every
And
year.
we
Here
have
we go.
Mike
Now
White,
it's a
and
totally
we
different
have
conversation.
Mike White.
Yes,
Totally
it
different
is.
conversation.
No.
It is.
It's the same. It's the same conversation, Steven.
No,
It's the same conversation, strictly based on the fact that y'all say, "Oh, the cornerback room got hurt last year." Well, the quarterback and the offensive line get hurt every year.
So
why didn't we feel like that was
that has to definitely apply to the offensive line, especially with Armstead.
Guarantees versus expectations. Well, I expect that Fangio will have a top 12, top 10 defense.
There you go.
this year
That's
for our
better.
team.
That's better, Stephen.
How about that?
Absolutely. There's
And
no
Mr.
argument there.
Negative has every right to come and say, I expect Tua not to play the whole season. I expect him to get hurt. And that's a fair thing to say.
You're right. He might get hurt.
I agree with that.
You expect Armstead to miss 5 games.
Hey, you're right.
Good one. Good
point.
Hey, hold up, guys. Hold up. I need to make sure we're not being infiltrated. Who's Miami injured Dolphins?
Oh, wow.
That's
Wow.
Greg.
Who is
That's
it?
Greg. That's Greg.
Good, Greg.
Yeah, he got to go. He's a Bills fan, right?
No.
Greg's a
Oh, no,
Dolphins
he's
fan.
not. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure.
Steven, what the hell?
Yeah, Greg's a Dolphins
That
fan.
Greg.
Dolphins fan. What are you
Like
doing?
fire under there.
Sorry.
Man, somebody time Steven out.
No, don't do that. I didn't mean Greg. I know. I'm sorry.
Can I ask you a question?
I didn't take him out.
Absolutely. We're here for questions.
What's up, man? Go ahead.
Steven, who would you say, what position group would you say is more in question, right? Like if you go person for person, player for player, what would you say is more of a problem point, the offensive line or the secondary?
Offensive line, 10 times over.
Okay, without question. Okay, so then if we're all in, why wouldn't we do everything we can to shore up a obvious issue? Because if we get injuries, just like you guys say that we get injuries in the secondary, and that's valid because those guys, X has been hurt out throughout his career. It's a possibility he gets hurt again. Let's hope not. I hope not. But on the offensive line, we already know not only is there injuries on that offensive line, it happens. Armstead is an injury every year. But Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg are awful. Even if they're healthy, they're awful. So I mean, what do we
That's
do?
a fact.
What do we do if that doesn't work out? There's no backup plan for this position group. So like,
can I answer? Can I answer your question?
Please do.
Okay, so here's my answer to your question. Okay, just bear with me. Let me cook for a second. May the 3rd should not be what our team looks like come September 12th. If our offensive line still looks the same way on September 12th, then yes, I will have no problem with us coming up here and tearing down the front office for not making a decision or not making better decisions on the offensive line. But I fully expect, let me use that word correctly there, Lewis, that the Miami Dolphins front office will make decisions on the front line, offensive line, that will impact the starting line and the depth of the offensive line going into this season.
I'm sorry, Steven. Chris Greer.
Look at Steven cooking.
How dare Chris Greer not pick up
Mr.
Austin
Negative got him
Jackson
on
and
that
Noah
one.
Igbenogany in his 5th year? Terrible move. Chris Greer
You know
made
nothing
the
about
wrong move.
professional football. You know nothing.
So, Steven, here's my
You know
problem
nothing
with
about
things.
professional football. If you think they should have picked up their option, you know nothing of
He's
professional.
he's trolling.
He's trolling.
He's trolling,
Austin
man.
Jackson's going to have a career year this year.
Steven, here's
Waste
the
of time.
biggest problem.
I don't know who this is, but it's
All
great.
out Wednesday.
Steven, I'm going to make one more point, then I got to go. But here's my point. Here's my point with Austin Jackson. Okay, so they didn't pick up the 5th-year option. They don't believe in him. Thus, if they did, they would have picked up the 5th-year option if they believed in him. Now they're going to ask him to be the starting right tackle to his blind side for a man they don't believe in. Is that a
I don't
good
care
plan?
how good he at. How good of a season he had. I'm not giving him 11 million.
Can I counter ask your question with one question? If the Dolphins go get Cam Fleming and make him the starting right tackle, are you going to be
He's
upset?
competition. There's no guarantee he's going to start. They always seem to find Austin Jackson.
But let me ask you. I believe it improves the offensive line.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
And he starts. That means they don't believe in Austin Jackson.
And I believe that the Dolphins need to get 2 to 3 more people on that O line and at least one potential starter.
Good luck with that, Steven. I don't think your general manager agrees with that, Steven.
Hey,
guaranteed they signed 2 more offensive linemen. Y'all like guarantees, right?
I will guarantee the Dolphins.
That's fine. That's guaranteed that they won't start
linemen before training camp.
That's crypto. That's the good one, right? Lie. No, because it's the truth though. The Dolphins spent a 1st-round top 20 pick on Austin Jackson, and they didn't turn around in the very next year and spent a top 40 pick on Liam Eichenberg. They have capital on the line. Trust me, I don't like them. However, it's not about my opinion or our opinions. It's about what's in their opinion in that building. They value them. That's them. So you know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
What a value at tight end, man.
Let's go on.
Where's that value?
He just got drafted. What do you mean with the value?
No. What y'all just told me was he was a wide receiver is what y'all just said. Don't switch it up now.
He's definitely going to be in the tight end room. He's not going to be in the wide receiver room.
He's the tight end as of May the 3rd, 2023.
I know, but I'm going off of what y'all just did to me when I called him a tight end.
Oh, yeah, I know he's
wide receiver, Swiss Army knife.
Anyway, guys, you all have a good day.
Him and
Hey, Mr. Negative.
Hey, Mr. Negative.
Hey, hold on.
We'll see you around.
Mr. Negative tired of getting cooked.
Hold on, Mr. Negative. Hey, I love you. I love you, Mr. Negative. Thank you for coming out, man.
You guys are awesome. Love you all.
You're awesome, buddy. I'll talk to you.
All right, Mr. Negative.
Take care, everybody.
Mr. Negative, be good, man.
You too.
You know
stay black, my boy.
You know what's great about this show? And I feel like we can get into some high valued and high argument intensity debates. And then after we can be like, hey, man, I love you, man. You're still my guy. I mess with you. You're all right. You make some crazy takes, but you all right with me, cuz.
No, Steven, you suck. Lewis sucks. All y'all suck. Especially Rashad and his takes. Garbage. Straight garbage.
Rashad has the worst takes of all. You're right.
Only
Rashad be getting jumped for like a week straight.
Hold on. Is that Esther Hater?
Damn, that's
Date's takes are straight trash, bro.
Pete's takes are better
Yeah,
than
where's
Rashad's
Pete's?
takes.
Yeah, Pete's too.
Oh, so you just coming up here just saying everybody sucks. Okay, I get it.
That's right. All y'all suck.
Is that Esther Hater?
All right.
Damn.
The haters.
That's a lot of hating going on.
Keep in mind,
I don't need
keep in mind for everybody watching.
I don't
he
need
named
3
everybody
linemen.
but
Listen,
Pete. So
we don't need 3 linemen.
what
We
you
got
say with a
Tua
grain of salt.
Tagovailoa. We got Tua Tagovailoa, the best quarterback in the pocket, bro. We don't need no 3.
Cruz, y'all are more worried about the offensive line and tight end than they are. They told you to
quit being scary. Now's not the time.
Change your diaper and move on.
All you guys that
Exactly.
were highly touting this guy,
We're
you
clearly
need to
worried
have
about
more faith
cornerback
now than ever. Y'all sound scared, like a bunch of little
and
scared,
running back.
little scary cats.
Exactly. That's what they worried about.
Esther, let me ask you: did you like the draft picks, Estefan? Were you okay with them?
I actually I loved a lot of them. Yes, I did. I love the running back. I love the cornerback. I love the linebacker that we got from Jackson State. He's
the undrafted
that
free
part
agent.
of the draft.
The undrafted one, yeah.
Aubrey Miller.
Since we throwing takes out there, I bet you he makes the team.
Well,
where's the competition?
Aubrey Miller definitely makes
Don't
the
take
team.
much.
How hard is it to make the team?
The Miami Dolphins every year.
Especially with who
As an
he's
undrafted
competing
free
with.
agent, yes.
The guy's
we got
the guy
four
has no.
linebackers.
Hold on, Steph trying to say something.
The Miami Dolphins every year have one or two undrafted free agents that make the team. And I will say that Aubrey Miller has a very good shot of making the team for three reasons. Number one, we don't have a stacked linebacking room, right? We're still working on what that kind of looks like when it's all said and done. Number two, he played at Jackson State, played under Coach Prime for a few years. The kid is really good. He was highly touted out of high school, and there were big schools going after him, and he went to go play for Coach Prime. So don't think because he came from Jackson State that
Steven, before you move off that, because
hold on.
Steven, he was at Missouri first.
He was, I know. And then he went
and then he transferred. He was going to transfer to He was going to transfer, and then he was transferring to Alabama, which
I don't care about
that.
Alabama, they suck.
Correct.
That's nice.
That's
nice, Stephen. But
let's even finish. Let's even finish.
My third reason on why I think Aubrey Miller has a very good shot of making this team is because the kid is a straight up dog. Go look at his game film. That man is a beast, and you cannot deny that talent. And so I think if you want to say that Aubrey Miller is going to make the squad, and you want to put that as a hot take or a guarantee, I'll co-sign, man. I'll co-sign. I think it's a really good hot take.
Is he an inside or outside linebacker?
He's inside. That's exactly what I was about to say. His tape says it's written all over. He's an inside linebacker. He's got all the instincts. The guy gets off.
Give him 3 years to be one of the
He's backing up David Long,
who always really good against the run. We'll see what happens in the pass game if he can develop there. You know, his tape is limited in the pass game, but I like what I see.
Nothing in the pass game.
Give him 3 years
to
be a top linebacker.
By the way, to be fair, there was only one HBCU player drafted in the entire NFL draft.
Which is BS.
By the Patriots.
You cannot tell me in any way, shape, or form that there's only one potential NFL player that played in all of HBCU. That's impossible.
That's BS. There should have been like 12
I agree. 100%.
Steven, you know, everybody up here should know exactly what goes on when it comes to HBCUs, man. It's not rocket science.
Hey, Rashad.
Now as soon as
Rashad, who's been preaching for 3 years? By the way, guys, my 3-year anniversary is this month. But who's been preaching for 3 years about HBCUs and how they need to get more notoriety and that they got real talent there? I've been saying it since day one.
What date is your 3-year anniversary, Steven?
I don't know. I know it's coming up this month, though. I know it's coming
crazy.
up.
That man said, I don't know.
Are we doing a big show, Steven?
We should do a big show. We probably
bring your wife on, man,
man,
so we can congratulate you both.
I know it's this month, so I need to go back and find out what the
first show. It's gonna take that one HBCU player to come onto the scene, make a splash, and teams will then notice what's going on at HBCU.
If an Aubrey Miller comes up and makes the team and then is an impactful player,
he will be.
The NFL cannot deny that more HBCU players need to get drafted.
He will be.
Exactly.
Whose job does he take?
I gotta look at this kid's numbers though. I'll be real. The highlights are real cute.
So how many off-ball linebackers are they keeping? 4 or 5? Because you have to count up the guys. Jerome Baker.
I don't want to go off last year. So here's the thing. I'm going to say this now. I think the Miami Dolphins have 8, maybe, and that's a lot, but
that's what I'm saying.
Maybe even 9 secondary players. Like they're going to have a lot of people in the secondary. You might only have 4.
9 isn't a lot.
You might have
Four safe. They're gonna have 4 safeties and 6 cornerbacks.
That's 10.
4 safety.
That's
10. So wait, we're gonna
It could
have
be
2
7
outside
cornerbacks.
linebackers and 2
It
middle.
could be 7.
I mean, it's possible. I don't know.
I was actually gonna bring this up to you, Steph. I wanted you to do a 53, not a 53, but locks to make the.
I'm not ready to
before
do a
the draft.
53 man yet.
I know, not 53, but I was gonna say the locks to make the roster before the draft. So because people need to understand.
Here's what I would rather do, and you know what I'll do? I will say how many people at each position I think there will be. There'll be 3 people at this position. There'll be 4. Because here's the thing: last year the Dolphins broke camp with 5 tight ends and 5 running backs, and I think every way, shape, or form they'll do the same thing again this year.
Yes, I'm back after my jog. And I've been listening
Have
to
you
guys.
calmed down, Spawn Joe?
I don't think.
Ron Joe, you back after your jog.
Yeah.
I don't think we carry 5 running backs though this year.
Yeah.
Man, I just came up here to say one thing
It
to
might
you
just
all.
carry 3 running backs.
One
It
thing,
might
one
carry
thing,
3.
one thing.
One practice squad.
Go ahead, Andre View.
I mean, screw this panel, first of all. Second of all,
that was your one thing.
No. Okay, two things. Two things.
He's the starting safety. Deshaun Elliott is
All
the
right.
starting safety.
Well, I don't care about that. I just want to say, I've been seeing so many pictures of Jalen Ramsey, and he hasn't looked zesty in one of them yet. I need Galen Ramsey. I don't like this. I don't like
Jalen.
I don't like. Listen, I don't care how y'all feel about it. I don't like manly Jalen Ramsey. Nobody likes manly Jalen Ramsey. I don't like him with his chest puffed out. I don't like him looking like a man. I need him to go out there and twist and turn and snap his fingers.
Whoa!
Snap that neck. Snap that
Whoa!
neck. You
only
don't tell me.
Whoa!
You tell
This
me.
got weird. But I just came on here.
Yeah.
I just came on here to get on.
Y'all boys are weird.
That's a whole
Y'all
nother
know
take
y'all
right
weird,
there.
bruh.
Hold on, Dave. I'm coming at you and your lukewarm takes. And Steven Thompson, they're hot.
Yeah.
All that shit's lukewarm. Right.
Man,
Not
Dre,
even boiling water.
Bonjo, did I do something to you? Because you've been like for a week, about a month now, just
Let them have it, Bonjo.
like cooking me, and I don't know what I did to deserve to be cooked, man.
Bad takes. All right, it doesn't take much.
Always been the same, Bonjo.
You up here up there co-signing lukewarm takes. All right,
so that's why for a month now you've been like,
yes, because you up here, this lukewarm take by Dave. Hey, I guarantee. All right, you guys like guarantees so much. Watch this. I guarantee we sign 2 more linemen. I guarantee we sign 2 more linemen. Like,
hey,
that's not a take.
Focus. Hey, focus your energy, bro. Because I'm telling you now, you don't want this smoke, bro.
I want all the smoke. You know what? I'm cooking goddamn chicken bacon. And
Bonjo, you know I'm way more petty. Bonjo, I'm way more petty.
Yeah,
I'm way more petty than you. I'm just warning you. I'm way more petty.
Man, I had to go look up Aubrey Miller's stats, man. Them things ain't looking too flashy, man.
I'm not. They don't. They're not flashy stats, which is.
I see why he went. I see why he went and drafted.
He's gonna be on the practice squad.
his
He's gonna be on
film.
the practice squad. I'm not gonna make the 50.
Since y'all want hot takes, here's a hot take. All these takes. This chicken bacon's been hotter than that take.
Is that chicken bacon?
This chicken bacon been hotter than all your lukewarm takes.
That looks horrible. I'm not gonna lie to you about VJ.
It looks
That is
burnt.
absolutely horrible.
That's crazy.
How does this look burnt? What part of that look burnt to y'all?
Bonjo, I know why you are the way you are.
Whoa,
You
that don't even look like real bacon.
You're right.
You don't even look like real
This part, you're right. It's the opposite. It's not even done yet.
If that is burnt crypto, I am scared of you. That means
We should be putting the heat right now into the Sixers.
Bonjo, that don't even look like bacon though, homie. Like, what's going on?
Well, I did break it up so I could put it on my bagel with these eggs. These eggs I'm about to fry up. Because, I stopped by my mom's house and got a carton of eggs.
Oh,
He's got the brown eggs. Look at that. Von Joe's doing it up with the brown eggs.
Oh, no. Not only brown eggs, crypto. Those are straight from the chicken itself.
Oh, man.
My mom got a whole chicken. Yeah, my mom got a whole chicken coop behind her.
Hey, Bonjo, what came first, Bonjo, the chicken or the egg?
I have no clue.
That's a day-old question, ain't it? Day-old question.
The chicken or the egg?
471. Oh yeah.
What
Okay.
is going on in
He's a
Greg's
special
background?
teamer.
Greg, what are you doing?
He's a special
You're
teamer.
just
I'll take it.
randomly yelling stuff.
I don't know. I think he's going through. It's like somebody with
Greg be
Tourette's.
on that shit. Greg be on that.
Greg, he had a couple of Red Bulls. Leave the man alone.
It's like he's going through Tourette's. I'm concerned for him. What you talking about? Leave him alone.
The Red Bull, man.
That sound like meth.
Damn, Dave.
Oh, my bad.
That's crazy.
A little too low. My bad. My bad, Greg.
What it sound like, Dave? What it sound like?
No, you better not. You better
Like
not.
somebody cooking up meth on that foil over there, boy.
Damn.
The thing is, I don't know.
Like breaking. It sound like breaking bad over
Wait,
there.
hold on. You made me say it again. My bad, Greg.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's the real concern. It's the real concern. I'm really concerned at how they know what meth people sound like. That's what I'm really concerned about.
Hey, Bonjo, I can literally answer that question. I can literally answer that. The reason I know is because I work a lot in Pensacola, and bro, Pensacola is full of meth heads, bro. Like full of them.
Hey,
Pensacola full of meth heads?
Change the subject.
Now I'm concerned about the Navy base out
Wild
there.
up there. It's wild up
Now-
there, bro.
That's a big Navy base up there, man. Big Navy training
Hey, but
facility
look,
I
hey.
went to up there.
Hey, but look, let's not get off topic. Let Steven get back to his show because I know Steven don't want to talk
Meth
about
heads in Pensacola?
Bonjo literally came onto the show with his chicken bacon and tried to take a left turn on the show. Like, bro, how you just gonna grab the wheel of the show and try to take us down the road?
This show been taking left turns all damn day. Okay, like that trash driver of yours, Bubba Wallace, just taking left turns. But actually, usually
Bubba Wallace.
Hold on. At some point, Bubba Wallace does make a right turn into the wall. So never mind. I take that back.
You know, Bonjo, you said a lot of stuff in your day, but that right there is fighting words. All right, my guy, Bubba Wallace is the man, and we talk about
He's
LeBron
a man that can't
hate.
finish a race.
That man gets so much hate for absolutely no reason at all. None.
Listen, I would hate. Listen, if I owned his car, I would hate him too, wrecking it every other day. Okay, I would hate him too.
Goodness, bro.
The only person that hates him more than me is his mechanic.
Wow.
All right, it's his crew chief. That man is dog water on the track. Stop it, Steven.
Don't talk about Rudy Baker like that.
All right.
Tell them how you really feel.
I'm fully convinced Talladega
Bonjo
Nights
don't
was a
even
true
watch
story.
NASCAR, and he's talking about Bubba Wallace. Y'all bet.
Talladega Nights was a true story of Bubba Wallace. Minus the winning.
Oh, yeah?
He has won. He's won the last 2 years a race each time.
Oh, wait, how many races? How many races in the
most
season?
NASCAR drivers only win one race a year.
For the last 2 seasons, he's run a race each time. Not races, people, but a race. Yo, Steven, you funny, man. You are hilarious.
Yeah, Steven, leave that one alone, Steven. Just leave that one alone.
It is hard for me to defend him sometimes.
My man said he's won a race each year.
He's
won a race.
If you knew anything about NASCAR, you know.
Hey, ain't that the
one thing I do know about
NASCAR driver?
There are drivers that race for years that don't win races.
Yeah, they're dog water as well.
Is that the black NASCAR driver?
Yes, it is.
No, Bubba Wallace.
The greatest
Bubba
NASCAR
Wallace?
driver of all time, Bubba Wallace.
Bonjo, I'm surprised at you, bro. You tearing down one of the only black drivers, bro.
I know,
Come
man.
on, bro.
What happened?
I'm tearing him down.
NASCAR driver of all time.
Hold on, I'm tearing him down, or he's a bad look on us.
Oh my goodness!
Get him, Bonjo. Get him.
Guess what?
Bonjo's a racist.
Guess what?
I'm convinced
Guess
Bonjo's
what?
a racist.
Hold on. We guess what? I had a golfer. You know what? He was one of the premier black golfers, one of the only black golfers on the circuit. And guess what he did? He tore that shit up and represented us properly. Guess what? There was some tennis players.
So time out.
There were some tennis players.
You need every black person in a predominantly white sport to be the greatest of all time. Life doesn't work like that.
Right
There's only one Tiger Woods.
And guess what? There was two Williams sisters. They entered that white sport. And they tore up.
Tiger is embarrassing right now.
So what I am saying, Steven, is when people of color.
Well, first of all, Tiger don't claim to be black.
Hold
on. When people of color enter a room, I don't want them to enter. Hold on. I don't want them to enter a room. I want them to kick the door down and wave their slang around and say, "I'm here." Okay.
Damn.
That's how I get down.
Whoa.
Hey, Andrevius said Tiger did not represent us properly. He didn't even represent us. Hey,
I'm literally keep telling y'all, bro. Like I've literally done projects on this man. This man does not claim to be a black man, so y'all stop claiming him, bro.
He surely does not.
Wait a minute. When did he stop claiming being black?
What did they say?
That was like early.
He never claimed to be black. That's the thing. Everybody just keeps saying because of his skin color.
Get on screen.
He says that he's Asian.
So what he claimed to be Asian?
Lewis, I need you to co-sign.
He's if we being real, Tiger's literally mixed with like 15 different ethnicities.
Hold on, Dave.
Remember the
this is what I gave you. He did not. Yeah. He said,
the racial draft. He goes. He goes. Goodbye, fried
rice. No, goodbye, fried rice.
No, he said
goodbye, fried rice. Hello, fried chicken.
Hello, fried chicken. You can't leave out the watermelon. You can't leave out the watermelon.
Dave, here's the thing with Tiger, right? Yes, he said that, but he noticed he was black the way they treated him. The rest of the world treated him when he got in trouble. He noticed he was black again. Right.
I don't think he noticed.
Oh, trust me, he noticed. when he started losing endorsements, he's like, damn, I am a nigga. All right, cool. let me pull up the churches.
But like I said, because he looked that way, that's why the media and stuff treat him that way. But just so y'all know, like seriously, that man doesn't claim to be a black man, bro. So that's why I've been stopped. Like I always try to inform people, dog, stop claiming that man.
I can't speak to nothing.
Stop claiming that man.
So that's a.
He can literally claim 15 different races. Then
I've done like two book reports on that man. Like,
hold on, Dave. I just want to say shout out to Steven. Steven, shout out for staying in that upper left corner and just staying completely out of this conversation.
Yep. I know my show, but I'm gonna stay.
Oh, bro, man, his wife love him. She know, but she done prepped him. She done prepped Steven.
I'm gonna let the black people take over this conversation.
Hey, I even seen like his eyes look away, like he was even trying to look away. Like I'm definitely
shout out to Steven. Steven is the guy that he's invited to the cookout, but don't bring no goddamn potato salad. Don't do that.
Hey, first of all,
right, he's invited. Don't bring the potato salad.
Don't bring no damn potato salad.
If you put raisins in your potato salad, it's.
I was just about to ask you, Steven. Hey, what y'all be doing?
That's terrible.
You put raisins in that thing, Steven?
No.
Hell no.
My wife makes a meat. See, I'm married to a black woman, so I still bring the good stuff to the cookout.
Get him, Steven.
That's what I'm talking about. Let them know every time.
Come on now. Don't do it.
No, you good. You good.
My wife makes 5 cheese macaroni and cheese.
Again, your wife. But if Steven is cooking, if Steven is cooking,
but what do you make?
Steven is bringing
drinks. What do you make? No.
Steven is bringing the drinks.
I'm bringing the drinks.
Yeah.
God, we're getting messed up. Let's go, fellas.
Yeah.
I'm fully convinced Steven drinks Miller Lite.
I mean, I have.
Oh.
Yes, that's true. I don't drink like that.
That's the official drink of meth heads.
Oh my God.
Damn, Dave, you really going in on meth this morning.
What is going on?
Dave knows what they sound like.
I love how y'all react, bro. That's why I keep saying it, because y'all be
He's
reacting
going
like,
in on meth heads this morning.
He said it.
Dave knows what they sound like, so chances are he knows what they drink also. So okay, I'll take your word for it.
Hey,
bro, like I said, bro, Pensacola is wild, bro. Like that's all I'm telling
I'm
you.
the white guy at the cookout, so when the cops come to shut down the party, I can walk up to them and say, "Look here, officers, we're just having a family get together. Don't worry about it. Go back to your cars." Matter of fact, why don't you come in and get a plate?
Exactly. We're just having
Steven, I ain't gonna lie. Steven, be careful, dog. You'll be labeled a end lover.
Yeah, you wearing your hat backwards and all of that. They might consider you.
It's Wednesday, right? We wilding, right?
He'll get that label. He'll definitely get that label. If he ain't already got it, it's coming.
They might consider you light skinned. You out here partying with
Hey,
all
Bonjo, it ain't that bad, bro.
I'm married a black woman and had interracial kids. What else do you want from me? Okay,
don't worry, Steven.
Yeah, that's what we saying. You might be considered an intruder. They might just get you up out of there too.
Oh, I'm an op. I'm sitting there trying to get on the inside.
All right, I'm going to let you know right now.
Sir, your hat is backwards.
It's coming for your tail, Steven.
Once
HR is going to
sir, your hat is on backwards. We got to take you in.
Once you go black, you don't ever go back. Ever. Ever.
Damn.
Ever.
God damn.
Anyways.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Reset the show.
Real talk.
Reset the show, please.
Hey,
I'm sorry to hear that, Steven.
My wife and I, we went out last weekend. And we went to a winery and we spent the night at one of her friend's house. And when we were there, we played dominoes. And I've never played dominoes. Never played. And boy, I was playing. Boy, I was smacking them dominoes on the table.
None of y'all can play dominoes. None
Boy,
of
I
y'all know how to play.
I was loving the dominoes.
Dominoes is a Cuban sport. Y'all don't know how to play that.
Stop it, Lewis.
I play
You better than that.
I play it the Cuban way and the American way. It don't matter. All I do is roll with Cuban.
I will bust y'all.
J.R. Black says Stephen B's the light skin.
Hey, Lewis, you don't stand a chance, Lewis. You the homie, but you don't stand a chance.
J.R. Black.
First of all,
I've been playing dominoes in space since I was 11. So I got something.
By the time the 4 players in dominoes, I'm gonna tell you how good I am. By the time there's 4 fichas, we call them fichas in Cuba. By the time 4 fichas get dropped, I know what everybody has in their hand. I'm dominated. I'm busting y'all's ass.
Who doesn't know that? Come on, man. We know how. Come on.
Tell me
you don't know how to play
dominoes
dominoes
when
like
playing
that.
dominoes.
Come on,
I'm gonna let you
Lewis.
know right now.
You serious right now?
I don't believe Rashad knows how to play
Lewis, I
domino
want
any
you to
Latin
talk
way.
smack playing dominoes in Spanish. Talk some smack real quick in Spanish.
Damn, Rashad, you gonna let Bonjo come at you like that, Rashad?
I have a
Listen,
bunch
Rashad-
of Dominican
Rashad don't
and
even-
Puerto Rican friends that all we do is play dominoes in space.
Listen,
And I
I'm
worked
gonna
at a
call
recreational facility,
Cap.
and I grew up in a
Cap.
recreational facility.
Cap.
Since 11,
Cap.
I've played dominoes in
Cap.
space.
And I'm
I
gonna
can
tell you
show
why
you.
this is all cap.
I
Hold
can
on,
show
hold on,
you.
hold on,
That's
hold
the
on.
crazy part
Rashad,
about it. I got people who
Exactly
won't
why
play
that's
me
all
no
cap.
more.
Rashad,
Hold
they
on.
are trying to
I
build you up, man. Just calm
play
down.
with adults
No, you
since
don't
I
have
was
to defend-
11.
You don't want to play in that.
Rashad,
Since I was 11.
Rashad, you
Steven,
don't
hold
have
on.
to defend your blackness, okay? We get
Steven,
it. We
I'm gonna
understand.
no. I'm gonna tell you why Rashad, all that was capped by Rashad, because he think Latin people, especially in Puerto Rico, don't wear shoes. So again, I don't believe it.
What did I tell you about that? Did I tell you I know a bunch of them?
Rashad
Didn't I tell you I know a bunch of them?
said.
All we do is cape cool. Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
And you still don't think they wear shoes.
Tighten up, Rashad.
And you still don't think they wear shoes. So say shame on you.
Come on, Lewis.
Tighten up, Rashad. Tighten up.
All right.
Marino's
Rashad was in a space with all of us
Marino's
and said
goat
that
at 11
in
years
Puerto
behind
Rico.
bars. Domino's pick it. What is pick? Say that word. Somebody help me. Picano.
Pickaninny?
Oh no, that sounds like Pikachu. It looks like Pikachu.
I'm not even looking at my phone.
Pikachu is a whole Pokemon. All right, that's not dominoes.
Y'all need to
Wrong
stop.
sport.
I'm busting y'all down.
He said Pikachu's a whole.
That's the whole entire
I see
Pokemon.
Cap
That's
for
a
life. I
whole
see Cap for life in the
Pokemon.
chat too. Cap for life. We throwing some features. Me and you, Cap. I got something for Cap for life, man. I see him in the chat. But y'all don't know. Y'all boys don't know how to play no dominoes. Steven, we at the tailgate this year, Steven. At the tailgate.
You know what's dominoes set up at the tailgate.
We busting dominoes. Absolutely, Steven.
We might have
throwing
to do
some
that.
dominoes.
We might
Yeah,
have
that's
to
a
do that.
fact.
Come check us
That's a
out at
fact.
East 32 Dolphins tailgate. Tail greeter, Miami Sports Music, East 32 Dolphins tailgate.
Taking everybody's money. I'm taking everybody's money up.
That boy Lewis said he know what everybody got in their hand. You don't know what I got in my hand because I try to get rid of what I got.
Hey, I was like
what I
this
don't
the other
have.
night. I was
You ain't.
holding
You
them
go
up. How do you hold your dominoes? Do you pull them up like this? Do you hold them with two
like
hands?
that, Steven. Oh, Steven, you got it. Oh, do it
I
again,
was
Steven.
learning
All nine in my hands. What you talking about? We don't put nothing there.
Lewis, you would have been proud of me, bro. And then
I see you. I see you.
but we were a little drunk at the end of the night, so I thought I had won like 3 times because the person who was counting up said, "Oh, Steven won," and then they count and they're like, "No, you need another 30 points. No, you need another 50." And I was not happy. And then my wife ended up winning.
The American domino.
And then I ended up winning after
American
that,
domino.
if you know what I mean. Anyways.
No, I don't know what you mean, Steven.
Listen,
Talk to me.
I don't know that
what
American
you
dominoes. That American dominoes crap, I don't play that. I play the West Indies.
I
way,
play
where
them
you drop
both.
6 on your head. We drop 6 on your head top and tell you to go along about your business.
Play 6.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Y'all play
Alexander.
6?
All right, Alex,
Yeah,
you have
to 6.
you have Alex. You
Give me
have
a 6. Give me a
hold on. Wait.
Give me 6 love and tell you to go about your business.
Alex, you have 30 seconds to say anything you want about the Knicks, and we will not interrupt you for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
We coming after you.
Everybody be quiet.
Let me just say this: Knicks are gonna take this serious. We whooped your asses last night. All right. All I hear all day is the refs. Man, the F up, man, and move on and take the L like a man. All right. So if Julius Randle came back, put up 25 on y'all. Hey, no Jimmy Butler.
All right,
hey,
guys, 30 seconds is up. Get him. Get him, guys.
Oh, I'm on your ass. Hey, I'm on your ass. Hey, so Alex, you gonna talk about the refs? Wait.
And I'm not even a damn Heat fan.
You gonna talk about the refs? But the first game, I'm pretty sure that's what your excuse was. So that's number one, where I just killed you. Number two, bro, we didn't have Jimmy, and y'all literally almost lost that game to Caleb Martin and Gabe Vincent. Are you serious? You're confident? That was not a good look for you last night, Alex. It wasn't. I'm telling you now, it's literally still Heat and 5. Y'all don't win another game.
Right there. So
Hold on.
Basically, he just said that the whole entire Heat team, except for Jimmy Butler, is trash.
Exactly.
No, we are saying that
that's basically what you said.
No, what I'm saying is the whole entire team except Jimmy Butler are undrafted.
It took every single one of y'all to try to do.
Are they still in the NBA?
Jalen Brunson had to do something that hadn't been done in 30 years by a New York Knicks team. By a New York Knicks player in the playoffs. That's what it took to win.
It does not matter. Oh, y'all were complaining about that 15-5
That's because they ain't been in the playoffs in 30 years.
That's true.
Yeah.
You are correct about that. But still, man, like
the Heat went ice cold in the final
I don't know
stretch.
how you can even remotely think.
Get him, Alex. Get him,
Man, go
Ice
Lakers.
cold in the final stretch. They couldn't hit a shot to save their life.
If I'm correct.
Alex, be real. Be real for me. Be honest. Are you scared when Jimmy Butler comes back in game 3?
Listen. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yes or no question.
I'm gonna be real with you, and I'm gonna be real with you about something.
The witness is hostile, y'all. You're not answering
You
the
talking about
question.
he kicked somebody's ass, bro. Y'all barely got out of that game by the hair, y'all chinny chin chin.
I'm gonna answer that question to you, Steven. I'm gonna say this right now. The Heat are a tough matchup for the Knicks. They are tough. Okay, the Heat have a great coach in Eric Spoelstra, probably one of the best coaches in the NBA. They have the top 5 player. They have the top 5 player in the NBA in Jimmy Butler. It's not going to be easy at all. But I still think that we can win this series.
With what?
I still
now Jimmy top 5. Now Pete what Alex saying. Okay. Jimmy top 5 now.
Now he's top 5, Alex. Let me help you out, and I'm not even a damn Knicks fan.
Cocky Alex.
Top 5.
For when the Knicks collapse.
This is ridiculous.
Jimmy not top 5.
I was gonna say what? Wait, what? I was gonna say what coke have you been sniffing to give Jimmy top 5?
What is up with you and the drug remarks today, Bonjo?
He's beyond coke. He's on meth.
Anyway,
yeah, we're gonna stick to meth then.
I just said right now.
Wynn's gonna get his ass beat.
Not even right now. Not even right now.
Man, go Lakers, man.
5 player.
We're gonna go back to the finals and we're gonna win it this time. Because Tatum's a god.
Here's the thing. Everybody wants to sit there. Every Heat fan wants to blame the Knicks.
Alex said it's the Knicks in 8. Let's go.
Every Heat fan wants to sit there and blame the rest. But let me just say this: only 2 calls the entire night went the other way.
Dude, your best player after the game
Alex.
said, "Hey, Scott, appreciate you." They knew.
Hey,
Come
Alex.
on, man. That top 5.
Hey, Alex. Quick question.
Golden State's about to get dethroned.
Quick question, Alex. Did the ball hit the rim?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did.
What are we talking about?
All right. Here's another question. All right. No, you already answered the question. All right. Here's another question. When Julius Randle literally tackled Kyle Lowry under the basket, was that a foul on Lowry?
That was a foul on Lowry. Yes, it was.
That was a foul on Lowry.
Tighten up.
Yeah, it was.
Tighten up.
The right call.
Tighten up. No, it wasn't. Tighten up. No, it wasn't.
Watch that play. You can see Lowry.
Julius Randle literally put his arm over. He put his arm over Kyle Lowry's neck, leaned on top of him, fell on top of him. But that's a foul on Lowry. All right, so now I just know y'all don't know basketball. All right, so
Lowry pulled.
Bro, I ain't worried about y'all. Hey, look, I said Heat in 5. I did say Heat in 5, right? Y'all got y'all one. Enjoyed that.
Hey, hold up,
Lowry
hold up,
pulled
real quick.
Randle's
Hold on.
arm,
I gotta change the
flipped him to the
subject for
floor.
a second. This man, Stephen A. Smith, just said on First Take this morning, and I quote, because I'll quote Stephen A. If Steph Curry beats LeBron in this series,
He's not.
and dare I say, wins his 5th NBA championship,
He's not. Celtics are going to win it.
might have to remove LeBron James off of Mount Rushmore and replace him with Steph Curry.
Stephen A. smoking crack. LeBron's going to sweep their ass.
Oh, that's a
most asinine thing Stephen A. Smith has ever said.
Hey,
And
wait,
Greg,
Greg, why you so loud and wrong right now, bro? Like y'all just lost to Philly without their star.
Bro, I said Celtics in 7. It's going to be a tough match.
Oh no, y'all trash.
You just
Y'all
like
trash,
you just
bro.
like Alex. You're saying Celtics in 8. That's what you're saying.
What you mean Celtics in
I'm gonna
8?
let
It's
you
not
guys
a,
know
it's
right
not an
now.
8-game series. What are you talking about?
Because
Steven,
Joel
man,
Embiid-
you gotta put that.
Joel-
They gotta put that down, man.
Because Joel just won MVP, he is about to turn up tonight.
No, he won't. We're going to lock him down. Tatum's going to go off for 50 tonight.
And Joel's
And
about
turn
to
over the ball late in the fourth quarter.
Bon Joe, did you just get naked and sip tea in the camera?
Not naked,
Damn.
first of all.
Damn, what the hell is going on here?
I am
Hey,
shirtless.
what the hell was shot? I didn't expect that imagery, man.
First of all, exactly. First of all, I am shirtless, not naked.
God.
And yes, I am sipping tea.
God.
Go put your blobs back on.
Yeah, you just had on
All right, listen, Alex. All right, just because your chest don't look like this and you wear a muumuu, okay? Not everybody wear blouses, okay? Stop it. Stop it, okay?
I'll be damned.
Just because you wear a blouse and a muumuu, Alex, not everybody does.
A muumuu? Dog, that's disrespectful, bro.
Hey, Steven.
Lewis,
Steven, on a personal level.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, we're gonna find out
What
today if my wife's gonna be induced for labor today.
All right.
Congratulations, Alex.
Congratulations, Alex.
I thought your baby was born yesterday, Alex.
Hey, Alex, just know that's gonna be the last thing you're gonna be celebrating for a while, bro.
But my the baby right now is 6 pounds in my girl's stomach right now.
Hey, Alex, can you tell everybody, Alex, Alex, what did you say you were going to name your son yesterday? What did you say you were
I was
going to
gonna
name
name
your
my
son?
son
Tua?
But my wife's
go.
like, hell no.
Tua.
But my wife's like, hell no.
I'm sorry to hear that, Alex. That would have been a beautiful name.
That would have been a beautiful name.
Hell no, we're not
Tua
naming
Diaz. Tua Diaz. I like it.
Tua Diaz.
Man.
He's got a nice ring to it. Congratulations on the baby, man. I hope everything works out. I hope she's safe. Hope the baby's safe. And I hope it
when the baby's born
man, healthy and safe. That's all we care about.
Thanks, Steven. I appreciate that. I'm gonna show you guys.
Man.
Hopefully, you know,
Hey,
can we
put a wager on the baby's middle name?
Do you get a chance to talk about?
Dade County, be respectful, Dade.
What? I just want to put Heat and 5 in the baby middle name.
Stop.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Right.
Hey, Alex, you want to bet?
Bet what, man? I'm all the way in Texas. You're all the way in Florida. What do you want me to do, man?
I'm betting your baby's middle name. If the Heat win in 5, you're naming your child's middle name Heat and 5.
My wife is not.
So
gonna
it
go
could be
for it,
Alex
Dave.
Heat and 5, whatever your last name.
Go co-sign to that.
My wife will not co-sign to that.
Just tell her you bet. You gotta be a man of your word.
Yep.
Alex,
tell her it happened.
Alex, take that bet.
Don't do that.
Problem with that, she has veto power.
Listen to Lewis.
The wife has ultimate veto power. That's not gonna fly.
I'm not beating you in 5, Alex. Take that bet. That's
Exactly,
easy money.
Crypto.
That's
Exactly.
easy money, Alex.
The wife got veto power. That's not happening.
Alex
He
get in
ignoring you and
return?
he talking to crypto.
What does Alex get in return? You got to make it worth the wager.
Money, Alex. Bet that, Alex.
You got to convince
Easy, bro.
him.
We want to do it. She's at work right now. What do you want to do? Oh, yeah.
Call her, ask her permission.
Hey, real talk. So we're leaving the stadium the other night, Tuesday night, or when was it? Monday night. We're leaving the stadium Monday night, Crypto and I, from the Cubs Nationals game. And as
hold on, Steven. You're not gonna sit there and mention Alex wearing a whole
date
snuggie?
night?
Hold up, I'm gonna get there. So
he went on camera with a whole snuggie on.
All right,
and you're not gonna mention that.
It's a
snuggie.
So as we're walking back 10 miles back to Crypto's car, and I almost have a heart attack walking 10 miles back to the car. And he's parked all the way
10 miles.
Dude, it was at least 10. Easy 10.
Stop it.
Boy, I was huffing and puffing by the time.
It was only a hop, skip, and a jump away, Steven.
Crypto was trying to kill me, y'all. Y'all wasn't going to have clock blockers no more.
Crypto, like, let's think about what we saying, bro. You trying to have Steven's hop, skip, and jump?
Better.
Crypto tried to kill me, y'all.
It was just a hop, skip, and a jump away. That's it.
We see lighted up.
That's asking a little much.
We see a T-Mobile store, and we're like, maybe Alex is working there. And we tried to go to the window and knock on it, but you weren't there. So, anyways.
Nobody was inside, Alex. The T-Mobile store was empty. Why, Alex?
T-Mobile store was empty,
What time was that?
You weren't there.
What time was that?
It was in the evening time.
It was like 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, they closed. They're closed, man.
Listen, I don't care what you say. Y'all ain't gonna bypass what Dave said. Steven hop, skipping, and jumping. Or listen, the last time Steven did any three of those things, he was 12. Okay.
That's what it was. That's why I made sure it was a hop, skip, and a jump away.
Hey, Alex, I got a better name for you, bro. You could just put the name Jimmy, bro. Just put Jimmy.
No, Hemi.
It ain't gotta be Heat 5. Just do Jimmy.
Hemi Diaz. Hemi Diaz.
Hemi? That's racist, Steven.
Hemi.
He's trying to say he's Latin.
Tua.
That's racist, Steven.
David says Tua, Timothy, Buckets, Diaz. That needs to be
David.
I like it. Tua, Timothy, Mick Buckets, Diaz. It's got to be Mick Buckets, David.
All right, I guess I actually got to go do work now.
Are you? Do you do work with your shirt off?
Caesar says Tua, Jimmy.
I work from home. I literally work from home.
He's like, well, I ain't gonna put on no shirt today. I'm just going.
Although I do have a standby shirt, so when we have a meeting, I know we have a meeting.
When you work at home, you have that luxury. Hey, Stephen D, I actually did. Stephen D, I actually did a job interview in my boxers. Stephen D, I was actually literally hired in my boxers. I'm on my job interview on one of my jobs.
We don't want to hear all that.
So listen, Crypto, we don't want to hear about your Magic Mike interview, okay? Okay.
Hey, Bonjo,
you know,
stop it, Bonjo.
Just so y'all know, I was at 120, 130 strong this morning watching the show. And since we've talked about cookouts, meth heads, and all this other madness, my numbers have gone down to 88. I lost a third of my listeners because of you this morning. You all. Thank you. I appreciate that.
What?
Oh, man.
A bad audience.
Listen, that's
blaming us. That means they're
listen,
not loyal.
That's still more listeners, Steven. That's still more listeners than you have.
I'm blaming you
That's
all.
still-
I'm blaming.
that's still-
hey, hold up. I'm blaming you people. You people.
Exactly.
That's racist. Oh, that's definitely racist. Oh, that's definitely racist. Can everybody come on screen right now so we can realize Steven's the only white guy saying that?
Steven, what does that mean? Can you please?
What I'm saying is Tampa Bay fans, you people, okay?
Oh, okay.
Listen, all I know is that's still more viewers than you get when you with Nando and Jason starting, okay?
I haven't listened to y'all for the last 5 minutes, and all I hear is Steven say, "You people."
You and those lukewarm takes. Call some lukewarm Tuesdays.
Sideways. What you mean, you people?
You're gonna get in trouble with the wife, Steven.
Yeah, probably will. No.
I'm here lukewarm Tuesdays out here.
Hey, can you do it on camera? Can you do it on camera?
Hey, Crypto. Look at Caesar's comment. You interviewed for a motivational speaker.
Not quite.
You too can be like me. You can apply for jobs without pants on. Love it. We're
It
now
wasn't the Tony
83.
Robbins
We're
interview.
gonna see how many people can just get.
How
just
is that
leave the
stadium, by
show.
the way, Steven, in Washington? How's the stadium?
Stadium's nice. Stadium's nice there. It's a nice.
Oh yeah, it's a real. They got a real nice ballpark, man. One of the best.
I don't know if you heard.
It's second behind Wrigley.
We went there, and the Michigan State football team was sitting in our seats, and we got to hang out with the Michigan.
Not
State
Michigan
football.
State. Not
Oh,
Michigan
Michigan.
State.
University of Michigan. I'm
You
sorry.
mean University of Michigan?
Oh, nice.
Hold on, Steven. I'm upset with you. You didn't ask Harbaugh why he's not coaching the Dolphins?
I
or at least our GM?
Yeah, we said we almost got him. He smiled, and then his assistant said, "No, we're keeping him."
They were upset that we made that joke.
Right.
Oh, wow.
He shook his head. No, he said we're keeping him.
Like they did not like
that
joke at all.
Oh, so that was not a good joke.
Not a good joke.
No, he was like, "No, we gonna keep him."
You just said good. I'm not joking. I'm dead ass serious. Why the hell you coaching him?
It's like we tried to get him twice.
He loses too much. He still ain't want
Like
to.
what? You're afraid of losing a couple draft picks, huh? What? You're afraid of a little, getting a little trouble with the NFL? The NFL? What's going on? You're afraid of a little tampering, Jimmy?
No, we're allowed to temper. The fans are allowed to temper with coaches. We can tamper with the
Just so
coach.
y'all know, I think I played this yesterday, but I'm gonna play it again real quick just so y'all can see.
Anyway, Steven, before you go, let me get my final take.
Is it a Lakers highlight?
Hold on. You just take a chill pill. Shush.
I gotta go.
What's up? It's your boy Stephen D. Miami Sports.
I got crypto some hot dogs.
Who's we? This guy, crypto.
That's right.
We're in DC. He asked if I wanted to go to a game today. I said, yeah, let's go. And that means I got to give him back his hot dog. You finally getting your hot dog back, man. I better not hear nothing else about no more hot dogs. Yeah.
I chopped it in half this week, remember? Now it's down to 0.
Now it's 299 more hot dogs.
299 more. There we go.
All right. Well, guys, we're having a good time out here. Make sure you guys watch Clock Blockers Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network.
There we go.
Peace.
Yeah, man. That was a good time. We had a good time. Make sure
Being that excited about crypto, being that excited. Hold on. Being that excited about hot dogs worries me on so many levels.
It wasn't the hot dogs.
It's amazing.
Listen, I got a meeting to jump into. I have to throw on my shirt and jump into a meeting. Listen, I just want to say, guys.
Can you put on
Steven,
a shirt?
I had a great time on the show. At the end of the day, still love you guys. All right, and no matter what, F all those numbers, still fins up.
Hey, tell Jason Tony that you love him.
Yeah, I guess he is a Dolphin fan.
I can't stand you, Fonjo. I love you.
Hey,
Oh,
all I know, the dude in the chat called y'all the glizzy goblins.
The glizzy man. What did he say? Where is that? The glizzy goblin. Oh wow, the glizzy goblin. It's pretty good.
The fact that crypto bribed you.
His face does not fit, man. Mr. Hot Dog Man himself. Talking about
bribed you with a baseball game to get a
Crypto, the
hot
fact
dog.
that you let this man call you, the fact that you let people call you the hot dog man is a problem. Like, bro,
They can say whatever the hell they want.
Talk to him.
you don't have to allow it. You just don't have to allow it.
Yeah, I'm about to
I ain't allowed. They can do whatever they want. I don't give a damn.
Hey,
I
does
don't never
everybody
met a
believe the
grown man.
rumor?
They say whatever
So
the hell they
fond of
want.
hot dogs.
They got freedom.
Does
All right.
everybody believe the rumor though that Dalvin Cook's going to be a Dolphin? Does
Yes.
everybody believe
Oh, hell
that
yeah.
rumor?
I believe it. I believe the
The
Dolphins.
I'm still on the fence. If I'm being honest, I'm on the fence.
I'm on the fence too.
I don't care about
We
that.
didn't do the
let's
right
say
thing in the
It's not a
draft.
need.
I don't expect.
It's not a
them.
need
I don't
anymore.
expect
Like,
them to
it's
do the
definitely
right.
not
I
a
don't
need.
expect them to do
Not
the
a
right
need.
thing.
They already told you we're not getting Dalvin.
Hey,
The
well,
Dolphins
listen,
never
back
do
is
the
a luxury.
logical thing.
I don't
So
think.
drafting a running
Listen,
back was
I
a
agree.
Y'all
I
was getting
agree.
excited over the
I don't
Green
think
Bay
it's
running back.
Listen, I don't think it's necessary, but for the sake of argument, let's say we do end up getting Dalvin. To Steven's point, last year we carried 5 running backs. Do we carry 5 this year? Or do we go with 4?
No.
I don't think you need 5.
Jeff Wilson will be
I
let
don't
go.
think
Raheem
so. I
Mostert,
don't know.
Jeff Wilson will be let go.
Oh,
We
okay.
already
So
know.
who are the guys that are leaving?
Savon
Wilson,
and Miles will be gone.
Ahmed, and
Savon
Gaskin.
will be gone.
You think
I
we're
don't know about
carrying
Wilson.
3?
I don't know about Wilson.
No, I don't think so. I think Gaskins and Ahmed will be gone, and I'll tell you why.
Exactly.
Everybody wants Wilson out of here, but if you look at A-Chain, you look at Dalvin Cook, you look at Mostert, the only power back that we have on the roster, I would say, is Jeff Wilson Jr. Now, is he Derrick Henry? Is he Derrick Henry and those guys? No. But when you look at him compared to what else would be on the roster, he's the only guy that I would trust on a 3rd and 1 or something like that. If it was
But ain't
necessary.
Mostert bigger than him? Ain't Mostert
but he
bigger
don't
than
run.
him?
None of those guys run like him, though. That's the problem. There's a difference.
I would agree. I would agree with that, but at the same time, it's just like
with power.
Mostert's still bigger than him.
No, he.
But that's my only thing.
I agree. Hey, there's
Most
a lot
run
of
with power.
Dade County, me and you both agree, though. Dade County, you would agree with this. I don't care about the size and stuff. It's about how you run, because Saquon Barkley is built like a Mack truck, but he don't run over people like that.
Yeah, but
he ain't doing none of that.
Now you want to back me up on that take.
I've always said that.
Hold on.
I'm just messing with you.
Here's something to take into account with Dalvin, right? Dalvin has never played in an offense like we have. So there's a couple things about Dalvin. Dalvin has been the workhorse for the last few years in Minnesota. We can
6
all
years.
say Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson, and don't get it twisted. Like I get it. I understand what he's had in Minnesota. But the type of style, explosive style offense, Dalvin for the first time in his career is not going to 100% be relied on for the full extent of the running game, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah,
and so
he wasn't relied upon. Man,
he wasn't that relied upon there. It was
Right,
a balanced offense they had.
Don't gaslight me, Steven. Don't gaslight me.
Exactly. That's exactly what he's about to do, Rashad.
Mike Zimmer, when they had Mike Zimmer and Rick Spielman in the building,
Rashad just want to argue.
No,
I don't want to argue. I'm just saying.
That man was.
I don't care about Dalvin Cook.
But what I will say about Dalvin is Dalvin being in an offense like this, I think is going to have I'm so excited.
I
to
would
see
agree.
his numbers.
I would agree.
I think you can say that about any. I've been saying
He'll
that
get
for
the
a while.
same amount of
Any
carries
running
as
back
Mostert.
should-
But time out.
Any running back should have their best
We're not
seasons
saying
ever.
that about every running back, because if we were, we wouldn't be having the conversation about Dalvin. We would all be excited about A-Chain, Mostert, and Jeff Wilson.
Steven, two backup
Dalvin
running
Cook,
backs average 5
250,
yards to carry on this team.
250 carries, 312 carries, 249 carries, 264 carries. What are you talking about?
I believe any running back in this offense should get off easily. There's nothing stopping you. You have DBs out the box. You have an extra nickel out. There's one less linebacker because there's a nickel on the field. If we can get some blocking, you should be able to get 5 yards of carry. Simple.
Blocking. It's the blocking. You're
Yeah, kind of like we did last year, 4.9 with our running backs we had before.
And those are backup running backs.
Look at the
Career-wise, they've been backup running backs.
Here's the thing that I think is going to happen. If they do get Cook will thrive in this offense, and he won't be relied upon as much as he was in Minnesota. And
They just said that, but okay, let's go.
Yeah, and another thing is that the 4 running backs that you will keep on this
Leave
roster.
that man alone, Dave.
Is Cook, Wilson, Mostert,
No,
and A-Chain.
not until the series is over.
Just said it right there, Alex. That's it. You just said it.
Those are the 4 running backs that they would keep. Gaskin and Ahmed will probably either be stashed in the practice squad.
No, they're gone.
No.
Gaskin and Ahmed are gone.
No, they're gone. They're gone.
Or they would be traded.
No, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be here. Wilson's going to want another trade.
I'm going to say this. Ahmed
He's
is
gonna want
staying. Ahmed is staying no matter what, and I believe that the Dolphins are going with 5 running backs.
Wow.
A-Chain,
No.
That's why I said do the roster. Do the roster.
If you keep Dalvin Cook, I don't see 5 running backs.
When trades are available for free agents that just signed, we will trade Wilson. Wilson's going to want to be traded. The same way Wilson wanted to be traded.
To be re-signed. Why would he want to be
The
traded?
same way he wanted.
Y'all can keep talking over Rashad if you want to, but Rashad is right.
The same way he wanted to be traded when CMC came. He didn't mind backing up running backs that was closer to his level.
I've been saying that for weeks, Rashad. You right.
But
I've
he
been
said
saying that
like
for weeks.
CMC gonna
This
get
man
all
is
the
not about to
catches,
be.
all the runs. I'm not gonna sit here.
Christian
for this.
McCaffrey
So
is the
can I get
highest
a
paid running
trade?
back in the NFL. Christian McCaffrey is the highest paid running back in the NFL.
And guess who's second? Guess who's second?
Derrick Henry? Oh,
Dalvin Cook.
Probably Probably.
And by the way,
Cook won't be coming in with his contract.
Christian
Cook won't be
McCaffrey
coming in
deserves to be the highest paid running back in the NFL.
Yeah, but I'm saying Wilson is going to sit. Cook's going to get most of the carries, and then he's going to have to split carries with Mostert. He's like, you know what? Go ahead, take and then split with A-Chain.
I don't think Mostert's a lot to make.
Rashad, two things. That's going to help him. Now he's not, again, all that wear and tear on. You know why Ricky was great? Ricky was great because Ricky was great. But Ricky eventually broke down for many different reasons. But one of them is the man averaged 300+ yards a carry a season, because all they did was hand the ball off 30 to 40 times a game to him. And now Dalvin coming into Miami. A, he's not going to play every snap, which is going to help him because the wear and tear on his body. B, it's going to help Mostert because when Mosert's been hurt, he's been the feature back. Well, guess what he won't be if Dalvin Cook's here? The feature back. He'll be the number 2, which means that man will cook as the number 2. And I'm telling you right now, you still have A-Chain and Jeff Wilson, who are going to get some carries here and there too.
Yep.
Steven, I hear everything you're saying.
Dalvin Cook coming here is a great thing. And
I hear
everybody across the board.
I hear everything you're saying, but then I can put that in the same sense of him with CMC going to the 49ers. He left that NFC championship team. It's the same. He left that NFC championship team where he was going to be the second back, guaranteed number 2 back.
He got traded.
Because
he traded in the contract.
He asked to be traded. He asked to be traded.
They had Elijah.
Yeah,
Mitchell. They had Elijah Mitchell. They already had
Elijah Mitchell was hurt. He was the starting running back.
But he's still on the team. But he's still on the team. He's a part of their future. Jeff Wilson was not a part of their future. Jeff Wilson is not.
Wait, hold on. I just got back. What we arguing?
What I'm trying to say is this man wants to play. He wants to contribute because from being the number one back on the 49ers, them getting CMC. What Steven is telling me is he wouldn't mind backing up Cook, but he had a problem backing up CMC.
Jeff Wilson will never be RB1. Jeff Wilson will never be a team's RB1.
So time out.
You will
Rashad.
never be a team's
Let me
RB1.
argue your point. Okay, so let's say that's true.
You can say that for a contender, but he can definitely go to a bad team and be their RB1.
What's the bad team where he go start? Name his team right now. He can go start.
We're not getting Dalvin Cook. Y'all can just drop your dreams.
Why are we not getting Dalvin Cook? Everything.
Look at Andre.
We will.
It's very possible.
We're not getting him.
We're not getting
you
Dalvin
guys
Cook based on the fact that we never do nothing.
You guys
right.
were so excited about getting Aaron Jones 2 years ago, and he broke your heart by signing immediately with the Packers.
Wait. In recent history, do we draft running backs high? Do we sign high-touted running backs, or do we go for the guy who did something a year, had an injury, and let's see if we can bring him in, Jordan Howard? Is that what we do? Or do we go I'm not hating.
And on top of it,
no Sean Murray.
Poyer was all but a Dolphin when he was going to Tua's birthday party. How soon we forget? We get selective amnesia. Stop it.
I want Dalvin Cook.
Well, that was before he priced himself out.
This guy doesn't do the right thing. We passed the.
No, you guys are guaranteeing it no matter what. He ain't priced nothing out.
Damn well, there's no guarantees, Crypto. We already just talked about this, bro.
You guys, but that's what you guys are saying. They was overhyping the guy coming here. That's the point.
Crypto, whenever somebody guarantees, you should never listen to that person because you can't guarantee anything.
Crypto, what are you talking about?
So
that's why I'm trying to get them to pump the brakes on this Dalvin Cook train.
But look, don't hold us accountable for dumb stuff that people say, bro. Like, come on, bro, you know better than that. You know half of us or most of us don't believe that.
We passed.
But this is the same mantra we heard
for
2 months ago.
Gaston and Savan Ahmed. That's what our GM does.
So time out, Rashad. You saying if the Dolphins get Dalvin Cook, that it's going to be a bad thing?
No,
it'll be another Thurman Thomas situation.
I literally said I want Dalvin Cook.
So why are you arguing this point then?
Because our
Crypto, I
GM
disagree
doesn't
with
do the
that.
right thing. He does
Rashad
not
likes
do.
to argue
He
over nothing.
does
Rashad
not
likes to argue
do
over nothing.
the right thing.
It's almost as
Crypto
bad
just
as
said-
Von Joe's argument earlier because Von Joe and I were on the same side about the pick.
Okay,
Yet he wanted to argue
Crypto,
with
there's
me
a huge difference
about
between
it.
the Thurman
I
Thomas
got a
situation
question.
and now.
When was the last
It's
time
a
we paid a
difference.
running back?
Okay,
Any running
Alex,
back.
you
When was
keep
the last
believing
time we
that.
paid one?
Ricky
Because Thurman
Williams.
Thomas was towards the end of his career. He was 36.
Ricky.
He was like 35 when he went to the Dolphins.
Ricky,
Who?
but by the way,
Thurman
Rashad,
Who was the GM when Ricky
Rashad,
Williams was here?
Rashad, I said Ricky, but to be fair,
Dave once was the GM.
nobody pays
Nobody.
running backs in the NFL. So what are we talking
Most
about?
running backs with a lot of
So
tread
what-
come to their second and third team and go to crap.
So why is Greer all of a sudden going to pay a 28-year-old running back?
Because he's still one of the best running backs in the league.
Okay,
Yep.
so why didn't we pay Aaron Jones? Why didn't we draft Jonathan Taylor? Why didn't we draft?
So
They didn't value them with
Aaron
those
Jones
picks. They didn't
stayed
value
in
those with those
Green Bay.
picks.
Stayed
There's
in
been
Green
a
Bay.
change in philosophy.
Hey, hold on. Aaron Jones stayed in Green Bay because Green Bay was a Super Bowl contender at the time and had Aaron Rodgers, who, by the way, had just come off an MVP season. Why the hell would you give that up?
Oh, now y'all saying that 'cause y'all was making every excuse in the book why he should leave Green Bay. Bad tax situation, bad weather, all this other stuff. Stop.
Dalvin Cook just came off 1,100
Y'all was
yards
using
off
the
a
same
13
arguments
and
why they
14
should leave and come to Miami.
or 14-3 team.
Rashad.
Didn't they win? Did they not win the division?
Exactly. They won the
So he's going to leave a
division and they're on the
division title
upside.
team
Do you know
where he's one of the
Rashad's
highest
argument
paid
here?
running backs.
I feel like he's moving the goalpost every 2 seconds.
You're moving the goalposts, and I'm using the same
Rashad,
analysis.
Rashad, there's a
I'm using the
difference between-
same argument that you're using. You're using Aaron Jones just left a Super Bowl caliber or was on a.
Aaron Jones, and I
I
countered your
know.
argument.
Rashad,
Right,
And
but
I'm
you
using
countered
the
it with a
same
weak
thing.
argument, Stephen D.
Hold on.
Why would he
There's a
leave
difference.
a Super Bowl caliber team? His team,
Because
Dalvin
the
Cook team,
Vikings
just went
want to
14
move
and
off
3.
They
from
did
him.
draft.
The Vikings want to move
Green
off
Bay
from
drafted.
Dalvin Cook.
Oh,
The
okay.
Vikings were the ones.
What evidence saying they want to move out Cook other than this was fan driven by the Dolphins?
Hold on, Crypto.
His salary.
And Rashad.
I haven't seen. I haven't seen it.
Complications.
salary
That's
Rashad and
why.
Crypto, to be fair, if this was any other position in the NFL, I could hear your argument. But we know goodness daggone well that running backs get thrown away quicker than anything that I know of in the
That's
NFL.
true. That's
They
very
get
true.
tossed to the
I
side.
agree.
So
Yeah, but doesn't mean that particular one is
but they
going to
get
get thrown away.
but come on, man. Like if they
You
We don't
guys
try-
were pounding the table for
Steven,
Derrick
I got a
Henry.
question. I
The
got a
drum
question.
beat for Derrick Henry. Now that that's died, now the drum beat is up for.
I got a
Because
question,
Minnesota
Steven.
wants to
When
move off
have
of
we
Dalvin
Bro,
brought
are you
in?
forgetting what his agent literally came out and said on this show? Like, what's wrong with y'all?
When have we brought in?
That don't mean
a
nothing.
high-talented
Boyer's
running
agent
back?
was saying the same
When
thing
was the
about
last
him.
Bro,
time?
all right. Then y'all
Ricky,
just
right?
stay miserable,
I
bro.
give you Lamar.
Just stay miserable because that's clearly what
I
y'all
give
want
you
to do.
Lamar. I give you Lamar Miller.
It ain't got nothing to be about being miserable. We'll be fine with the quarter with the running back group we got now. That's
Bro,
not
I
a
wanna hear
miserable
Steve's
group.
question. I wanna
That
hear
is
Steve's
agreed,
question.
Crypto, but what we're saying is you
Hold
still
on,
get
Dave.
better with
Dave, hold
Dalvin.
on.
That's not a miserable
Dave.
group
Hold
who
on.
we got now.
Hold on.
Why are you using that term?
Crypto, here's my question to you, Crypto. I mean, not Crypto, Rashad. This is for Rashad, not Crypto. I'm sorry, Crypto. Rashad, if the Dolphins do pull the trigger and acquire Dalvin Cook in any way, shape, or form, I don't want to hear nothing at all from you about Chris Greer for the rest of the year. Nothing.
Oh, you didn't hear my
Follow-up.
tyrant yesterday. Yesterday I lost it with Chris Greer. I'm done. Everybody has convinced me to be done with Chris Greer for life.
And you are.
I am off Chris Greer. I want him fired yesterday.
Why?
What
Explain
do
to
you
me
see?
why.
Why-
Explain to. I want to hear the. Go ahead. Floor is
It's
yours.
Rashad saying his track record.
Because of all the bad signings, trades, all of that stuff. All the misses in the draft.
Show your face right now.
He's
You better stop standing behind that avatar. Show your face to this.
He's hit in one draft, and I tried to give him Tua, but I couldn't because everybody's going to argue with me. Herbert was the better quarterback. We could have waited and got Love or Hurts,
Jalen
all of
Hurts.
that other stuff. So Chris Greer just does not want to do the right thing. He always tries to find a way to hit a splash somewhere, hit a splash that nobody.
The Band-Aid approach. To sum it up, he goes with the Band-Aid approach.
Ignore the glory hole that's on the team that's just sitting there wide open, like fix me.
Hey,
no, I'm gonna ignore that and I'm gonna address something else.
So all right, let's have I hear you. Let's have a conversation. A GM's job, there's a few of them, right? First off, is to find a head coach that obviously wants to find a head coach that wants to win and will win, right? That's any GM's job. Okay. So he went out and found out, all right, I have Tua here. Who's willing to work with Tua or whatever? McDaniel was like, I'm willing to work with Tua. I'm willing to try to make this work. Okay.
Go back to the beginning.
Okay,
hold on.
McDaniel probably said, hey, look, here's what I need in order to make this work. Chris Grier has gone out and gotten every single thing that McDaniel has asked for. McDaniel could have gotten an offensive lineman in the second round if he wanted it. He didn't. McDaniel could have gotten the offensive line or tight end in the third round. He didn't. He went and got A-Chain. He went and got speed. Anything that McDaniel has wanted, Chris Grier has gotten. Why are you?
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
I'm not done. Part of the reason.
I wouldn't say that.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'll let you rebuttal here in a second. Part of the reason that Vic Fangio came to Miami, there was a few of them, but one of them was, I have a GM that's willing to give me whatever I want. And that GM, with his first draft pick this year, said, what do you want? You want a nice and shiny, bright toy named Cam Smith to be part of the depth at corner? Yep, let's go. He could have they could have made literally any other pick. And they got what Vic Fangio wanted. So our GM, who supports his head coach, supports his defensive coordinator.
He supported every coach he hired. Stop it.
And hold on.
Yeah, exactly. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Some of 90% of the trades he's made since he's been GM have been the best trades I've seen in the NFL in the last 10 to 15 years, if not 20 to 25. And he's a
That's right, because we won a bunch of Super Bowls with that trade.
Salary cap.
Right, Crypto.
You want me to be mad?
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Let Steven finish. Let Steven. He doesn't have to be. He doesn't have to be perfect.
You want to be mad at Chris Grier for not being perfect. Yes, he's hit, but not every GM is hit. Bill Belichick has whiffed on picks. Hello, Whack Joe.
He has a right to whiff. He went to 10 Super Bowls in the 2 decades.
But you're still missing the freaking point.
He still wants perfection. He don't
have to be. Only our own coach was perfect.
Close.
With Don Shula was the only perfect coach, so that's terrible to sit up here and say that. That's what we're trying to say.
To good before
man,
we get
Steven, it sounds like you up here arguing with a Baltimore fan and a Raiders fan.
This is where I tried to bet Grier just like you are right now. I was like, no, Grier's good. And yesterday they told me how Philly 2 years ago had the 6th pick.
That's one GM. That's one.
Cincinnati had the #1 overall pick. And 2 years later, they were in the Super Bowl.
Let me ask you something. Would they
have
been in the Super Bowl with Joe Burrow? By the way, that same GM tried to go trade at least 3 first-round draft picks to go get Joe Burrow. All right? So,
I agree. He failed.
Don't give me Cincinnati.
He failed.
Philly, you can give me. Philly
had
the worst team in the NFL.
Xavier Howard was in that trade too, Steven.
Won the Super Bowl, rebuilt it up, brought in a new
GM,
rebuilt it up again, and Philly, I'll give you. But
yeah, he was in that trade to try to get the #1 overall pick.
One team.
Okay, but did he not?
Howard was included.
Wait.
Sorry, Rashawn.
What I'm trying to explain is pretty much draft based. I gave him credit for his trades, and then someone said,
That's
"Well,
fair.
the Texans."
I can listen to that argument. If you're mad at his draft picks, that's fair. But you can't get really mad at anything else he's done. Not one.
And then wait. Then they brought up the trades. What trades did he hit on that weren't forced?
Are you kidding?
That weren't forced. That weren't forced trade. The Texans kept offering trades for Tunsil, and it was like, here, take all these picks.
All right,
I'm giving you an offer you can't refuse. Tyreek said, I want to go to Miami.
You still got to give him credit for that because he could have took the lesser deal.
Hold up. Listen. Yes or no? I just want yes or no answers from you right now, Rashad. I don't want anything else. Just yes or no's. Did we have the biggest offer on the table for Tyreek Hill? Yes or no? The answer is no, we did not. The Jets did. Okay. The Jets had a better offer on the table. And you wanted it. And
they had nothing to do with Greer. They had something to do with the player.
That had nothing to do with Greer, Stephen. That had to do with Tyreek.
That was Tyreek alone.
Tyreek said he wants to go to Miami.
Oh my God! Please, all right.
Tyreek don't care about the offer. Tyreek said, "I'm getting paid." Tyreek said, "You're going to pay me the same." You still got to give him credit. Tyreek said, "You're going to pay." Tyreek said, "I'm going to make more money in Miami, and I'm going home. Send me to Miami." I don't care about.
So let me get this straight, Rashad.
Any general manager would have signed him. That's a no-brainer to sign a top receiver in the league.
We're not gonna give credit.
Hold on, McDaniel is the one that went into Greer's office and said, "I need a weapon. I need speed. I need a weapon. Who's available? Oh, Tyreek's available. Go get him."
Tyreek became available in the 11th hour. Stop it.
That's not how that happened. That's not how that happened.
That's not how that happened. What are you talking about?
Resign Cedric Wilson.
Hold on.
Resign Cedric Wilson.
That deal with Tyreek Hill unfolded in a matter.
Y'all do it.
All right. Listen.
Yo,
you still got to give him credit.
Never
like, y'all tripping, bro.
Greer never would have pulled the trigger on that trade. He got what his coach wanted. 100%.
When has Chris Greer ever done that?
I'm not.
By the way,
before last offseason, when has Greer ever pulled the trigger for a major trade to get it?
Chris Greer also stole Jalen Ramsey for a bag of balls. The man, he traded a player with one career.
He wanted to come home.
No, Alex, to your point, Tyreek Hill fell in our lap. That was a 2-hour deal.
I understand that.
So every player that Chris Greer has gotten has been because that player wanted to come home. Every player.
No,
even though they're not.
I didn't say that at all.
Pretty much all the top ones.
I said he wanted to come. I said he wanted to come. I said Tyreek wanted to come.
How many top players have said they want to come to Miami and they haven't made the trade for him?
Built that team. Listen to yourself.
Okay.
That's kind of what Rashad's point was, Alex.
But what I'm saying is that Chris Greer deserves a ton of credit for what he's had to build this roster.
Alex, I got a question. How many players every offseason do you hear, top players, say they want to come play for Miami? Or they hinted they want to play somewhere high. They wouldn't mind playing with this player again and this and that.
And
how often? It's every offseason, right?
Rashad, explain to me why the Dolphins haven't been able to do that for the last 20 years. Because apparently they've been trying to do it.
They have been doing it over the last 20 years when we've been making big splash trade for Dominican Sues of the world, the Mike Wallaces at the time.
The Brandon Sue signing was a free agent.
Jeff
Ireland
couldn't do it.
Can
Stop it. We've been getting big splash signings over the last 2 decades.
Brandon Marshall, Mike Wallace.
Y'all been talking this whole damn time. Let me say something. I just got in. Selfish.
What's up, Bones?
What's up,
Bones? Get him.
Look, man.
Watch him.
Look, y'all gotta sit back and think. Just sit back and think how Greer talks when he's in these meetings. He facilitates the team. All he doing is going to get the type of player the coach wants, going to get him at the best value, best position. You know what I'm saying? That's all he doing, bro, and handling the contracts. He building the team the way the coaches want it. Just look at the difference between Flo players and McDaniel players. McDaniel only been here 2 years, bro. It would have been, and on top of that, Flo had way better picks than fucking McDaniel, bro. And look at the type of players he picking up.
Yeah, because Flo had enough games, so McDaniels won't get a lot of good picks.
All right, and hold on. To add, to be fair, Rashad. Okay. Yes, I'm bringing up Tannenbaum. Yes, I'm bringing up Ireland. Okay. Yes, I know Greer was in the building for some of those and learned under them. Here's what I'll say. What I want from a GM blanket statement, just GMs in general, is I want them to support their coaching staff and get their coaching staff what they're asking for. And the owner The owner needs to be able to sign paychecks when they're asking for particular players. As much as I dislike Stephen Ross, he's done that. As much as you think that Chris Grier is good or not good, the man has literally gotten everything his coaching staff has asked for. He has done everything to a T. If the Dolphins fail, so be it. Get rid of everybody. But in my opinion, they went about it the right way. This is the best way to go about making a Super Bowl contender.
Can I reply? I agree with a lot that you just said, and I said the same thing yesterday. But once you think about it clearly, if a player says, I want to go here, and they're in the situation where their team is about to rebuild, and they think like, well, you did this for us, we love you, we want to make you happy, we're gonna try to see if we can get you there. How hard? All you gotta do is write the check. We're going to pay you this amount of money. What is it going to take to get you here?
But you still have to give him credit for signing it. He could have still also said no.
Everybody,
y'all do realize he can still say no and go with somebody else,
if you're
right?
still top player, ain't nobody going to say no. Stop. Let's be real.
Wait a minute.
If you're a top player at your position, what GM is going to say no? If you basically walking through the door.
Some people don't have the assets.
Exactly. That's my point, Rashad.
I'm going to let you cook,
What
Rashad.
GM wants to get fired?
What GM is going to say no to somebody that's walking inside their
If a GM doesn't want
door?
to pay him that type of money, then it doesn't matter who Tyreek Hill is. They don't want to pay.
Okay. Rashad, listen to me, bud. That's easy to say. But why doesn't every GM in the NFL do that if it's that easy? It's not. It's not that easy.
Because every player's not walking to all 32 teams and saying, give me money.
Every team doesn't want to. I can give you
these deals.
Every player is not.
They're not walking. Tyreek Hill did not walk into all 32 teams and say, give me money, I'll go here.
Y'all want y'all fact to be final, and that ain't even fair, bro. That ain't even fair, bro.
Y'all know damn well Tyreek Hill pretty much walked through the damn door and say, accept me.
Real quick.
Oh my
Can I say something?
But you
real
still
quick?
have to.
Dave, real quick.
Y'all got it, bro. Forget it. I'm good, bro.
It's a no-brainer. Of course you have to sign it. If he'd have walked into Cleveland and said, sign me, they would have signed them.
Here's to blow your mind, okay?
Real quick. Wait, Alex, wait.
Hold on. Here's another thing. So I like what Lil HP said. Bill said he preferred to stay with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce,
but he wanted a check.
But Miami gave him what he also deserved. And by the way, the Jets gave him a higher contract, so he didn't come to the place who gave him the
Jets were never really. He was head faking with the Jets.
The Jets offered him the same contract, but there's no taxes in
Miami.
Miami.
More money.
No, they didn't.
It was the same contract. It was just
the
different
same
in tax.
contract. He wanted to come home. It was the same contract. He just wanted to go home.
Please.
The Jets
and he said in the interview he wanted to come home.
He said it was the same offer.
He said of his own mouth.
Rashad,
wait,
I love
if
you.
you're a player of Tariq status and Jalen Ramsey status, bro, everybody gonna try to give you some kind of money, bro. It's just
that's my
where
point.
they want to go as a player, bro.
And by the way,
can I say something real quick?
He's not even from Miami. He's from Georgia.
Can I say something real quick?
Exactly. He's from Georgia. He's from Miami.
Can I say something real quick?
No, you can't.
Bro, I've been trying to talk this whole time, and y'all been talking.
Yeah, Miami is a lot closer to Georgia than Kansas City. I want to just give you a freaking geographical lesson.
Are these players coming here for
according to you? Every
player coming here for the coach.
Hold on. Every player
are the players coming for the coach.
Every player wants to come to Miami because
because of Greer,
because of Greer, B, because of the taxes, and C, because of the good.
They know Greer go pay. They know Greer,
and Greer has nothing to do with any of those things you
go
just
give them the bag. That's why they coming to
What
Miami.
about the talent?
What about the talent? They know Greer is going to.
What about the talent, though, guys?
Players like
what about the talent?
Bradley
Stop it with talent, Alex. Just need to stay in Kansas City.
That's what we go do.
Rashad and Crypto sound stupid right now.
All I'm saying is
because
no, that's you, Steven. Stop it.
Players want to come to teams because of GMs now. Because of GMs, players want to come to teams. I believe you. I agree with everything you just said, Steven.
Common sense ain't common.
Greer is the reason why these players want to come to Miami.
All I'm saying
And I love Rashad and crypto, but man, y'all disappoint me this morning.
Greer is the reason why. Greer is the reason
No,
why
you trying to
Tyreek wanted to come
sell
to
you trying to
Miami.
sell Rashad that Greer is the sole reason why Tyreek is here. Stop.
He's
The
the
man
reason why
walked through the
Jalen
damn
Hurts
door,
wanted to come
literally
to
walked through the
Miami.
door.
That's not what he's saying, guys. What he's saying is that.
Hold on,
is
Alex. I got it, Alex. I got it, buddy.
Go ahead. Go
Look,
ahead.
that's not what I'm saying. But according to the way Rashad is presenting his argument in his case, he's saying that any GM could do what Chris Greer's done. That
That's not what I said.
Any GM that was the GM of the
That's not what I
Miami
said at
Dolphins
all.
should be able to. That's exactly what you're presenting.
Oh
You're
yeah, of the Miami
credit.
Dolphins, yes, because I've seen it. Brandon Marshall, Mike Wallace, and Ndamukong Suh.
And by the way, those were
one player.
There was litany of players over the last 20 years. He naming a list of them, Steven.
Hold on. Mike Tannenbaum and Jeff Ireland and whoever else was running this franchise over the last.
Bones, nobody giving them credit. Give me an example of this franchise doing the same thing and duping the fan base.
Why y'all giving this man credit for something that he didn't do? Like he didn't make those contracts. Stop giving him credit for that, bro.
Well, no, that's that. Hey, Rashad, would you give Greer an extension?
That's not the point he's making, Bones.
Would you give Chris Greer an extension if it was up to you, Rashad?
That's like saying you made the light bulb, knowing daggone well you make the light bulb.
I'm trying to get hard.
Bones. Let him answer. I'm so curious to see what Rashad says right now.
I'm trying to get hard that Chris Greer is going out there.
Would you give him an extension, Rashad?
No, hell no.
You already said you wanted to get rid of him. What kind of question is that?
How hard? Wait. How hard is it if I'm a GM and I hear this 5-star talent, top 5 player wants to come to my team? How hard is it for me to go find out what it takes to get him here? How hard is that? If I have your
it's
phone
not
number,
rocket science. Exactly. It's not rocket science.
Number and Calvin Johnson in his prime wants to come to Miami. All I gotta do is call you and say what you want.
Okay, I'm about to say something that's probably good.
Well, you leave it up to Stephen D. Bones, and we are a start team.
Bones, I agree with you.
Everybody just want to come here.
Bones, I agree with you.
Y'all old heads act like y'all know everything. Act like y'all know everybody didn't like the damn Dolphins.
Okay,
stop acting like y'all didn't know that.
Steven, before you go, because I'm about to go to the gym. I'm about to go to the gym.
Just let him have it, bro. We got to do him like peace.
You can be right. You can be right.
Nobody ain't making that argument. You making an argument nobody's even making.
Steven, you can be right off of the fact that players want to come play for Chris Greer. I can say that too in a negative light, as in they know Chris Greer is going to pay them whatever. Now the great players I agree with. Great player Byron, Tyreek, yeah, pay them for sure. But then when you're paying Bradley Chubb, who's had a good season his whole career next to Von Miller, when you're paying Emmanuel Ogbah, top D, well, now I ain't gonna say top DN money, but above average, what he is, average DN money, I don't like deals like that. When you're paying Jerome Becker $12 million and your franchise tag and Mike Gesicki when he's getting signed for $4 million
for 3 years in a row.
Yeah, it's not our fault. We thought Bobby was going to come.
That really says a lot when comparing them to the rest
Bobby Wagner
of the league.
didn't come. Jordan Poyer didn't come. Dalvin Cook didn't come.
All right, so
all these people that we thought were coming never showed.
Rashad, here's the thing. Okay, so let me cook this.
I want to blame the GM.
So number one. Hold on. Let me cook, guys. I get a lot of crap in the community because I allow fans to come up here and give their takes. I love doing it. I think every fan deserves to give their take and has their way. There are some people in this community that don't do it because they don't believe that the fan base is smart enough to be able to say stuff out loud. I think that's BS. But what I will say is it's all about how fans present their case. And the way that you presented for the last 20 minutes, Rashad, okay, it's bad, bro. You base whether you meant to say it or not, whether that was your point, because a lot of us interpreted it that way, that your argument was that it does not matter who the GM here is. Anybody could have done it. anybody, somebody in the circus could have run this team and made the same decisions and done the same things that Chris Greer did. That's a BS take. That's you're not getting. I mean, A, that's ignorant. B, it's not fair to Chris Greer. And you're like, it's wrong. It's just
not
wrong.
fair to Chris Greer. How is Chris Greer being fair to us?
I got a question.
First, you say
That's
he's not
BS,
lying. He gets
Steven,
caught
you know
lying, saying that
How in the
Jackson's
world
not
you going to
getting a
say
fifth-year
that when he
extension.
really every superstar of that caliber pretty much walked through Miami's doors?
Bro, you got Greer saying that this guy's coming back, that we're not getting
It's a
linemen. He
no-brainer
lied
to
to your
sign him.
face
Stop
and pretty
it.
much told you he's not picking up the fifth-year option on Jackson.
Rashad, take a 10-minute break. See you later.
But then you guys say that the front office doesn't lie to your face, Steven. They just lie to your face, Steven.
Hold on, I'll get you.
Cap, he actually did not pick up the fifth-year option on Noah and Austin.
Yeah, that was after all you guys were saying that you believed he was going to keep him as a starting lineman.
Sniff a
He
flower.
lied right to your face, but you guys still don't see it or don't want to believe it.
What did he lie about? He didn't lie about nothing.
Cap, I will give you your platform. What is
Bro,
your
if you're going to give Austin Jackson the starting role, you would pick up the fifth-year option at least. I would think if you had that much confidence in him.
Not necessarily.
So that means he's lying to your face.
I don't care about
you
this
guys are
fifth-year
so
crap. That's
you
just
talking
a
about
bunch of-
ignorant. You guys
That's
are
just
so
a lot of
shady, bro.
appeasement. That's another thing. They're doing 50-year
You guys love
options
using
and
the
all
word
this other
ignorant,
stuff
but you
that
guys are
pleases
jaded.
a
You
certain
guys
section of the fan base.
Hold on. Do you guys
Y'all so easily duped. Y'all fall for the banana in the tailpipe all the time.
Tell him, Crypto, man. I don't know what else to tell these guys, bro.
There's a lot of
These people don't lie
appeasement
to us.
going
Why
on,
do
and
you
y'all
say they
fall
lie to
for
us?
it.
They lied right to your face yesterday.
Everybody actually had a bad 2020 draft. If you kind of look at it, a lot of teams had a bad draft in 2020.
Don't even get me started, Ali.
Only 12 players got their fifth-year options picked up from that 2020 class.
Yeah, and it
That
happens
is
to be the
lowest-
first rounders didn't get theirs on this
that
team.
is the-
There's
that is
no
the
freaking
lowest
guarantee. That doesn't indicate whether or not you're going to be
lowest-
good or bad. Stop
That is
it.
the lowest of
Who
any
cares?
draft class.
Fifth-year options was only given to
history.
certain players because they wanted to appease the fan base.
Cap, when you're ready to have a
It
conversation.
wasn't merit-based at all.
I'm trying, but I keep getting cut off.
Go ahead,
I know,
Cap. Go
I
ahead,
know.
Cap.
That's a fact.
All right,
Go ahead,
you ready, Cap? You ready to go back and forth for a second?
Let's do it.
Okay. Your argument, and please clarify if I'm wrong, is that you are saying that me sitting up here promoting Chris Greer as a good GM is false because A, Chris Greer has lied to our face because he's made things like Austin Jackson is probably going to be the guard, yet they don't pick up the fifth-year or tackle, yet they don't pick up the fifth-year option. So are you telling me something without actually saying it? Are you saying more? Are you reading in between the lines?
I don't need to tell you anything. If you can't read what between the lines or even between the sentence that was telling to you yesterday when Iggy got the same treatment, you want me to answer the question, but you won't let me finish.
Okay, I'll let you go. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, it's not up to me to say that he's lying or not. The proof is in the pudding. You guys saw the fifth-year options got declined by 2 first-rounders. Come on, man. Do I need to tell you any more?
All right.
After he said a week ago that, oh, I believe in these guys. Come on, Steven.
Can I rebuttal? Okay. This is a yes or no question. Did Noah and Austin play up to their expectations? Did they deserve to get a contract extension? Yes or no?
Of course not. I could say the same thing about the other first rounder too, but you'll give me a headache on that one.
Okay. No, well, I'll come back to that in a minute if you want me to come back to it, and I will. But let's just focus on Noah and Austin for a second. With Noah and Austin, now they are required to play to a level that will make them deserve a contract. It was a smart move by a GM to say, okay, look, Austin, I think you're a good talent. I believe that you have the capability of being a good talent. By the way, there's a lot of the fan base that don't believe that. That's fine. But our GM definitely does. But our GM obviously wants to motivate him in some way, shape, or form. So by not picking up his fifth-year option, he's basically saying, hey, look, prove to us that we should pay you. And either he's going to do it or he's not. And if he's
Our
not,
GM also told you Chase Edmonds was balling.
We are not on the hook for any dead cap money next year. None for him. Okay. And if he is good, guess what? We'll pay him like he should be paid.
Our GM gave a franchise tag to a tight end he traded.
Okay. Well, hey, look, I said that was a mistake. They should have released him, got the compensation picks. We would have at minimum had another 3rd round pick this year if that was the case. I'm not saying that Greer has made mistakes. Nobody's up here saying that he's perfect. What I am telling you is that I think he's a top 15 GM in the NFL because he has manipulated the cap. He has signed good players. He's drafted great talent, and he's found great talent in undrafted free agents. Yes, he has whiffed on some, but nobody bats 1,000. And yes, he has an issue with drafting offensive line. But Eric DeCosta and Ozzie Newsome in Baltimore, who's some of the best GMs in all of football, cannot draft a wide receiver to save their lives. So everybody has something. So Chris Grier, at the end of the day, is a good GM. And he made these picks because we don't know any of the underlying issues. I don't think that I'm reading between the lines. I don't think that you should either. Maybe he is you can't deny that a plausible explanation is motivation. That's a plausible explanation for not picking up the 5th-year option on Austin Jackson, even though 10 days earlier you said to the world that he's your starting right guard probably. We are going at current. And by the way, what I believe he said is currently on our roster, he's probably the guy that would be our starting right guard. We're going into the season with
now you're nitpicking. Come on, stop it.
And next time in the future, at least compare him to a GM that hasn't won a Super Bowl. Okay. If you're gonna compare and throw out a GM, throw out a GM that haven't won a Super Bowl so they can at least be on par.
But
don't compare him to a GM that won one.
Well, give me an example then, because
you threw out Newsome. He won a Super Bowl.
Okay, Eric DeCosta hasn't. But he was
okay. Well, then use them as examples. Don't throw Ozzie Newsome in there and try to muddy the waters.
I think
don't muddy the waters.
Crypto, give me an example of a GM that you would compare to Chris Grier. I want to hear that name and that team.
I'm just saying to somebody who has and you're on the same trajectory.
Nah. Yeah. Get his ass.
Okay, well, okay, somebody who haven't won a Super Bowl, then I'll compare him to the Browns GM.
Stay out of it, Lewis.
Yeah, the Browns.
How about that?
I was just going to say the Cleveland Browns.
The Browns
Cleveland Browns GM
that had 3 different head coaches in 3 years.
The Chargers.
Didn't Chris Grier have the same amount of head coaches in the same amount of time?
No, he did not. And I'll tell you right now, Crypto.
He had 2 of them.
Grier is by
the Arizona Cardinals.
100 million times better than
the Chargers.
3.
Okay, the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow, Alex. Bad.
Who the hell is that?
That was Alex. That was bad.
Alex. Apparently, T-Mobile's towers went down.
Oh, Crypto, you want me to go to the GM? Wasn't the GM in Arizona just fired, guys, and they just replaced him?
Okay, and Chris Grier got his job saved by Skyler by winning the last game of the season. But that's neither here nor there.
You've given two different examples, both bad, mind you, and they are not comparable to Chris Grier.
They have been building teams that try to compete by landing big players in the offseason. Why not? That's not comparable in Cleveland.
So, well, I mean, they tried to put a band.
They've been signing big time players too in the offseason.
Explain to me explain to me.
And yes, to Cleveland's credit, their GM led them to a playoff victory. One of them at least led to 1 playoff win in the last 10 years.
Why are you yelling, Chris?
I think he's looking for somebody that's overhyped. Like Greer's been overhyped, like somebody to that equivalent.
Alex, your thing is bad. You got to go on. I don't know what's going on. You got that Tua service. It keeps.
No, that's the probably T-Mobile service in the towers again.
Look, Crypto, I love you. You're my brother, but I don't understand Rashad and your takes of how you believe that.
I'm trying to explain to you where Rashad's coming from when he doesn't like that. And if you're trying to get selective amnesia on what he's trying to say.
No, I heard him loud and clear, Crypto. And what I also believe is if your argument to me is, hey, look, our GM needs to be able to draft quality offensive linemen. He needs to be able to draft in the trenches better. Then by all means, I'll hear that argument every day of the week and I'll concede to it. I'll be like, I don't necessarily agree, but I see your point and it's a valid one. What Rashad was trying to say is that Chris Grier is a bad GM because anybody could do the GM down here in Miami and do what they did. That's a BS statement.
No, he was trying to say it doesn't take rocket science to sign a big time player that's really walking through the door on you.
Nobody else did.
Because he didn't go to nobody else other than us.
I can't do it. I'm taking a break. Somebody else jump in.
I got nothing, bro.
Some people can't be helped, bro.
I just don't get it. I don't get it.
What I don't get is how we giving Bam on a bio and free pass.
You got to realize that
Here we go.
Tyreek didn't go to the New England Patriots and say, "Pay me, I want to come to you." So there's no other competition other than just going to Miami.
Okay, all right. So here we go, Crypto. If the Miami Dolphins,
I got a question.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Rashad.
Rashad.
How many fifth-year options have we offered to our first-round picks in the last 6-7 years?
I'm gonna assume two, maybe three.
Two. Christian Wilkins and Tua. So I'm assuming we're going to get one out of Phillips and Waddle.
Yep.
But we've had a lot of first-round picks, and so that's where I was like, I give him some credit. No, that's not a lot at all. Because what Philly just did the last 2 seasons was amazing. We had the opportunity.
But you're, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but you're comparing us to and to be fair, I think, is it Howie Roseman? He's the GM there, guys. Is that
yes?
Right?
And I think he's the best. So you're comparing Greer to the best GM.
Howie is by far and away one of the best GMs in sports, let alone football.
I the one came up with the idea. Don't compare him to a GM that won something. Compare to somebody that's on par with him who haven't won nothing.
Okay, let me finish real quick because I'm right outside the gym. So my point is, that man said there's guys that I want and I'm going to go get them. We've had plenty of opportunities where we just decided to experiment. Like we wanted, everybody knows we wanted Tristan Wirfs. We seen tackles going off the board and we set at 18 and we're like, we'll wait and see what tackles available. We could have traded up with ease.
The only difference, Rashad, the only difference is we were actually rebuilding a team, and Philly didn't have to rebuild. They were still stacked. So it's easy to go pick whoever you want when your team is stacked.
And to be fair,
they wasn't stacked. They totally rebuilt from scratch after that Super Bowl season.
They were stacked because they got trades from us.
Oh my God!
Wait.
They won a Super Bowl because of us.
Rashad,
it took them 5 years to rebuild back up to where they was at.
Let Steven go.
Rashad, who wanted Tristan Wirfs? The fans or the GM?
Sharif.
The GM said that.
The GM wanted Tristan Wirfs. It's clear.
You know for a fact that he did. There's somewhere on record that said
Sharif did.
All the workouts we went through, and then we brought him in for our own workout. Yeah, we wanted Tristan Wirfs. We didn't even work out Austin Jackson. We didn't work out Austin Jackson. We didn't. I think we went to go visit him, and that was it. Tristan Wirfs was our guy. And today's point, they were in position. They were already built. They could have done so. Our cornerback room was already built. We traded for Byron Jones.
To your statement, I would have loved to get Tristan Wirfs, but I don't think he was worth giving up. I don't know how many spots we would have had to jump up to go get him. I think it was a lot.
And the only reason that
it was only 4 slots
because it was one.
We went from 18 to 14. You only had to go 4 slots to get him.
We could have gave up a second.
Drafting into the top 15 of the first round still going to take some capital.
18 to 13.
No,
or 14.
That's a small, that's a small amount of slots.
And here's what I also think. I think the only reason you jump into the top 15 is for 2 reasons. Either you're a team that's rebuilding and you want to try to get a player that you think can be a cornerstone for your team, or you're a team that's one player away and you're trying to go out and get a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Those are the only 2 reasons you trade into the top 15. Tristan Wirfs,
that's BS.
Tristan Wirfs is good, but he's not.
Detroit went up 20 slots to get a wide receiver, and that's nonsense.
Are the Lions a player away?
Lifetime talent.
The Lions were not a player away. They went up 20 slots to get a wide receiver.
Are the Cardinals a player away?
They liked him.
This whole notion of a player away is nonsense.
What I'm trying to say, Steven, is
how about you an upgrade away from making your team better? How about that?
The good teams do that.
We're giving him credit.
That's a fair point. That is, I like that wording. You're an upgrade away from being a contender. You're an upgrade away from upgrading upgrading your team. Tristan Wirfs would have done that. Nobody's sitting here denying that.
I got a question for you.
Right. This whole notion that you need to be a one player away to better your team is nonsense. How about you one player away from making you better?
Let Rashad finish.
We're giving Greer all this credit. He's a guru. He does these magnificent trades and all. Where is that at during the draft, bro? Why aren't you doing this during the draft? During the draft, you were
Fangio had more say in this draft, Rashad.
I agree.
The coaches should have.
I agree. He trades up for experiments. For what ifs. He'll give up capital for that, but he won't give up capital for a sure thing.
So, with the exception of Noah Igbenogany, who else are you talking about?
I'm talking about Eichenberg. I'm talking about
Eichenberg was the second round pick, and Austin Jackson, and we got him.
I'm talking about any trades that he does during the draft.
Chris Harris
is not a sure thing.
But Liam Eichenberg,
the closest thing to a sure thing he traded up for was Waddle. I want that. We're in position where we need one or two players. Take that capital, go get said player. Stop waiting for whoever falls right there. Go get said player. We need a tackle next year. We better go get a fucking tackle. Top 3.
Might be a quarterback.
If we don't bring Austin Jackson back, go get that tackle.
But the thing about Liam Eichenberg is that scouts were saying that he was pro-ready. So Greer thought the same thing. So he traded up for him to get a pro-ready player. Obviously, it hasn't worked out yet. But that was the thing about Liam Eichenberg is that he's got good technique. He's not the biggest or fastest, but he's got good technique, and he's ready to step in day one at tackle.
When Chris Greer thinks it doesn't work, so I'm going to need him to stop thinking and go exactly off the thing that works.
And
then that's what he did this past draft.
And you know what I think?
I agree with that.
Rashad, I think you're delusional, and I'm not trying to be funny. I think you're delusional because you want Greer to have hit 100% on every pick, and
no GM does that.
No GM does that. None of them do.
Look at Philly. Howie Roseman, I think, is the best GM. Look, he passed on Justin Jefferson and he passed on DK Metcalf. So no GM, not even the best, hits 100%.
But he made some good trades to go out and get some really good wide receivers.
Yep, and so did we.
Yep. I'm telling you right now, if y'all sit and think about it, we can definitely say that he has his shortcomings as a GM. But you can't, I don't think you can deny that we're putting this team together the right way. We're not going out and just getting one player to solve all our issues. We're bringing in lots of people.
I'm not going to give Greer all the credit for that.
Well, we need to come to grips and we're not
going to give Greer all that credit. I'm not giving him half.
We are in a win-down mode.
You're not even giving Greer half the credit. You're giving him
a 7-year plan. Let's be real.
Chris Greer deserves a lot more credit than what y'all are saying.
Yeah, a lot more. And by the way, that's the argument here. The argument is,
in y'all opinion.
I don't think just any GM could have done what we've done in the last 2 years. I don't think that.
No. I feel like the location. I feel like the location.
Any top 5 player that literally walks through your door and say, "Who's trying to do what it can, they'll do it."
Rashad, I have a question for you. Would any other GM hired Mike McDaniel as their head coach?
I'm gonna say no.
Would
any other GM pay Cedric Wilson $12 million a season?
I mean, I don't know what Dallas was offering him when before he left or whatever the situation was, but you want to bring up issues that like a mistake like Cedric Wilson, that's your argument to me. By the way, he's still not a mistake. He still holds value to this team.
And Cedric Wilson wasn't. Yeah, and he wasn't.
You got to.
Cedric Wilson.
To be fair, you want Cedric Wilson to play a bigger role than Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, and Cedric Wilson was signed before we got Tyreek Hill. It wasn't a bad. It wasn't. We weren't complaining when we signed him.
Wait.
No, Cedric Wilson is a distraction.
Lewis
from the argument.
Lewis brought up a good point. That's to my point of Tyreek Hill wanting to come to Miami because Chris Greer didn't go out and go look for Tyreek. he found out that Tyreek was considering Miami. And he was like,
Everybody
okay,
found
now
out at the same time, Rashad.
Everybody found out, but it was only
that's my
limited on who
point.
he wanted to go to.
He wasn't doing
And
his
it was
due
and it was that. But so what? What does that matter?
He didn't do his. Greer didn't do his
Rashad,
due
you been getting
diligence.
cooked for a month, bro.
Rashad, yeah, that's a bad
Rashad,
argument, Rashad. I'm just saying.
That's a bad argument because if Tyreek Hill is available, anyone gets him.
Like you saying some crazy ass shit, Rashad.
But nobody found out that Tyreek wanted to go anywhere until the last minute.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, until Miami wanted to pay him.
Okay,
That's the point.
I'm getting cooked. I'm getting cooked. Wait a minute.
Y'all acting like all 32 teams he was open to go to.
Alex, be quiet. Be quiet. I'm getting cooked. I'm getting cooked, but I'm right about exactly what I just said. Am I not?
No, you're not.
How is it that Tyreek Hill all of a sudden wanted to go to all 32 teams and that was competition?
Because the Kansas City was not going to trade him.
I don't care what no one said.
It wasn't all 32 teams that was in competition with him.
All right, so
KC did
Crypto,
not
how's
want
that?
to trade
Crypto,
him.
how's that Chris Greer's fault? Crypto.
Support him.
They're all 32.
It's not Chris Greer's fault. What we saying is, if he wanted to go to any other team, he could have went to any other team.
He wanted to go where he wanted
Not
to
every
go.
team.
Chris Greer was competing with himself.
But we were willing to
That's
give
not the
him
point
money.
whether it's Chris Greer's fault.
That's a fact.
Nobody's faulting him for
Hey,
it.
y'all do realize
That's
like
okay.
Chris Greer could have messed it up and not signed him just because he
Nobody
had
faulted him for
So
it.
that's why you still have to give him credit, bro.
Yeah, for this
How he could have messed it up?
Talk about this long.
Give me an example on how he could have messed it up.
Just not going out.
He could have easily just said, "Yo, you know what? That's too much money, Tyreek. We're not going to pay you that." Easy.
Exactly.
That's not messing it up. That's a matter of finances.
And
that's not him personally messing it up.
What? Bro.
If the finances didn't present itself, that had nothing to do with Chris Greer personally messing it up.
But he's willing to give Tyreek Hill that money.
We are wasting over an hour on this.
That ain't got nothing to do with
That's a
it.
horrible argument.
Yelling in my ear.
That's terrible. To sit up there and say that. Because any GM could have just signed the deal if the money was there.
But they didn't, Crypto.
They didn't because we was the only one on the table for him.
No, the Jets were too. It was us and the Jets.
All the other teams, that was just a distraction. All them other teams was not even in competition.
We don't have to
see Crypto arguing with Twitter.
That's not. Okay, the Jets. Okay, the Jets, and he didn't want to go there, which means we were the only one competing with ourselves.
You're moving the goalpost, Crypto.
We were the only one competing with ourselves.
No, you were not. The Jets were there.
The Jets wasn't even an option.
Yes,
it was truly an option.
Why were they not an option?
Because Tyreek said he didn't want to go to the Jets. That's why.
That's not true.
Crypto's right. We're wrong.
He didn't say he wanted to go to the Jets. When did he say he wanted to go to the Jets?
Why didn't he want to go to the Jets?
When did he say he wanted to go to the Jets?
Then why did he want to go there?
When did he say he wanted to go to the Jets?
Doesn't make it fact.
No, I'm saying.
When did he say he wanted to go to the
You're
Jets?
saying that he never wanted to go to the Jets. All right, so why did he come to the Dolphins if the Jets offered him more money?
Because he wanted to come to Miami.
Because of the team Chris Greer built.
Because of Miami what? Because that's where he ultimately wanted to go.
That's his choice. Personally.
That was his pure choice.
GM can't,
Crypto. All right, Crypto. Let me ask you
the
a question.
GM can't choose what the player want to do,
So
bro.
let me ask you a question. What is more likely? That no other team wanted the services of Tyreek Hill, or that Chris Greer, that the Miami Dolphins were the only team in the NFL to offer his services? What's more likely?
No one's saying we're the only team. I'm saying we're competing with ourselves. I'm saying we're competing with ourselves if we're the only one that he wanted to go to.
You just said that.
Crypto.
We're the only one that he wanted to go to.
But if we didn't offer him the money,
I'm saying we're the only one he wanted to go to.
What about his
that virtually eliminates everybody else.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Yes, it does eliminate everybody else if he don't want to go to them.
But if we did not offer him the money, the Chiefs would not have accepted the trade, and he would not have been here. But
We would
Greer
have offered
wanted
him the
him
money
so
because
badly.
it was a slam dunk.
Crypto just want to
It was
argue.
pretty
right now.
much
That's
a
all I
slam
do.
Crypto
dunk.
just want to argue.
We was gonna give him the money. Stop it. That's nonsense.
And the trade value. And the trade
It
value.
wasn't like it wasn't like the money was that gonna be backbreaking. Stop.
Crypto.
But the picks we give up
Hold
to.
on, EM.
We're
Crypto,
acting like that was gonna be that much backbreaking to our franchise monetarily. Stop it.
All right, Crypto, here's the thing. Number one, Tyreek Hill would have much rather stayed in Kansas City over going to Miami. Nobody here is going to argue that fact. Okay. His first choice was Kansas City. Kansas City said no.
And Kansas City told him to pound rocks. They weren't gonna pay that.
Okay, they weren't going to pay him. They weren't going to pay him that money. So then
We could have did the same thing.
Hold on, I got this. So now that
We wasn't going to do the same thing, given we needed a big wide receiver upgrade in our room. Stop it. We wasn't going to do the same thing.
Let Steven finish.
That's nonsense to sit up.
Okay.
Let him finish, Crypto.
All right. So here's the thing. So now the GM of the Kansas City Chiefs gets on the horn, says, "Hey, look, just so everybody knows, Tyreek Hill's available." Okay. So there were several teams that vied for his services. And I think there was 5 to 7 teams that actually.
And now you speculate now. Who was it?
There were 5 to 7 teams that put a legit offer on the table.
What are the teams, Steven?
You want to argue after you can. Then what happened was Tyreek said, because they have a relationship with Tyreek, they said, "Hey, look, out of these offers, which team would you rather go to?" And he gave him a list of 3 teams, 2 to 3 teams. And it ended up coming down between the Jets and the Dolphins. And I think Cleveland was in there at some point in time. I think Denver.
Pure speculation. Pure speculation.
Cleveland admitted as much that they put an offer on the table. And so did the Rams. They both.
And what did he say to that team? What did Tyreek say to those teams? He told them to kick rocks.
The Rams and the Browns definitely put an offer on the table, but it ended up coming down to the Dolphins and the Jets when it was all said and done. Now, we can sit here and say, "Oh, nobody wants to go play up in New York." Well, Aaron Rodgers said yes. So it's not that nobody wants to go play in New York. Okay. So at the end of the day, the Jets had the better trade on the table to the Chiefs. They had the better offer to Tyreek Hill. They had more money. Point blank. You can't deny those 2 facts. And to be fair, what Tyreek Hill's trying to do.
They only offered more money to offset the taxes in Florida.
Now, my personal opinion, okay, what Tyreek Hill wants to do, look at his brand, go look at his Instagram, his podcast. He's got a whole brand. He would have been better served doing that in New York than he would have been in Miami. Now, what he decided was, hey, look, I like the Dolphins. You know, obviously, I like the Dolphins better than the Jets. They have a better quarterback there, without a doubt. I like what they're trying to build. I want to go.
Now you're embellishing.
That's facts. Those are facts.
It's still not better than Zach Wilson.
You don't think that?
Did he say that out of his own mouth that he was better, regardless of we think he's better or know he's better? Don't lie and put words in a man's mouth.
Tyreek Hill didn't.
You moving the goalpost, Em. Stop the nonsense.
Tyreek Hill.
But I'm telling you,
didn't want to play. Didn't want to play.
That's not the question.
Over.
Can y'all please let this man talk, bro? God, dog, bro.
Now, here's the thing. So now we take all this into account.
Stop the embellishment.
Hold on. Now we take all this into account. Our GM had to A, make the phone call, B, put the offer on the table, and C, give a trade package that was good enough for the Kansas City Chiefs to say, yes, we'll accept this. So our GM, which is the whole argument of this conversation, had to execute the trade to begin with. And there were 31 other GMs in the NFL that didn't do it. They couldn't do it. So our GM had something to do with Tyreek Hill being a Miami Dolphin. And to say,
I don't buy that one way or another. I don't buy it.
And to say anything other than that is disrespectful to the to how things are done in the NFL, and especially to Chris Greer. It's just disrespectful. And it's wrong. It's just straight up wrong.
First of all, Stephen, let me respond by saying this. The only difference in the monetary situation is only the difference in tax situation, New York State compared to Florida. That's why New York had to offer the higher amount to bring it on par to what Miami was offered, given that it's a 6% tax difference in the states. That's the only difference in the contract. So stop it. That's the only difference. That's the only thing that made it on par.
Crypto, I just want to clarify. So at minimum, you're saying that they matched the offer, right? Like it was the same offer, right? You're at least minimum.
From a monetary standpoint, New York had to go higher to make it equal to offset the taxes he would have paid in New York compared to Miami.
I am rescinding my previous statement and saying, hey, look, the New York Jets essentially had the same offer on the table as far as money because they had to pay more because of the taxes. So I'm with you there. So they had the same amount on the table. Same amount. He had a choice. He had a chance to choose where he wanted to go. And he chose Miami because of what Chris Grier was putting together down in South Florida. Chris Grier and the Dolphins were the better.
That's not the whole truth. No.
Yes, it is.
That's not all of it. No.
Guys, come on. Come on.
That's a big reason, yes.
He told you specifically. You guys get selective amnesia. He told you the reason.
Would want to play with Waddle. Of course, Tyreek would want to play with Waddle.
He told you. Now you want to say. Now you're just out there just speculating now.
But all right, so
Tyreek is not a bashful person. He would tell you what's on his mind.
Crypto, answer me this. What? So, and I want you to be specific here. Why did Tyreek Hill want to come to Miami? Because of the players that were here, right? That was part of the reason, right?
Go to the tape. He had an interview and gave you specifics on why.
Hey, Steven, did you go to
He'll tell you.
Super Chat, Steven?
There's a tape.
And what did he say?
Let's not get selective amnesia. This is easy to figure out. He has it on tape.
What did he say? He said, I wanted to come because I like Tua and I like Jalen Waddle. Those were the two biggest things I remember him saying. Was there anything else?
What did he say?
What did he say then?
What did he say?
Go ahead, play the tape.
That's what he said.
Why are you embellishing?
I'm not. I'm trying to get
Crypto's not bringing evidence. He's just saying we're embellishing.
You're not. I'm asking you to clarify.
Because you like to add things to other than what he said.
I am asking you to explain to me what he said. I'm asking you. I'm not doing anything else.
He was given a lot of things about the location and money. That was the brunt of his argument. That's the synopsis of his argument.
That was not the synopsis of his argument.
That was the synopsis of his argument.
He didn't come here.
He was talking about basically what the geopolitical things, what you can't control the weather and you can't control the tax code.
You're telling me then that Tyreek Hill came to the Miami Dolphins because the weather was good here and he didn't have to pay taxes on his money. Is that what you're telling me?
That was a good brunt because he said it out of his own mouth.
Well, you're wrong, and that's ignorant as well.
Oh, so now you want to say what he didn't say out of his own mouth as his synopsis of why he came here.
I am saying that it was a portion of the reason why he did. But if the Dolphins had a scrub team, he would have went somewhere else. He didn't come here just for the money, just for the location.
If it was so much a scrub team, there was a lot of other teams that he could have went to that wasn't scrubs then, that has a zero tax code.
Crypto, I want you to go find the tape because I've said this on panels before. I will not go do your work for you. Go tell me exactly what he said and come back to me and show me the evidence. But as far as
I want you to go look up the Florida tax code and understand the tax code, and you understand why.
Steven do homework.
I just admitted to you that I rescinded what I said and said, you know what? It's the same money. I'll give you the same money because of how the taxes work. I'm not even arguing with you on that point. That's not even my argument.
Okay, and the other tiebreaker is that he's closer to home.
Crypto, you need a girlfriend, man. You just want
That's what it was.
What you talking about? Home? So it's more. So he did it because it's more close to home instead of the talent that we got.
Hold on. Are you done? No, Batman. No, Batman. Are you done? Hang on. Rashad was saying some crazy stuff, man. No. Before you go to the Rashad,
damn, Batman hasn't gone at all yet. You take a chill.
Damn, Batman.
Listen, I just want to go ahead and handle what you said. Because you know you're about to get Batman. Rashad is talking about that he can't.
Well, Joe, you said you was gonna put a shirt on a long time ago.
He can't draft.
My meeting didn't start yet.
He can only bring free agents, and we're not getting credit for a lot of the players he's brought in.
look, every GM, you got to grade a GM not just on drafts. You got to grade him on the staff he's built, because that guy you guys love, that Marvin Allen guy you guys love, was brought in by Greer, and he's taking care of the money issues. Greer hired that man, and at the end of the day, y'all want to complain about Greer. You got to factor in free agency, factor the draft, factor his staff, factor everything. It's not just one thing. It's not just the draft. Y'all make it seem it's just the draft. That's how you judge a GM. At the end of the day, like Alex has said it many times, and Alex is always wrong with his Knicks take.
That ain't the only argument Richard is making.
Correction, he's cooking crypto. He's only cooking crypto because crypto is the only person ever saying.
At the end of the day,
Dave. You right.
He ain't cooking me.
Rashad
Just because he agree with you doesn't mean he's cooking me. Stop the nonsense. Stop the cat.
Greer versus Greer. At the end of the day, y'all forget the Jets were in play, so it wasn't just us. The Jets were in play. Yes or no? It wasn't that what came out. But y'all want to make it seem
you making an argument nobody's making no more.
Rashad is saying
Benny Hanna, crypto. Benny Hanna.
No, crypto. That is part of the argument, because what you're saying on your side is that the only reason Tyreek Hill came down here to the Dolphins was because it was better for his money, better for his wallet, and because he wanted to be closer to home, and because at the end of the day, it was nicer weather. Those are the three big things you're saying why he came to Miami. And
those are a good chunk of it.
That's disingenuous.
That's more than 50% of the reason. Those three reasons you just listed off was more than 50% of the reason.
So he doesn't want to win.
50% of the reason why, because it came out of his mouth.
Hold on.
What you're saying is Tyreek Hill doesn't want to win.
Batman. You have Benny Hanna right now, Batman?
So hold on.
Yeah,
you can't get cooked for free. You can't get credit for cooking something that's already burnt.
But you brought no evidence.
Lewis.
You have Benny Hanna's right now, Batman?
Yeah, but guess what? He forgot the salt and pepper, because that shit bland as hell.
Hey, let me hold on. Let me ask you
exactly, Von Joe.
Question, crypto. If Zach, let's take all the same things, but switch the teams around. The Jets roster was in Miami and the Dolphins roster was in New York. Where do you think he would have chosen?
Miami.
Wrong.
Miami.
Wrong.
There you have it.
Wrong.
So don't try to switch it and try to think it. I'm gonna switch because of you switch the circumstance.
Hold on, crypto. Let me fight this one for you, because this is so easy. Why is it wrong, Steven? Because there was only two teams that wanted his services.
No, there were two teams that were there at the end.
Leave it up to them, Von Joe. All 31 teams was on the table, pounding the table for him.
There were two teams there at the end.
That is some serious gaslighting.
Crypto, relax. Again, there was two. No, I don't care what you say. Two teams at the end. That means there was only two teams that found value in his service at that moment.
Two teams that the Kansas City Chiefs said, "Hey, look, we like their trade offers." Tyreek,
because those two teams were only ones willing to give up that much.
Any trade offer, you tell us where you want to go.
For the love of God, there was only two teams willing to give up that much. Case closed.
Okay.
And that's credit to Greer.
Hold on. Cut it how you want to. It was only two teams.
I'm going to answer you, Von Joe.
There's nothing to answer.
Okay.
Because he only want to go to two teams. One GM get credit. Stop it.
People in the chat that are saying he's trying
the player gets credit for eliminating everybody else.
There are people in the chat that are trying to say, well, he's setting up his retirement here. Go look at his podcast. Go look at his brand. That would have been better served in New York than it would be in Miami.
No, these are multi-millionaires, dude. They know how to manipulate the free. They know how to live somewhere and work somewhere else. Stop it.
But crypto, I said that about where he lived. He could take a plane ride down to Georgia. It would be what, 2-hour plane ride, 2.5-hour plane ride from New York to Georgia.
Steven, stay on the burner. All right, you like that damn crab that won't get in the damn pot. Stay on the burner. Okay, I'm cooking here. So again,
I don't want to be cooked.
He could have gone anywhere. Anybody, I'm gonna say at the right price, Tyreek could go to any 32 teams, right?
Yep.
Are we good? Exactly. And when I say 32, that means including staying at home in KC, because at the end of the day, KC didn't see that. They wanted him at that value.
Correct.
That he was looking for. So they said, all right, sir, we could win the Super Bowl without you. Thanks for coming. All right. And which they did. But that's neither here or there. So down to two teams that said, we want you at that value, right? Based off what you're saying, the fact that the New York was in the discussion is an issue, because you're saying that the weapons and this and that,
outside of what Crypto said, are you saying that New York weapons and quarterback is on par with ours?
No, I never said that.
So why is New York even a discussion with Tyreek?
Because that's part of my argument, Bonjo, is that I believe Tyreek, part of the reason that he chose here is because we have the better weapons, we have the better team.
New York wouldn't have never been in the equation.
And part of the reason
is what Bonjo was just saying.
Part of the reason that is
y'all know y'all sitting here arguing.
The GM put it together that way.
The GM put what to Steven, again, the fact that New York was in the equation, it shows you it was a financial move because there are literally our weapons that we have here, our quarterback that we got here. We know New York. Be quiet for a second. New York quarterback is dog water. I could go out there and play better than Zach Wilson, and I'm damn near 40.
So, Vonjo, what you're doing right now?
What am I doing?
To be fair, okay.
I'm stating facts.
Is you're using facts and interpreting it to fit your narrative. Crypto's not even using facts. You at least are.
What are you talking about? I'm literally saying the same thing.
No,
they were all par as far as financially being at the table.
Tyreek came here for a financial reason. Let's not argue that. Because if we're going for a weapon to weapon, if everything was
the same,
Steven, this is where I'm going to get you and make it real clear.
You're helping my case.
No, it's not. What am I talking? Anyways, if it was about winning, right, and winning more Super Bowls, and not about money, he would have kept his ass in goddamn KC and win more Super Bowls.
By the way, here's another thing. You know what?
Point blank and simple.
But they didn't want him anymore.
I got one more thing.
He could have took a pay cut. They didn't want to pay him.
Just took a pay cut. It's not that they didn't want him.
Crypto.
They didn't want him for that price. Stop it.
I'm out.
Exactly.
I want y'all to realize something.
He wanted a raise.
I'm about to play a new card on you. Even if y'all are
playing a new card, what is it, spade?
Hold on,
listen. Pulling out your little joker.
Hold on. Yep, hold on. Even if y'all are correct, let's play in your scenario that y'all are correct. That Tyreek Hill chose to come because of the money and nothing else, because of the business decision and nothing else as far as financial stuff's concerned, which I don't believe is true. But let's say it is in your scenario. Who had to offer him the most money? The GM. The GM was the only GM in the NFL to offer it.
See y'all later,
isn't
right?
that on Chris Greer? The best offer out there to get one of the best weapons in the NFL. And
not just the money, but the picks. He was willing to give up those amount of picks to get him.
Literally walked through the door saying, "I want to play there."
I completely agree. We gave him all that. We gave up all that money. Exactly. One of the best wide receivers, highest paid.
Is anybody here complaining that Tyreek Hill's on our roster? Raise your hand if you're complaining that Tyreek.
Now you're moving the goalpost. No one's making that argument.
About that, Steve,
no one's complaining about it.
No, I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm trying to come to your.
You're trying to interject an argument that's not being made.
Hold on, crypto. Again, we're not complaining about him being here, but at the end of the day, the results are the results. And what were those results, Steven?
Tyreek Hill came here.
9-8. Let me help you out.
9-8.
I'll give you the clip notes. 9-8.
But what's that the offense's fault though?
But time out. That's now. Hold on. Now we're on.
I don't care who fault it is.
Part of it, the fault.
It was the
they couldn't convert on third down at the end of the season.
It was
the original.
the original that decided to go get that piece.
We're not talking about the team.
And pay all those assets for that.
The argument on the table is Chris Greer a good GM? And Rashad's original take, as well as Crypto co-signing it and being on par with it, is that anybody could run this team the way that it is currently run. Anybody could have made these decisions. The reality is that's not true. That's not true.
We was only being specific about individual players that was signing. Now you broadening it and saying run the team as a whole team. See how you just being real deceptive.
Yo, you guys were the one that brought up the Tyreek Hill example.
Wait a minute.
We played it out. According to y'all's example, don't do me like
we
that.
Was alienate players that was no-brainer signings is what we was alienating.
If it was a no-brainer, then every GM should have offered something.
Every GM wasn't going to do it because he didn't make them a part of the process.
He did, but the Chiefs only accepted 2 offers, and that was the Dolphins and the Jets.
No,
Other
he
teams
didn't.
inquired about
There
him.
wasn't 31 teams on the table. Stop it.
I'm not saying 31 teams. I'm saying there were a lot of teams out there that were trying
Name
to
the teams then. You're just saying a lot of teams. We know it was the Jets.
Steven already said some teams.
Name the teams. You're acting like it was all 31 teams.
I never said that.
Crypto.
You guys are making the argument as if it was 31 teams on the table. Legitimately.
No, you're putting words in our mouth.
Crypto, here's where your thing contradicts itself. You were sitting here in one breath saying it's a no-brainer. Anybody should have done it, but nobody else did.
No, I'm saying that if we had another GM other than Creer, he still would have been signed, is what I'm saying. That's what we're saying.
That's not true. We don't know that. And by the way,
Dude, given the same situation, the same circumstances, anybody sitting in Chris Greer's seat would have done it.
Wrong.
But no one else did, though. That's the problem.
Of course they didn't, because they're not Chris Greer at this moment. You're arguing a counter negative. Stop it.
You're saying in a
We've seen it with Brendan Marshall. We've seen it with Mike Wallace. We've seen it with Sue.
That was the other regime with Mike Tannenbaum.
No, listen.
That was giving an example that it was a no-brainer decision for those GMs. Why wouldn't it be a no-brainer decision for this one and anybody else in the same situation?
And Tyreek Hill is way better than those guys.
If a GM makes a player the highest paid in the league, is it hard? Is that hard? Is that difficult? Is that finesse?
Yeah, answer that question. Is it difficult for a GM to make one of the top players in the league the highest paid?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really revolutionary. Is that really revolutionary?
No, I got it. Y'all ready? I want y'all to let me cook here. Don't interrupt me, please.
Wow.
Our GM still had to go to our owner and convince him to pay Tyreek Hill the money. So
where's that evidence at?
Our GMs.
Where's that evidence that when we already know that Stephen Ross is the person that'll open his checkbook blindly?
That's what owners do. That's what owners do.
Well, I'm making it as if it's something special then.
I have literally
that's the point. We're trying to say it's nothing special if that's what owners always do.
Not all owners. The Bengals owners don't do that.
Well, then make up your mind. Which one is it?
What you just
but Stephen Ross is that owner.
You give Ross the credit. You give Ross the credit for giving Greer the green light. That's what you just said.
I'm saying Greer had to go to Stephen Ross and convince him why we needed to spend this money on Tyreek Hill.
It didn't take nothing to convince a blank check writer to open up his checkbook. That's really revolutionary.
But not every owner does that, Crypto, and you know
that's what I was saying. Not every
the
owner
point
does
is,
that.
if you're fortunate enough to have an owner that has a blank check, any GM to convince him to open up his wallet. That's the point.
So we'll credit both Greer and Ross for it.
The point is, if you got somebody that's willing to open a checkbook like previous GMs did with the same owner, he will open the checkbook. How revolutionary is that?
He'll open up the checkbook for one player he's done in the past, not multiple players.
Stop it. He's done it repetitively.
Byron Jones.
He did it for Sue. He did it for Sue and Byron Jones to be the highest paid at their position, but everyone else, I don't think was Wallace highest paid at his position.
Xavier Howard.
And let me ask y'all something. Here's another thing. Let's go to the Xavier Howard situation. X did something that no player in the history in the NFL had ever done, and it set a bad precedent for players moving forward. But what he did is 3 straight off seasons in a row. He went to the front office, said, I want to get paid more. Now, here's the funny part about all that, gentlemen. With the exception of last year, which I'm not putting 100% solely on X because it was an injury decimated secondary, and he's also an aging player. He's outplayed his contract every year he got offered a new contract. Every year he went and asked for more money. He outplayed it with the exception of
Lewis. What does that got to do with the price of beer in Germany?
Because what we are trying to tell you is that something that never happened in the NFL. Our GM saw value in keeping Xavier Howard and not saying, we'll just get rid of you, because I guarantee you 99.9% of the other GMs would have said, dude, we just renegotiated your contract.
Give me an example of all 99.9%. Now the burden on you since you gave a number. Give me the burden. The burden of proof on you since you threw that number out there. Give me the other 99%. I hope you list at least. I hope you run in the list at least 1,497 players. Go.
No other GM has ever done it, Crypto.
Name a GM that has done that. What Steven just said, Crypto.
No, don't try to change it now. You put the burden out there and gave a number and said 99% of everybody didn't. Go ahead and name the rest of them.
Can I get a word in?
Yes, go ahead, Rashad.
The only reason Xavier Howard started going to the GMX for more money is because he paid Byron Jones more money. That's the only reason why. And Byron Jones came out and said he deserves it because he's checking the best wide receiver on the field. He's following him across the field. So he deserves more money than I do. That's the only reason why he got what he got. X wasn't worried about it until they paid Byron Jones and drafted Noah. He was like, no, I want my money because y'all trying to play me. Let's be clear. Yeah. Who did that? Greer.
I don't know how we ever went to a baseball game together because Crypto's acting crazy right now. Just ridiculous.
And that's fair. I agree with that. He wanted to get paid more than Byron Jones, but Greer is the one that said, okay, we value you so much, we'll get it done.
And exactly, because any other GM,
you don't get credit for doing your job. That's like trying to give back on the shoulder to the mailman for delivering mail. Shout out to Color with that analogy. You don't get the mailman doesn't get credit for delivering.
All right, Crypto. Just bear with me for a second. Just let's work back and forth here for a second. Let's work together. In the history of the NFL, has a player gone 3 off seasons in a row asking for new contract and the team paying the contract or renegotiating 3 years in a row? Has that ever happened in the NFL? You have to say no because you know that's true.
No, it hasn't. But why is that a good thing? Okay. What has it got us?
So because players might have asked that, but you would say, and I'm going to guarantee it. Every other GM in the NFL would have said, dude, we just renegotiated your contract last year. Why should we have to come back now? No, play your contract and what you signed for. You want to come back in 2 years? We could talk in 2 years. That's what has been the history of the NFL. That's how it's always played out. So our GM had the wherewithal to say, hey, X is too valuable to let him walk. Let's keep paying him because every time we do, he still outplays his contract. And he did. So Greer saw that. Greer deserves some of the credit for doing something that was unconventional and went against the grain of the NFL. You don't think the NFL was pissed that the Dolphins did that? It sets up a precedent for any player to go to their team, whether they signed a previous contract, signed a contract the previous season or not, that if they outplay it, they can come and ask for more money a year later. The GM did that.
Yeah, you're right, Steven, because that's really a Super Bowl. We're setting Super Bowl winning formulas. You're right.
But he saw how valuable X was, and nobody here can deny that X has not been a valuable and integral part of this defense for the last 3 years.
What you're saying is
you're right, because Philadelphia is really doing this because this is really the blueprint to winning Super Bowls. KC is really implementing this formula.
He did something that's unprecedented and has never been done since. It's only happened one time to one player, and it's resulted to nothing but us getting stuck with a $27 million cap hit. That's it. That's all.
I'm pretty sure him and Brandon Shore, who by the way he hired, he's been a big part of that and promoted him to the position that he's in. Have done that.
And we could get rid of X if we need to. We can get rid of him next year, and it's a small cap.
We should have gotten rid of him 3 years ago.
The contract,
we should have gotten rid of him. We should be trying to trade partner now.
But who would we have had at corner? Who would we have at corner? No one.
We would have a corner. We'd be having somebody that's serviceable to win.
Cam Smith.
But X is not serviceable. X is top tier.
No, he's way below top tier. Stop it.
At Crypto and
before
Rashad,
last year, yes.
Crypto and Rashad, this question is for you both. After the argument and the debate that we have just had, okay, for the last 2 hours, do you still think that anybody, it does not matter who the GM is here, and Chris Grier is not the reason that we're in the position we're in right now? Do you still believe that?
I agree. That's exactly 100%. Why we're in the position we're in right now. We don't have
He's
Dalvin
the
Cook
reason.
because we're worried about money. We
Hey, you see
don't
Dougie
have
Precious
Jonathan Taylor
comment,
because we're worried
Steven?
about corners. We try to get over on players and it backfires.
Mike Florio wrote an article on 4/24/22 titled "All Teams Were Contacted About the Tyreek Trade." All. And 12 teams contacted Drew Rosenhaus, where he said Miami's package was expertly designed.
That's an article,
What does that
Crypto.
mean?
GM had to put that together, guys.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
They don't know what that means.
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Watch this. Do you
That
think
don't mean
any other
nothing.
team? Wait. Do you think?
Hold on,
other
Rashad.
teams have
Let
better
me ask
offers
you,
than?
Did
Oh my
Greer?
God,
So, are you saying any GM could have gotten Jalen Ramsey? Let's get off Tyreek for a second. Let's go to Jalen
Yes.
Ramsey. Could any GM
Yes.
got Jalen Ramsey?
For that trade, yes.
Just because
Yes.
every team inquired
Yes.
doesn't mean they was in
Yes.
competition.
Absolutely. Loud
You can write anything you want. Hey,
Hold on,
Steven, let me ask you this question.
You can't be
I can go for any job interview I want, or a lot of people can go for a job interview. Doesn't mean that everybody's a perfect candidate.
Steven, I got a question. Do you think Jalen Ramsey is worth a third and that bum ass tight end?
He chose us.
Do you think that's what happened? Do you think no team was willing to offer a second or a first for Jalen Ramsey? You think Jalen Ramsey's not worth a first at age 28?
So you're not going to give credit to our GM who manipulated that trade?
No.
Oh my God.
Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy.
He doesn't.
Y'all are
If
crazy.
somebody literally walking through your door and saying, "Here am I," send me.
Your credit.
I just want to say, I think all y'all suck.
That's my question for Lewis. Lewis, do you think any other team could have offered a better
What
trade
happened
than we
to
did
Greer?
for Ramsey?
But when we
Lou?
brought that up for the
they
Tyreek,
could've.
when we brought that up for the Tyreek Hill argument, we were wrong. Now you want to bring it up for the Jalen Ramsey argument?
Right.
No, I'm not bringing it up. I already told you the difference in the tax code what evened it out. I'm telling you right now, the tiebreaker was something that's out of our control. Good weather and proximity to home.
We said the same thing the whole time. Those players wanted to come to us. We're not switching up. They wanted to come to Miami.
So it
That's
had
what we're saying.
absolutely nothing to do that Chris Greer has helped put this whole thing together.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the roster we have.
No, wait. They got here.
No, then why would the Jets in competition with us then? The Jets had a terrible roster. Why would they even be a consideration?
I'm washing my hands of it. I'm done.
Wait. Chris Greer didn't convince those players to come to Miami.
Not arguing.
He convinced the teams to trade them to Miami. He didn't convince the players to come to Miami. Don't get that.
Man, hush all that, man. Steven just clapped Crypto with that comment about the 12 teams. You said name the teams. He pulled up the receipt. He got your ass in the corner, and then you said
that's 12 teams.
What does that mean?
That's a general statement. That's not being specific.
It was more than 2 teams, like you claimed.
That's not being specific.
There was more teams that wanted
I
his
said
service,
name the teams. I ain't say give me the number.
A third.
I didn't say the amount. I said give me the team.
Tried to get him, and Chris Greer got it done.
Okay, that's just being just general. I'm talking about the teams. What name the individual teams? I'm still standing by my statement. I'm still calling that a damn lie until you give me the individual teams. Don't just give me throw out some random ass number by some reporter. I said the teams.
He said, quote, Drew
I give you one
Rosenhaus,
better, Crypto.
12 teams contacted Drew Rosenhaus.
Which 12 teams?
Is Drew Rosenhaus really going to say all the teams? Really?
Wait. I can contact a.
That's nothing.
Come out here and name all 12 teams, and that's the only way you're going to believe it.
But what does it matter what 12
That's
teams?
not.
I can name all 12 teams right
When it
now.
matters,
It doesn't make it right or wrong.
when it matters to a trade, like it
doesn't matter.
Okay, to that point, Lewis, the argument still stands. Tyreek Hill, the player, eliminated those 11 teams, not the GM. That's the point.
Thank you.
Tyreek eliminated the 12, even if it was 50 teams. He personally eliminated it down to 1, not Chris Greer.
Okay, let me ask a question.
And the Dolphins, because they're willing to pay the most.
Hold on, Rashad, you've been talking. Hold on, I haven't been quiet. Hold on. Now, let me ask you a question. Take Tyreek Hill, take Jalen. Every free agent, though, to your point then, Crypto, does the same thing. It has nothing to do with general managers then.
Because if I'm a free agent, to your point, and let's say you're the general manager trying to get me, Crypto, right? I could easily tell you no and go to another team. Like you're saying, oh,
I mean, you can.
Tyreek Hill chose Miami. Well, that's what free agents do. But Chris Greer
they do, but he had the veto power.
Hold on. But Chris Greer got with Tyreek Hill, and what Chris Greer told Tyreek Hill wanted to come here. They go hand in hand. For you and Rashad just to say Tyreek Hill chose Miami. So you think he just chose? He didn't talk to McDaniel. He didn't talk to Greer. He didn't know nothing about
That's not the point. That's not the point.
Let me answer. Can I answer?
That's not the point. Anybody could have been in Chris Greer's shoes. Is what the point is, and the argument still would have been made to get Tyreek here.
He's saying yes. He's saying that Lewis, what Crypto is saying right now, and I'm going to put you on mute, Crypto, just because I want to be able to get this out. What Crypto is saying, Lewis, is that it does not matter who the GM was. It did not matter the players that Chris Greer recruited or entertained, because any GM, it didn't matter. Any person that was a GM of the Miami Dolphins would have done the same exact thing because it was too easy. It was just handed to him.
Can I say something?
Chris Greer had
didn't
have anything to do with it.
No, what I'm saying is Tyreek Hill made it easier by eliminating those other teams out of the process.
But that's just free agency, Crypto. That's what every free agent
does. That's the whole point, Lewis. That's the point. Is it's nothing spectacular that he did.
So then we don't give no general managers credit then. Then I don't want to hear nothing about the general manager, because every free agent that's went to Philadelphia is because they want.
No, there are actually legitimate trades that could be made outside of that.
They wanted Philly cheesesteaks and rude people in stadiums. That's what they wanted. They went over there because of that.
No, that's not what every player is saying that come to Philly.
That's what you guys are saying about him coming to Miami.
But Tyreek said it out of his own mouth. Did you hear this statement by everybody that was signed by Philly?
I love you.
These statements ain't being made by the Philadelphia players that's acquired. Tyreek, we're going up what Tyreek said.
You don't listen to
I like what Andravia said. Andravia said Crypto is the guy who leaves the fight with a black eye and a busted lip and broken ribs and still says he won the fight. That's what Crypto is.
Yeah, you can come with the cookie, the fortune cookie statements all you want, Andrevius. Go get another fortune cookie and pull another one out.
Crypto.
Y'all were legit in the conversation.
That was definitely out of a fortune cookie.
What, Rashad? Man. What was your question, Rashad?
Why were the
Oh wow. I didn't touch it. I ain't do nothing.
Steven, you wrong for that.
I didn't do it.
Steven, you wrong, Steven. Why did you do that?
I did not do it.
You kidnapped them, Steven.
Crypto, I think today you have given me bigger headache than Pete has ever given me. Ever.
I wasn't even playing devil's advocate. I was just trying to present to you what the man was trying to say.
And what you
guys are saying he was so wrong, and it's so unfair to say that because he had an opinion about this man.
No, what we were saying. No, so listen to our argument. What we are saying is that Chris Greer is a good GM. We're not saying he's great. We're not saying he's elite. We're saying he's good. And he has done some things as GM that not just anybody could have pulled off. And the reason that we're in a Super Bowl window, a big reason, is because of the decisions that Chris Greer made. Now, could we be in a better position maybe with another GM? Maybe. But that's not the argument here. The argument is that Chris Greer is a good GM. And so Rashad's take when he came on was saying, hey, look, I was on like that, but now I have gone to this side of the argument because I don't think that Chris Greer is a good GM, because even the good stuff that he's done, anybody would have made those same decisions if they were in the same shoes. And that is disingenuous to Chris Greer. And it's not. And
he gave you a reason why he soured on him. He gave you the timeline, Steven. You just because it didn't agree with your narrative doesn't make it outlandish what he said.
It is outlandish. It's really
not.
100% it is.
Because he's basing his opinion ultimately off the results. You act like Chris Greer is coming up with formulas that's groundbreaking, number one, and has been winning Super Bowls year in and year out, as if he's the freaking Patriots.
So time out. So Howie Roseman, who we all consider is how many Super Bowls has Howie Roseman won?
One with them, and then and he lost the last one. But he's competitive. They are Super Bowl contenders.
Maybe he's not the again. We think he's the best. So let's go to Cincinnati. Cincinnati's a good comparison. I don't even know who their GM's name is, but I think he's probably a good comparison. Is he a failure of a GM? You think he's a bad GM?
No, because he's gotten them to where they're Super Bowl contenders.
But
so no, he's not a failure.
But to be fair,
because he showed up in the dance and was one step away from another one.
Hold on.
In 3 years.
The same argument that you're giving for the Tyreek Hill situation and everything, they were gifted Joe Burrow. It's not like he had to recruit him. He was drafted to them because they had the first overall pick.
It's not even that, Steven.
Yeah, he made the selection, though.
Earlier,
he could have selected Tua.
But you're not
but he
giving
didn't.
the same credit to Greer. That same exact
but
argument, but he selected him, though. But Chris Greer made the trade, though. That's the same fucking argument.
Yeah, he
and
made
you're not making it.
But the trade wouldn't have been possible if Tyreek would have said, I don't want to go there. You forgetting about that part of the equation. All Tyreek had to say, I don't want to go to Miami. Chris Greer would have said no, just like Deshaun Watson said, I don't want to go to Miami at the last minute. And then Greer said, what? The door is shut, right?
Crypto, let me ask you a question, Crypto. Just let me ask you a question, because this is the closest comparison, in my opinion, that we have with Chris Greer, is the general manager up in Cleveland. And I can remember, me included, I believe you were one of these people, Crypto. There was a lot of people that every time the Cleveland Browns would make a move, what would we say? Oh, that was a great safety. We should have looked at him. That was a great linebacker. We should have looked at him. Oh, when Amari Cooper, we should have looked at him. Kareem Hunt, we should have. He built that team through free agency, just like we have. And we
I compared us to him because we haven't won yet.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. But when he was making those moves, Crypto, this is the point. When he was making all those moves, we were praising him as a general manager for making those moves. Well, again, whether you like it or not, since 2019, bro, you got Tyreek Hill on this team. You got Terron Armstead on this team. Again, there's people that have missed or whatever. But Chris Greer, somewhere in between, he's not great. He's not horrible. He's a good GM. He's a guy that can't.
I don't think nobody's arguing whether or not he's good or bad. That's not what I'm defending with Rashad. He's saying the reason why he soured on him. You're moving his argument. That wasn't the crux of his argument. His argument wasn't that the GM was the spawn of Satan. I don't think Rashad was arguing that.
The guy in Cleveland, let's say Crypto, the guy in Cleveland, right? You don't think the players that he's going to get in free agency want to go to Cleveland? You don't think that they want to go because you don't think that, what was the safety that Johnson or whatever? You don't think he had multiple offers to go somewhere else? The problem is
that he wanted to go to Cleveland ultimately.
Crypto, but hold on. The problem is he probably looked at the landscape of the 3 or 4 teams that were after him, and he said, and I look at all options, all right, weighing money, weighing roster has something to do with that. And we got to admit that Tyreek Hill wanted to come here because of the roster as well that was already in place, and that's Christopher Greer's job.
Outside of the quarterback, the roster was comparable when you think about it because we didn't have Tyreek Hill. We had Devontae Parker still on the team for crying out loud in the wide receiver room. We only had Waddle.
Rashad's name on the panel today was fired.
That's what I'm saying. The Tua was the only glaring upgrade that we had over the Jets as far as roster to roster. That was it.
Crypto made Stevens.
Tua was the only separator in our rosters. It's the QB position.
You don't believe that, Crypto? You know we have a better roster than the Jets.
No, we have a better roster.
And it bared out because of their draft pick when they got Sauce Gardner and all the other people they had upgraded with. It was only a 2-game separation, ultimately. Tua was the difference maker.
Tua got hurt, though.
You're dead wrong, Crypto.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't like Tyreek said, oh, I'm going to another Kansas City Chiefs is the reason why I chose us. I know we ain't saying that.
Tyreek Hill's first team that he chose was not the Dolphins. It was the Browns. That's the team he wanted to go to first. That was the first call. That was the first. But the Browns did not have the draft capital we did, and they weren't going to offer the money that we have.
Well, they expended it all on the quarterback, so they was automatically eliminated.
That's
right.
Not
they
true.
eliminated
They weren't
themselves.
Eliminated.
Fundamentally, they was eliminated because they had no draft capital.
Right.
Yeah, they already acquired Cooper, right? They had already acquired Cooper.
Amari Cooper money was being spent on him, and plus 3 picks was out the window to Houston.
True.
Yeah. Hey, can I ask you a question, Crypto?
Sure.
Was Jalen Waddle Chris Greer's decision, or was that just anybody could have made the Jalen Waddle pick?
Uh-oh.
He's a top 10 player, right?
Well,
was he a top 10?
I am asking you. I am asking you. The Jalen Waddle draft pick.
Okay.
Will you give our GM Chris Greer credit for that draft pick? Yes or no?
Okay, I'll give him some credit for not being a total idiot.
Hold on. Crypto, ready? Now throw
For
it
not
back
being
in
a total idiot, yes. For not being a total idiot. Because if only an idiot would have not picked him.
Hold on. Now throw it back in his face. Noah Igbenogany. Is that a Chris Greer pick?
It is.
Oh, no, we want to sign that to Flo. That's right.
No,
they want to use that narrative.
They always want to throw it to Flo.
They want to sign the bad ones to Flo and then give the good ones to Greer. We know where that's going, Kathleen. You're right. You spot on.
Hold on, Kaz. The argument here that we've been arguing for 2 hours is not did he make bad picks. We've all admitted that he's made bad picks. But what the argument we're saying,
and we agreed that he made some good ones. You're trying to make that as the principal argument. That's not the principal argument.
For 2
Rashad gave you a clear reason why he soured on the man.
Crypto, that is the first time all day in this argument that you have given any credit to Chris Greer. Don't say that you're
because you moved the goalpost and steered the argument.
I was moved. So talk about.
You're right. You just about to say it. I was moving the goalpost. Say it.
Nope. Every decision, every discussion that we had was a take that you gave us. You or Rashad. You guys talked about. You guys were the ones that brought up Tyreek. So we went down that mole hole or whatever it's called, squirrel hole. I don't know. We went down that rabbit hole. All right. And then after that, what did we do? We started saying, all right, well, let's just go look at the Jalen Ramsey trade. So we went down that rabbit hole. And then we decided, hey, we just said, let's go down the Waddle train. But Waddle's the first person in the last 2 hours that you are giving Chris Greer any sort of credit for making that pick.
Wasn't Waddle mentioned in the first part of the first hour? Then you would have gotten that sooner. I can control when the timeline started.
Crypto. The whole point of the argument and the whole point of the debate was Chris Greer is a good GM and has made some good decisions. And Rashad
Rashad was arguing that he was an average GM at this point.
No, we all said he's top 15. 15 is middle of the pack. Okay.
Okay, that defines by definition average.
Okay, that's fine. It's the same freaking wording, Crypto. Now,
that's what I'm saying. I just said average. That's all.
So then Rashad came up here on the panel on Wildin' Out Wednesday. Okay. And then proceeded to say, hey, look, man, I was on the Greer train, but let me tell you why I'm not and why anybody could have made the decisions that he made. And that's when I lost my crap because that's disingenuous to Chris Greer and it's false. Not anybody could have made those decisions. He still had to pull the trigger. He's still the one that had to do it. He's still the one that made some of these trades and picks and made these contracts the way that he has. He's a decent GM. I'm not saying he's great. I'm saying he's decent.
Tough. He's decent. Average, middle of the pack.
Hey, Steven.
And then Crypto, you tied your hitch to Rashad. And that's where you went. I didn't cut them all.
Right, but hold on.
I didn't cut them all.
GMs get judged in this league by their picks and by the wins or loss records. Okay, by that account, Chris Greer is not a good GM. He's not hit on a lot of his picks. Hold on. He's not hit on a lot of his picks. Where look at Douglas.
No.
Okay? Look at Douglas.
Time out, Kaz. He's hit on picks. He hasn't hit on first.
I'm just going to say he's a middle of the road GM. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but hold on. It's first round picks.
He's not good or bad.
When you have 3 first round picks and you're still trying to figure out 4 years later if 2 of them, or maybe even possibly 3 of them, are going to work out to where you have a GM who just drafted 3 picks in the first round last year, who hit on everyone.
Here's what we're
drafted
gonna do.
2 picks this year,
Haslam,
hit on
here's
both
what
of
we're
them.
gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play this out. We're gonna play your scenario. What I need from the chat right now, I need an average, a comparable GM to him. I don't need Howie Roseman. I don't.
Me and Lewis just told you, Cleveland guy.
Cleveland. All right. So is everybody in agreement that Cleveland is a good comparison for us? I don't think it is personally.
We want to take somebody that hasn't won a Super Bowl yet,
If that's the take y'all want to do, we'll go with it. Are you ready?
we have to be somebody that's building a team that started in rebuild close to when we started, and then hasn't quite won a Super Bowl. So Cincinnati and Cleveland will be the GMs.
I like the Chargers.
Jacksonville.
I feel like the
Jacksonville.
And Jacksonville, because they started to rebuild at the same time after us.
You want to do?
You don't want to pick. You don't want to pick the Chargers.
All right, I'll tell you what I'll do.
The Chargers started their rebuild when we did too. It has to be somebody that hasn't won a Super Bowl yet.
They're light years ahead.
So Philly's off the table, Kansas City's off, Tampa's off the table.
We're going to do a little experiment here, gentlemen. But first, we just need to get one team.
And New England's off the table.
Start a poll. Okay, ask a question. Comparable team to the Dolphins over the last 6 years. Comparable to the Dolphins over the last 6 years. Okay. We're going to put, we'll say the Chargers is one. We'll put
Cincinnati.
We'll put the Cardinals. No, I don't know if we can.
They haven't won yet. They competitive because they started their rebuild in the same year as us.
Super Bowl.
Yeah, but they just fired their GM.
They just fired their GM. So Chargers, Cardinals. I need one more team. We'll put the Browns. You guys wanted to put the Browns.
Wait, Cincinnati fired the GM?
Okay. So hold on. We're gonna
Cardinals.
We're gonna get there.
Cardinals.
Okay. So
I'm gonna say Cincinnati ain't fired their GM. They crazy.
I'm gonna let the chat pick. Cardinals, or Browns. You got 3 choices. And what we're going to do, I'm not even going to tell you what we're going to do. I want to see who they pick.
Wait a minute, hold on. You got to put Cincinnati in there. They was in tank for Tua mode just like us. You got to put Cincinnati in there.
All the teams that started when we started. All the teams that started when we started. When we tanked, when we drafted Tua, all of that shit. You got to put
everybody that was in competition for Tua that year.
Don't get mad at me for the teams that I picked. These were the teams that most people in the chat said. Chargers, Cardinals, and you guys said the Browns. I got a lot of Chargers, and Cardinals. So that's
Jacksonville started this.
Jacksonville started 1 year after us.
I want to get to at least 30 votes. Get to 30. Right now, we're halfway there. Keep voting. I want to get to 30 votes.
You got to put Cincinnati in there.
No, I don't.
The Bengals didn't. The Bengals tanked when we tanked. We both.
Yeah, they were literally trying to lose like we were. They was destroying their team just like we was.
They were getting penalties on punt returns to lose games.
I think most of us would agree they got there because of Joe Burrow is a big part of that. Not everything, just a big part.
Well, yeah. But I'm just saying, what did their GM do? What did that GM do at the time that they was reconstructing their team?
The 3 years that
we got 9 more votes to go, and it's looking like the Chargers are going to be it. So,
Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, the Chargers were tanking too. The Chargers was kind of tanking, but
3 years.
They still have Phillip Rivers on the roster.
Burrow didn't get hurt the first year.
Yeah, they did have Phillip Rivers.
Right. So I don't know if they was quite tanking the Chargers, but they just got lucky. Right.
Yeah.
They wasn't really trying to get Burrow or Tua. Who was in the Tua sweepstakes, Stephen D? That's who the teams you put.
Los Angeles.
Us, the Lions, and
actually, I think Philadelphia was kind of in that Tua sweepstakes at one point.
No, they had Carson.
They were Carson Wentz was kind of hurt, and they was kind of rebuilding their team.
And that's why
we all agree that Howie Roseman is the top 3 GM in all of football. Okay. Hell, even sports, I'll say. Okay, so we're gonna go. I'm getting.
Hang on, Steven.
Am I getting feedback from somebody?
Yeah, I hear it too.
Who's got background noise? Yeah. All right. Okay.
You can't count the Eagles because they rebuild twice in
All right. 28 votes. Come on. 3 more votes. Think it's close enough.
And they won a Super Bowl and they went to another one.
3 more votes, guys. Come on. Let's get it over that hump.
I will say I love how y'all ignore the Bengals at this start.
All right.
Same exact
All right. So Chargers by a landslide. 66% of the vote went to Chargers. And you know what? No, I'm just going to do the Chargers because that's what I'm going to stick to my same thing. All right. 6 years ago. What was the first draft 6 years ago? What year was that?
2017.
So we are going to go through 2017 and to now draft of the Chargers and the Dolphins. And what we are going to say is how many of those players are still on active NFL rosters. Okay? That's what we're going to do. That's going to be the measuring stick. And then we can break it down even more afterwards. But for now, that's going to be the measuring stick. Okay? Y'all ready? So we'll say 2017. We'll start it with 2017. 2018, 2019, 2020. Man, hey, you got a lot of background noise, somebody. 2020, 2021, and 2022. And then we won't count this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6, right? I think that we'll go to 2016. We'll go to 2016 too. We'll go back a little bit further. Okay. All right. Draft class for 2016 for the Miami Dolphins. Draft class for the San Diego Chargers, 2016. Y'all ready? 2016 for the Miami Dolphins. This is a draft that Chris Greer drafted, right? We're all saying Chris Greer.
That was his first year. I think that was his first year.
Was the first year as official GM, 2016, right?
Okay.
We're saying because that's the whole point of this argument.
No, it was like 2018, 2019.
No, it was not. Wasn't.
I thought it was. I thought his first pick was. I thought his
When did
first pick was
Tannenbaum get fired? When did Tannenbaum get fired? What year did Tannenbaum get fired? 16. So 16 was his first draft pick year, right? Greer's first year as GM, as head honcho, was 2016.
No, okay, give us the draft. I don't care.
No.
Just give me the draft.
I could have sworn it was
I'm
Christian
going off
Wilkins.
Okay, we're gonna go with 2016
because we ain't did nothing in 30 years.
We're gonna
so just
go
give me
under the
whatever you want to start.
assumption that Chris Greer, okay, drafted all of these draft picks. Okay, you ready? 2016, Laramie Tunzel, Xavier Howard,
pick.
Kenyon
Okay.
Drake, Lorante Carew, Jakeem Grant, Jordan Lucas, Brandon Daughtry, and Thomas Duarte.
That's two good picks.
4 players that are still on active NFL rosters.
Yeah,
for the Dolphins.
but that's two good picks.
That's 3. Grant isn't on the. Grant isn't on the active.
No, that's 2 good picks.
No, please.
Grant isn't on the active roster. 3 players are on active teams. Drake, Xavier Howard,
by the
and
way,
Tunsil.
Caslin, that's not what we're arguing at the moment. That's why I said compare players that are on active rosters in the NFL right now. Okay. Chargers, 2016, Joey Bosa, Hunter Henry, Max Turek, Joshua Perry, Jatavius Brown, Drew Kasser, Derek Watt, and Donovan Clark. That's 3 for the Chargers. Let's go to 2017 for the Chargers. Mike Williams, Forrest Lamp, Dan Feeney, who, by the way, is a Miami Dolphin now, Rayshawn Jenkins, Desmond Keene, and Isaac Rochelle. I believe that 6 of these guys are still on NFL rosters. What if they're still, which I believe they are. Let me make sure. Yes, they are. They played last year. Okay, so hold on. Let me scroll back up. Sorry, a lot of things here. Doing 5 things at once, guys. All right. 2016 or 2017. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 for the Chargers in 17. All right. All right. Dolphins in 2017. Charles Harris, Raekwon McMillan, Cordea Tankersley, Isaac Astia, Devon Godshaw, Vincent Taylor, Isaiah Ford. So that's 4
All
for
horrible.
the Dolphins.
All horrible picks.
2018 for the Miami Dolphins. Minka Fitzpatrick, Mike Gesicki, Jerome Baker, Durham Smythe, Kalen Ballage, Cornell Armstrong, Quentin Poling, and Jason Sanders. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
5.
So 6 for the Dolphins. 6 players that are still on active rosters. Still on active rosters. Which means they played last year in the NFL.
Last year.
Okay.
I didn't know.
Okay. All right. Now
he did play for the Chargers. He did.
I know they did. Hold on. That's 2018. 6D. There we go. All right. Chargers 2018. Derwin James, Ushina Nausu. I can't say his name. I definitely just butchered that. And I know Andrevius is somewhere talking about me butchering names. Justin Jones, Kazir White, Scott Quisenberry, and Justin Jackson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 for the Chargers. 2019 for the Chargers. Jerry Tillery, Nazir Adderley, Trey Pipkins, Drew Tranquil, Easton Stick, Amike Iguodala, Cortez Broughton. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for the Chargers in 2019. And the Dolphins in 2019 had Christian Wilkins, Michael Dieter, Andrew Van Ginkel, Isaiah Prince, Chandler Cox, and Miles Gaskins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5 for the Chargers, or 5 for the Dolphins. Excuse me. 2020 Dolphins, Tua Tagovailoa, Austin Jackson, Noah Igbenogany, Robert Hunt, Raekwon Davis, Brandon Jones, Solomon Kinley, Jason Strowbridge, Christian Weaver, Blake Ferguson, Malcolm Perry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are still currently on an NFL roster for the Dolphins. And the Chargers currently have Justin Herbert, Kenneth Murray, Joshua Kelly, Joe Reed, Aloha Gilman. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 for the Chargers. And 2021, Rashawn Slater, Asante Samuel Jr., Josh Palmer. Every single one of their picks are still, actually the last 2 years, they still have it. We're not counting 2023. So the last 2 years, all their players are still on NFL rosters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So 17 between the two for the Chargers, and for the Dolphins in 2021 and 2022. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 for the Dolphins. And they just had less draft picks, a lot less draft picks. That's all. So, okay. All right. So, all right. Now what we're going to do is we're going to break out the calculator, because we're going to do percentage thing here in a second, because we can't go based on who had more draft picks and stuff. Just bear with me. I'm cooking.
Yeah.
I'm cooking. Okay.
Go ahead, Chef.
4 plus 4 plus 6 plus.
He named a lot of Pro Bowlers for the Chargers too. That's crazy.
7.
They got that many people.
17. That's 43 players total for the Chargers that are still currently on active rosters in the NFL. And for the Dolphins, and by the way, this is going to be a lower number, so don't just hear me out when I get there. Okay. All right. So Dolphins. Oh, by the way, I did that math wrong. That was for the Dolphins. Hold on. I did I did a mix. Hold on. I'm bad at math, y'all. Just bear with me. Do it one more time. 4 in 2016 for the Dolphins, 4, 8, 12, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 34. 34 for the Dolphins. And then for the Chargers, 3, 6, 9, 15, 20, 25 and 25 plus
42, right? Or 42.
All right, so 42 to 34. So Chargers have 34. Dolphins have 34. Chargers have 42. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back through each of the drafts, and we're going to say who's a really good player and who's not. All right, and this is going to be consensus. Okay, 2016.
Really good or good?
No, it has to be really good. Can't be just an average good player. It has
They
to be a
need to
really
at
good
least
player.
start in the NFL. Let's say they're a starting caliber.
Okay,
is that fair? As for the, and I'll bring crypto into the conversation too. Is that fair? Starters? Are you guys good? Starters, Kaz?
Starters. Can you hear me, Steven?
Yes, I heard you, crypto. Starters, is that good? Kaz was not answering. Okay. 2016. Here we go. All right, for the Dolphins, Laramie Tunsil, good player.
Really good player, yeah.
Really good. Xavier Howard, really good.
Really good.
Kenyon Drake.
No.
Kenyon Drake was an average starter in the NFL.
Yeah, but he's not.
He's not a starter.
He
started for the Dolphins. He didn't. He started for the Dolphins. That's it. 1 year. 1 year he started. 1 year he started for the Dolphins. Only 1 year.
Right,
he started off as the third down back.
We need to do a blanket statement. So
I've already said. Yeah, that's what I said. 2 players for that draft.
Hold on.
Xavier.
No, we're not. No,
and
we're
Tunsil.
not. We're trying to make this as we want to be able to have no black and white as at least as possible. I don't want opinions to try to get.
That's what I said. Really good players.
So no,
not average players, really good players.
But really good to me and you could be 2 different things, Kaz. So we need to figure out here.
Shouldn't be.
No, Bud. Hold on, Bud. Drake. If you, we're gonna say if you started an average of on average. Are we saying that on average? You started?
Kenyon Drake started 13 games 1 year with Miami. 1 year with Arizona, and he started 15 games 1 year in Miami.
And how many games has he played total?
101.
Yeah, so that's not.
Trying to say, what's the argument, kids? Whether or not Kenyon Drake
Are we
is
saying
good?
that they have to start over 50% in their career?
Oh, wait. I'm gonna go to the total game started because he has came in and started for injured players. So let me go back. Okay. So he started 44 games and he's been in 101 games.
So the people are saying that I should be putting Drake as a good player.
He's not a starter. X is a starter. X has started.
We're not saying
most of his career.
We're saying a starter from majority of their tenure.
That's what I'm going off of. X has been a bona fide starter. Tunsil has been a bona fide starter. Grant has only been a starter when it was convenient for the team. A rebuilding team, injured running back. That's the only time he's been a starter.
All right, fine. What about Jakeem Grant? He's basically a return specialist.
No. Just an average player.
Okay,
Average.
so 2 for the Dolphins in 2016. Let's go. We'll just stay with the Dolphins, and then we'll go to the Chargers. Charles Harris, bust. Raekwon McMillan,
Bust.
I don't know if that's a bust. It didn't work out for us.
It all matters. See, the thing with starting, it all matters on where you at, the time, and all of that stuff. We were rebuilding, so yeah, give him starter if you want to.
Yeah.
But he's been in the league so long. He's been a backup too.
Laramie Tunsil, he goes to any 32 teams in the NFL. Does he stop?
Yeah, you're right.
Everybody's saying that we should have. Everybody says Drake equals 8 years, 4 teams, 4.5 average. Okay, I hear you, Dougie Fresh.
X. Does he go to 32 teams in the NFL and stop?
Raekwon McMillan's the starter. That's one. Devon Godshaw. He's a
starter.
He's
a starter. He started for us and the Patriots.
I understand this is a flawed experiment, but I want to try to get to it. Okay. Devon Godshaw, good player.
Average, average good player.
Vincent Taylor, defensive tackle. All right.
No.
So that's 2 for 2017 for the Dolphins. Minka, all right, 2018 for the Dolphins. Minka Fitzpatrick, good.
Perfect
Yes.
pick.
Micah
Yep.
Second, good. Jerome
Yeah.
Baker,
Yes.
good. Durham Smythe, no, I won't put him in there.
No.
Cornell Armstrong, I won't put him in there.
No.
Jason Sanders, good. 1, 2,
Yes.
3, 4. That's 4 for the Dolphins in 2018. 2019, Christian Wilkins, good. Michael Dieter, no.
No.
Andrew Van Ginkel, good. Isaiah
Yes.
Prince, no. Miles
No.
Gaskin, no. So
No.
that's 2 for 2019. 2020, Tua Tagovailoa, good. Austin Jackson, no. Noah Iguodala, no. Robert Hunt, yes. Raekwon Davis, yes. Brandon Jones, yes. Blake Ferguson, yes. That's 5.
Wait, Steven. Brandon Jones has been a backup until last year.
Yeah.
Brandon
He's
Jones is a good player, bro.
And so no, this is what we do. He's good compared to what we have. He's not starting on 20 other teams. He start on 8, 6 other
starting on
teams.
this team this year.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of feedback from somebody. I think it's Crypto. Crypto, turn your radio down, or Caslin, turn your thing down. Yeah,
I don't have my radio on.
Yeah, it's Crypto. All right. So 2020, I had 5. Okay. All right, 2021. Here we go. Jalen Waddle, good. Jalen Phillips, good. Javon Holland, good. Liam Eichenberg, no. Hunter Long, no. Larnell Coleman,
No.
no. So that's 3 for the Dolphins. And 2022, Channing Tindall. He hasn't played enough yet. Eric
No.
Ezukanma, no. Cameron Good, no. Skylar Thompson, no.
No.
Okay. 0 in 2022. Okay. And we're not at 2023 yet, so we're not going to do it. All right, Chargers 2016. Joey Bosa, yes.
Yes.
Hunter Henry, yes.
Yes.
Derek Watt,
Yes.
yeah, I
I
guess.
don't know who that is. I think he.
I don't know.
I don't know who
His
that
name,
is.
he's the third brother, but he's a fullback.
The fullback?
He only has one career touchdown.
That doesn't mean
If we're going to give it to Raekwon McMillan, we got to give it to him because he starts. Or he started a majority of his career.
Derek Watt.
But okay, say no. Say no. Then.
Crypto, your thing is bad. Go out and come back in. You're killing me, Smalls. All right. So 2 for the Chargers. All right. Mike Williams, yes.
Yes.
Forrest Lamp, yes.
Yes.
Dan Feeney has started most of his career. Yes.
Just had the injury bug. That's the reason why he's not there anymore.
Rayshawn Jenkins.
Yes.
Yes. The safety? Hell yes.
Desmond King.
Yes.
Good too.
No.
The other safety. The other safety? Yes. He started as a rookie next year. You know how long Derwin James was injured? He started.
He's good. He's good.
He started 3-4 years. He started 3 or 4 years, had major impact on that Chargers defense.
All right. Isaac Rochelle.
So did Trey Quayle.
Rochelle now. I mean, I think he's started, but I don't think he's that good.
Yeah,
so
he's not
1,
that
2,
good.
3, 4, 5. We're saying 5 for the Chargers in 2017. All right.
Oh, my knee. Whoa.
All right, here we go.
Blew my knee
Derwin
out.
James.
Yes.
Yep.
Nusau, the outside linebacker.
Yes.
Is it Tranquil?
I can't say it.
I don't know his first name.
Yeah.
I don't know who Steven talking about. I'm butchering names again.
I know I am. I'm bad at butchering names. Justin Jones.
Yes.
Kazir White. No.
Yeah.
Quisenberry's a starter.
You can say no. You can say no. Quisenberry, yes.
Justin Jackson.
Yes.
No.
The safety?
No.
Justin Jackson.
1, 2, 3, 4. We'll say 4 for 2018.
No, Justin Jackson is not the same one. J.C. Jackson is the one that they just got.
Oh, yeah.
2019. Jerry Tillery. No.
I don't know. I don't know.
Nazir Adderley. No. Trey Pipkins. No.
No idea who that is.
Drew Tranquil.
Yes.
No. You want to say yes for
Tranquil? Yes.
Okay.
He got paid this offseason.
No, he's a quarterback. All right. So 1 in 2019 for the Chargers.
That's a bad year for them.
Okay.
You should have got fired right after that.
2020, Justin Herbert. Yes. Kenneth Murray, the linebacker.
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Steven, can you hear me?
Yeah. Joshua Kelly. No. Joe Reed. No. Alohi Gilman. No. So we're gonna say 2 in 2021 for them. And 2022, Rayshawn Slater.
Yes.
Asante
Yes.
Samuel Jr.
Yes.
Yes.
Josh Palmer.
Yes.
Yes.
Trey McKitty. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No, we're not saying Trey McKitty. You kidding me? Chris Rump. No.
I know nothing about you.
Brendan James. No. I'm looking here. I wish it had
Tight end guy was pretty good. That really tall tight end they got is pretty good.
Nick Neiman, Larry Roundtree, and Mark Webb. I'm gonna say no. So that's 3 in 2021, or in 2021. So 3 here, 2 there. All right, in 2022, Zion Johnson, JT Woods, Isaiah Spiller.
That's 2. Well, I wouldn't say Spiller. Spiller did get some carries though, but yeah.
Everybody on the squad is still in on the team, but I don't know.
Spiller ain't
gonna get... Let's say 3 just to be on the safe side.
Spiller's about to take what's the name spot when they trade him.
He's not going anywhere.
But he hasn't yet. So
we're
actually going to say 2. We'll just say 2.
And Spiller again. It's not fast, but Spiller because he's behind. Look who he's behind. You know.
We'll say 2. All right.
Exactly.
2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12, 17, 18, 19. 19 for the Chargers. 19 good players for the Chargers. 2, 4, 8, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 for the Dolphins. So, with less draft picks to 42 Chargers draft picks to the Dolphins 34. The Dolphins have drafted 18 quality, really good players in the NFL. And the Chargers, with 42 draft picks, have had only 19 quality, really good players in the NFL. And we probably guessed with 1 or 2 of them because we just don't know their thing over the last couple of years that well. So even if it's 1 or 2 more, that's still impressive.
You want to know what's impressive?
Chris Grier is a good GM. Point blank. You can't deny that. You can't. You can sit here and argue with me all you want about the misses that he's made, and that's fine. And he's missed on some, but he's hit on some too. And his track record shows it. His track record shows it.
Steven, what's impressive is how you just moved that goalpost.
How did I move the goalpost?
That was impressive. That was
who has the most? Who you just went from?
Hey, he's a spin master.
Who started last year? Who started last year is what you went off of versus total picks. The Dolphins had more picks than the Chargers.
I didn't go off of who
and then you went to good players.
We had like 14 picks in one of those drafts.
Time out. I broke it down. I said how many people are currently on an NFL roster, and then I had on average how many starters are there. Really good players, right? And we went through that. So if you do the math, there's a higher percentage for the Dolphins hitting on their draft picks than you can make the argument of a comparable team of the Chargers.
No. No, Steven. Steven, what you did was you didn't do draft picks. You did starters. You did players that was on the NFL roster last year. We had more picks than the Chargers since 2016, and we only had 32 in the league last year that was on the NFL roster.
Listen to my words. They had
No.
picks. We had 34.
That's not true, Steven, because we had one pick. We had like 13 picks 1 year.
Yeah, we had the most picks in.
You're arguing with me when I just literally counted them.
Steven, you counted players that was on an NFL roster last year. That's what you added up. You didn't go through all the picks. You said who was on the NFL players that are still in the NFL. That's what you added up.
Okay.
You didn't go off all the picks. We missed a lot.
So timeout. You're going to sit here and argue with me that in 2023, right? When the average NFL football's player career is 3 years, and that's an average player, okay? That 6 years removed or 9 years removed from how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? 6 years. Yeah. Well, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not including this past one that we just had. If a player is not playing in the NFL right now, they probably weren't a good player or had injuries, and it was a failure of a draft pick.
Yeah.
Right or
and
wrong?
You said 43 of those players came right. And you said 43 of those players came from the Chargers drafting.
42 Chargers.
What you should have done was how many Pro Bowlers have we drafted versus how many Pro Bowlers have they drafted? That's something you can measure over the last since 2016.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
how many Pro Bowls?
I'm out. Here we go.
How many playoff victories did the GMs end up with under their belt?
But see, people are going to say Pro Bowlers is not good. You would maybe go first team All Pro, and I'd have to do more digging on that. But the fact of the matter is, let's say
Pro Bowl, we get smoked.
No timeout. Let's say
we definitely get smoked.
Crypto, you have such bad background noise, dude.
Yeah, it is bad, Crypto.
I know. Think about this though, Rashad. You want me to sit here and have an argument or discussion with you, and you're like, okay, let's move. You think I'm moving the goalposts, but you literally just said, oh, let's look at Pro Bowlers now. We can break this down as often or as many as we want. We can go first team All Pros, second team All Pros, third team All Pros, Pro Bowlers, blah, 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 blah. Mac Jones was a Pro Bowler, and we know he was trash. So,
oh my God.
So
Steven,
hey, no.
You can say that, but I will say we've had
Tyler Huntley was a Pro Bowler last year.
Okay.
Come on now.
I get what you're saying, but I can take Pro Bowl out of it, and we can say
we can use all
start
pro
on another team. We don't have to use all pro. We can just look at we've had better and more capital than the Chargers, and they drafted more players that produce better than our players. Their safeties have been better. Our corners have been better. Their linebackers have been better. The line has been better. Offensive line has been better.
Time out. We all agreed that we
quarterbacks better
since 2016.
Running backs better. Wide receivers been better.
That's not true. You're saying false statements.
What's not true?
He talking about collectively, not just.
I'm talking collectively. Like in whole, their receivers have been better. We've had Waddle in 8 years of Parker. That's it.
Yeah.
That's a bad imbalance there.
They got Williams. They got Williams, Allen.
They got Williams, Allen, Palmer's coming up.
And the guy that they just drafted. The guy that they just drafted. They have a three-headed monster there in San Diego.
Now we're comparing straight up where the Chargers are at, where the Dolphins are at. I'd rather be where the Dolphins are at right now than the Chargers, my personal opinion.
Of course, you're supposed to be, fan. You're a fan.
You're a fan.
We're putting
your blind fandom above everything else.
We're in the same exact spot. That ain't saying much.
Yeah, being in second place in the division, right? Because they definitely looking up to the Chiefs right now.
Yeah, they have they won a playoff game yet? If so, one maybe.
Yeah, a couple of them in Dillon's Greer tenure. Yes.
So, look, I'm telling you right now. No, look, I knew it was a flawed experiment from the get-go, but I do think that these numbers still prove my point. If the Dolphins with
I don't think nobody's arguing that he's above average, Stephen. No one's arguing that.
Yes, that's what the argument's been.
I don't even think Rashard believes that. He just said he soured on him. He was high on him, and he's not high on it no more. That's all he was trying to say.
No, that's not what he was trying to say.
He was very high, and he went to low.
Guys, I love how you guys just totally changed you just flip-flopped on flip-floppers. That's what you guys just did.
How's that flip-flopping?
Because
you tried to project on us that we were saying he was the spawn of Satan. That's what you're projecting on us. And no one say he's the spawn of Satan.
You guys for the last 2.5 hours have basically said that a monkey could do his job. And that's not fair.
No. We're saying, given the same circumstance, a monkey could have done it. It was nothing groundbreaking what he did, is what we're saying. That's not revolutionary.
The certain trades I don't give him credit for at all.
Oh my God.
At all. But there is
That's
other
all we're
trades
saying. There's some you can give him trade for. You can give him credit for. But giving him if a man literally walks into your lap and say, please, here my Lord, send me.
I can't give him. I cannot give him Jalen Ramsey. I can't give him that one. That's it. No brainer. Anybody in that mother could have made that pick.
I did change the parameters in the middle of experiment. I'll give you that fourth down and forever. But I was trying. It was a flawed experiment from the get-go. That's all I'll say. I shouldn't have done it that way. It was probably 30 minutes out of people's lives.
Oh, hey, Stephen. Going back to the 12 teams, Stephen. Did any one of those 12 teams that Tyreek Hill said he wants to go to?
Yeah, only one of them. Like I said, the only team that he wanted to go to was the Browns.
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous, Caslin, for you to say you're not going to give him Jalen Ramsey. I'm
not giving Jalen Ramsey. I'm not giving Jalen Ramsey.
I don't care if Jalen Ramsey wants to come here or not. You said I'm not going to give him credit because, anybody could have did it. Well, the question is, why is he the only one that did it? Why is he the only one that did it?
Hold on.
Who's the only team that Jalen Ramsey wants to come to?
I'm going to let y'all go. In a second.
Like every other free agent. This is that's just like every other free agent.
No. There was only one team.
Okay, hold on. I said take a chill pill, both of you. G-Man the DolFan says, if Chris Grier is so good, where are the playoff appearances? Where are the playoff wins? Your silence speaks volume. Okay. G-Man the Dolphin. At one point earlier this offseason, I said, I think he's a top 10 GM. And then a fan said, hey, Steven, he hasn't won a playoff game. I don't know if you can put him in the top 10. And I said, you know what? You're probably right. So I got, I thought about that, and said that is a fair statement. If you have not won a playoff game, I cannot put you as a top 10 GM. Now,
that's why I say he's above average.
What I will say is he's above average, which puts him in the top 15. He puts him 11 through 15 easily. Okay. Now, what does he need to do to get over that hump? He needs to win a playoff game. We all admit to that.
Yeah, all the groceries he assembled can finally be prepared and served on the freaking dinner plate.
Yeah.
If it can't be served on the dinner plate, then it's a failure for the freaking grocery shopping.
And so that's where we're at right now. In my opinion, Chris Grier is one of the biggest reasons we're in this great position that we are in right now. You can choose to look at it differently if you so choose to, but I think we're in a prime position to make a run at this thing. And Chris Grier is a big part of that. And for you to think otherwise is wrong. It's just wrong.
Yeah, it is wrong. It's ridiculous. From 2019, when again the rebuild started, to where
I can't hear nobody.
Roster-wise, I don't know what the hell you are complaining for. Bro, we spent 2 hours complaining and debating if Chris Grier is a good general manager.
Well, now Crypto's saying that's not what they were saying. He moved the goalpost on it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I didn't move the goalpost.
Look at the roster. And again, I hate that narrative too.
So now we're talking about 2019. He once said 2016.
Okay.
Now we're saying 2019.
It doesn't matter where y'all want to start it. The fact of the matter is, look at the roster now. Like, what are we complaining for? And this narrative that, oh, well, if it
No one's
doesn't work out, it's
complaining until
and this
it gets
narrative
produced.
again, if it doesn't get produced, it's still not Chris Greer's fault.
G-Man, the Dolphin, Belichick has whiffed on picks. Why?
But it would be his fault because it's not Tua's fault. It's not.
Crypto, go get a better microphone or a phone. Go see Alex. Go to T-Mobile and go see Alex.
I think Chris Greer, let me be very clear. I don't want to speak for nobody. I'm not putting words in everybody's mouth. My opinion is Chris Greer is a pretty good general manager. When I look at the roster, he's done an incredible job. This is just on paper. But Chris Greer don't play on Sundays. Chris Greer ain't the one throwing the ball. Chris Greer ain't the one catching the ball. Chris Greer ain't the one running routes. Chris Greer ain't the one tackling. It's not Chris Greer's job if this thing fails. It's the players. What y'all problem was with Flores, trying to blame Flores. Now you're trying to blame Greer. It's always blame somebody. Well, the fact of the matter is the players are the only ones, those 53 guys that suit up on Sunday are the reason we win or lose. And if y'all don't understand that, then there's a bigger damn problem in this fan base. Stop blaming everybody.
I agree.
Players that play, bro, like Steven, how many tackles when you were sitting in the stadium have you ever seen Chris Greer make or miss?
None. Zero.
Like, bro, he drafted Javon Holland. We all think Javon Holland's going to be a good player, but if Javon Holland misses tackles, now are we blaming Chris Greer? No.
And by the way, G-Man, Dolphin, I'll tell you this. You're right. Belichick has 7 rings. That is correct. He's got the hardware to back up bad picks because he's hit on enough that he can. I'm saying that the book is still out on Greer. And I am saying currently as it stands, he's an above average GM. But if he does not yield the results in the next 2 years, maybe even this year, and seeing how that plays out, he would need to go. We have to get playoff wins and multiple playoff wins, not just a playoff win, multiple playoff wins to get us to this point. To get us to the point where he can be a top 10 GM. And that's kind of, where I'm at. People want to write him off already and saying he's a bad GM. I don't think that's fair. I don't think he is a bad GM. I don't think it's fair, and I think it's wrong. I think he's a good GM. But let's see how it plays out. The book is still out. Color, real quick, man. What's up?
So, all joking aside, I know I was funning with you in chat. I don't disagree that I don't think the guy's a bad GM. I just think you're saying, more time will tell. But he is not, so far, the reason that we're taking so much time could be more towards his coaching hires. I mean, come on, let's face it. He's responsible for that stuff too. Not just players. He's responsible for hiring the chef as well. So we got to keep that in mind. But again, yeah, I'm with Lewis. As far as I don't think Crypto was wrong for what he was trying to say. But I am with Lewis. We just got to stop. There are pre-baking in another excuse. Oh, Greer never did anything. Is it going to be Greer that sabotaged the team this time? I mean, I don't want to hear none of that. But
exactly,
I did come up. What I had come up to say was, look, man, Einstein is rolling over in his grave right now for that thought experiment, bro. You would be fired from Princeton right on the spot, man.
Color. Well, number one, I'm not Princeton. I admit that it was a flawed experience, but you understand what the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, I get it. And it'd be interesting to do a proper deep dive on it, but you would have to definitely set some parameters, and you'd have to get some Chargers fans on to give you an idea of who's who over there.
It doesn't have to just be the Chargers, right? I was okay with the Cardinals or the Bengals.
Right, but I mean, for instance, and again, Durham Smythe, that's subjective. I mean, he's been a solid tight end for us with a 76% catch rate. You know what I mean?
And Color, to be fair, when I was doing it with Kaz, he's like, no, he is a good. He was saying about somebody being a good player, and I was like, that's objective. I can say. So I knew even during the middle of the discussion that it was probably I was like, I wanted to get a more black and white. We just didn't do it, and that's on me.
Now, one thing you did point out, which was the point of the experiment, I understand the point you were trying to make, is that with more picks, they've done less than we have.
Yep.
And I get that. But why did they have more picks?
I mean, because they chose.
In other words, what I'm saying is you could credit their GM for that too. You know what I mean? Having the 6 extra picks.
But to be fair, right? We got rid of some of our picks, and look who it's yielded.
True.
Tyreek Hill. It's yielded the opportunity to go out and get.
They also picked up Khalil Mack that way.
That's true. You're right. So, I mean, look, I think
not that he's panned out for them, but you know what I mean.
Really, but you'll say that we'll both agree that was a great draft. It was the right trade for them to make.
Yeah, the premise behind it's good. I just was off of Khalil Mack when Gruden got off of him.
and if it doesn't work out, you live with that, right? You say, screw it. It just didn't work out. That's the way it was. So this is kind of where I think I struggle.
Yo, sidebar, y'all are going to get something special right here. That is a pink spoonbill right there.
So this is my problem that I think I have with the fan base color. I think that my issue is that when I'm having a discussion and I say, look, this is different. We haven't done this in the last 2 years. And I get somebody like Caslin or and I don't mean to call you out, Kaz, but they'll be like, oh, we've done the same thing for the last 20 years. We did it with Brandon Marshall. We did it with Ndamukong Suh. We did it with whoever, Ricky Williams or blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, this is totally different than all of those scenarios. The last 2 years is totally different. And for the first time ever, it's not like one player is going to solve our problems. It's this player is going to add to what we already have, which is a foundation. And I don't remember this team since the mid-90s, maybe the early 2000s on defense, but definitely not on offense. So the team itself in general, I don't remember them ever having a foundation the way that they have it right now as constructed by our current GM. And to me, that's commendable, and I applaud that thing because this is the best position I think the Miami Dolphins have been in since probably 2001.
I mean, I can see what you're saying. Like, if you're talking about bureaucratically, like in the organization, like the team itself, like the structure of the team, I get what you're saying there. Like, we haven't had that kind of, let's say, organization, like conveyor system that we've got going, that we're starting to build now. And I think that's why I ended up grading our draft a B-, because I wanted to say C+, but
I said
only because I wanted to add the plus to it, because I actually think, like, with what we did, again, taking off the 2-year window hat for a minute, I think what we did was great for what we had to work with. And I think it's the types of picks that, given the right coaching, can keep that conveyor belt going that we're seeming to establish now.
And G-Man, the Dolphin, said there's no young foundation on the O-line, dude. Nobody has argued with that fact. Color hasn't, I haven't, Kaz hasn't. Nobody has, even Crypto hasn't. And Rashad, we all think that they need to do a better job on the O-line evaluation, O-line coaching. They've had 9 different offensive line coaches.
But again, there's another spot, though, Stephen D, where we're seeing something work out that has nothing to do with winning now, but has to be done. We have to find a baseline with our offensive line and our offensive line coaching. And that's why you see the firing of the one coach this offseason. You see them standing pat on Austin Jackson and Eichenberg, because it can't get worse than that. So we know that as they get better, they're going to max out, and they won't be good enough, whatever. As they get better, it's going to show Greer who's who in the coaching department. And also, hey, when it's a start, it's pretty easy to see what quality offensive line are going forward when you have that baseline of Austin Jackson and Liam Eichenberg set. If they can at least, protect on an average level, block on an average level, you know what I mean?
I 100% agree with that. I
sort of like the Gaskin move, like how we keep holding Gaskin, because look, if you can't come into camp and beat out Myles Gaskin, you don't deserve to be on this team.
It sets a curve, right? Like, you need to be above this line. If you're not
sure.
above this line,
now it'd be ideal that one day somebody does beat out Myles Gaskin. I suspect it'll be this camp.
And then
that guy becomes the standard, or the next guy up becomes the standard. You know what I mean?
you're only as strong as your weakest link. That's where that
exactly. Now, for instance, this new guy, this new running back we drafted. Let's say he comes in and burns down the house, right? That does, and that that pushes out Myles Gaskin. That doesn't mean that he'll be the new number 4. It means that the next guy up from Myles Gaskin will be the bottom standard. You know what I mean?
Probably Jeff Wilson, and how I think it'll ultimately work out is if the trade happens with, what's his name?
This is where the Niners were at. If you've got Jeff Wilson Jr. as your bottom level standard, you're doing pretty damn good in the running back room.
100%. G-Man, the Dolphins said the offensive line is too important to be this mediocre. They aren't winning anything until they fix this O-line evaluation thing. I would agree with that statement, but I also say that it's May the 3rd. If our offensive line still looks this way come September 12th or September 7th or whenever the first game's going to be, then I will be on board with, okay, Greer screwed up. Greer did not. Like, this is ridiculous, us going into this.
Yeah, and I suspect they'll be able to see certain indicators in camp because, hey, that we saw this in camp last year and it never got corrected. Now we're seeing it in camp this year, so we should expect the same thing on the field. And you see what I'm saying? They have more time that goes by, the more indicators they have that nothing's getting better or something's not getting better.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I definitely think that you're right. I think ultimately the Miami Dolphins have a lot to look forward to, and I like Chris Greer. I'm okay with him being the GM here right now. He's the guy I want leading this current regime, and that we'll just have to see how this year plays out. But right now,
hey Steven, can you hear me?
Where we're at. What's up?
The reason why we constantly keep saying that there's nothing no different from last time, because we keep producing the same result as last time.
Sorry, bud. You got bad cell phone service today.
I would say to Crypto on that look, and you all know how I stand. Whether you're building, whether you're there yet or not, whether you should need it or not, to win along the way, you're going to need a quarterback that can overcome your deficiencies until you're finished building. That's just the way it is. I mean,
and by the way,
our record is a reflection of our quality of quarterback.
Color, let me also say this. If the Miami Dolphins, if somebody comes up here and debate, right? Wild Out Wednesday is crazy. It's its own thing. It has a life of its own. It can go sideways sometimes, so be it, right? I want to hear everybody's debate. I want to hear everybody's viewpoint. But I'll say this. If somebody comes up here and says, hey, Steven, my argument with the team is I don't trust Tua because of his health. I can listen to that. I feel like that's a valid argument. Somebody comes up here and says, hey, Steven, they have not done enough on the offensive line, and I'm sorry. I don't think it doesn't matter how many other moves we make. If we don't get the offensive line in shape, then all these moves are for nothing. I'd like to there's a side of me that agrees with that to a certain extent. Like, you have to have a good offensive line in order to have a competitive football team. So I can hear that argument.
But we can't, on that note, we can't fall into the trap of just assuming it's always bad, because the talking heads that say it and the parrots that say it haven't realized that things have gotten better. You know what I mean?
They have improved. And so with that being said, what then my argument or my retort to them would be, hey, look, let's look at a couple of things here, right? Number one, let's look at where we were at 3 years ago. Are we better than where we were at the moment we traded Laramie Tunsil away and it was just that raw offensive line? Yep, we're better. So we've improved on the offensive line. We need to get better. We need to improve more. Yes. But we are a totally different team than the one that was stripped down to a T to tank for Tua 3 years ago. And you have to admit that. And Greer's a big part of that. Now, if Greer doesn't get this to work, then I am on board with going after him with a pitchfork and saying, you gotta go. You gotta go. Because this would be his second opportunity to try to make this team better. And I'm sorry, in the NFL, you definitely don't get 3 shots. You'd be lucky if you get 2. Most times you only get 1. But this is his second time.
Well, as good as you think that, and I'll leave you with this question because I got to get back laying down. I'm freaking hurting right now. But like, I'll leave you with this question, Stephen D. With what you personally believe about this team, and I know you've said it 1,000 times what you believe, how how decent we are. What would be the only reason that we don't succeed?
I don't think there's only one reason we don't succeed. I think there's
I mean, you would have to have the most amazing collapse of a paper roster in history.
You would.
So it would have to be because of one person, the leader of the team.
I know you want me to say if Tua's health, right? And if Tua,
well, it's not even that, and it's not even that I don't think things can improve in that department. But again, it's a matter of, like you're looking at the future saying, okay, well, even if he does stay healthy this year, is that a trend that's going to continue? Or is that the peak?
Here's what I'll say to answer your question. Tua needs to play a minimum 15 games this year, 14 at the least. If he doesn't play, and he needs to play in the month of December, and he needs to win games in the month of December and January. If anything short of those three things, I think you definitely have to look at another avenue for the quarterback position going into next year. But I will also say that I'm not going to 100% close the book and say, and I know this is going to piss off a lot of people or cause controversy, that I'm going to throw the season in the bag if Mike White has to come onto the field or Skylar Thompson, because I'd like to think that those guys are going to get better this year.
Well, that's going to be up to the coach, because I don't think we had to throw it in the bag last year with our backups.
And remember, we made the playoffs despite Tua's December, despite Tua's injuries. We still made the playoffs, and we still almost beat the Buffalo Bills with a third-string quarterback. That's real. And our team is a lot better than what it was that fateful Sunday afternoon against Buffalo in the playoffs this past year, or this past January. Our team is better now than what it was in the playoff game. Can't deny that. Can't argue that. They're a lot better.
And to Lewis, that rounds it to Lewis's overall point. And I keep saying it. I said it all last offseason. I said it all. You know me, bro. You've heard me. At some point, the players have to play. Mm-hmm. It comes down to execution. It always has. It always will.
You're right.
You could have the worst team in the league. If the worst team's got 100% execution and the best team's got 25% execution, who's winning the game? It's football.
Hey, G-Man, here's why this statement is flawed. The offensive line is responsible for keeping Tua on the field. It all comes back to them. Are we one of the highest sacked teams in the NFL? I don't believe that we are.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think that we are.
No, again, those are some of the numbers I look at, Stephen D, when I'm trying to advocate for the betterment of the offensive line. Again, people act like it's our quarterback is bottom of the barrel when it comes to hurries and sacks and all that and pressure percentage. You know what I mean? Like, how is it that Tua is bottom of the list in pressure percentage if our offensive line is constantly giving up pressure to him? How did he get injured holding onto the ball for 6 seconds if our offensive line wasn't blocking?
All right.
I mean, I'm not going to relitigate it all again right now, but you know what I mean.
All right, man. I'm Caslin got off here, so
right on. Those are just colors reasons why he's not Chicken Little about the offensive line. That's all it is.
Kevin Lee with his $5 donation. Just showing the support, Stephen. 5 months till preseason. Let's go. I appreciate it, man. I did 5 hours today on Wildin' Out Wednesday, and we held over 100 strong most of the day. So shout out.
Yeah, I came in kind of late. I've been really in a lot of pain the past week, man. I'm sorry I haven't been around, but I saw it was Wildin' Out Wednesday at 1:30 in the afternoon. I'm like, wait, dang, it must be really wild if it's still going on. I turned it on and Crypto's yelling.
Crypto said he got a new mic fine. I'll bring you back for 2 seconds. What's up, Crypto?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but we're done. I'm over.
Yeah, Verizon boy.
No more today.
I'm telling you, AT&T. Listen, Steven, you're dead wrong. But anyway, I love you, man. But I was only trying to bail out. I was being his a quasi attorney for Rashad because y'all was trying to kill him unnecessarily about him souring on
You're
Greer.
just defending Rashad. You don't even believe in what you were arguing. Yep. Typical.
No, because I gave him an average grade. He's above average. He's not good. He's not bad. He's above average.
Tell you what,
That's
Steven,
the way I
I'll
put him
give
at.
everybody a preview of what the future of the Miami Dolphins looks like. There you go.
What's
blue
that?
skies and sunshine.
I like it. I'm with it, man.
Good old South
Yep.
Florida blue skies and sunshine.
I couldn't do that here. It's cloudy here.
I'm done with you. I'm done with you, Crypto. Argued
Hey,
you way too much
Steven,
today.
I'm
Nope.
gonna quote CB83 on this one.
10 seconds. Hurry up.
I'm gonna quote CB83 when it comes to Greer. Don't show me the labor pains. Show me the baby.
Leave it to Steve. Leave it to CB83 to say something like that. I guess that means Crypto better get the Jello jiggling in the fridge because the baby's coming.
Dougie Fresh says McDaniel's already to his rookie mistakes, which I preach consistently on this channel. Clock management, decision making at the end, run game, which I have also preached consistently on this channel, and part of the reason why we lost some games last year. He has said this on multiple occasions. P.S. We were the 9th fewest sack team in 2020.
Again, that's why I'm not Chicken Little on the offensive line, man. Hey, quick question though.
I don't think it's as bad as everybody's making it out to be. It's bad, but it needs to improve. But it's not.
What did that gentleman just say? I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought, but it was something about what he just said.
Dougie Fresh said McDaniel already to his rookie mistakes, clock
Yeah.
management.
And you got to do me a favor. You got to promise me right now, Stephen D, right here live on the air, so it's nice and clippable. I do not want to hear these words coming out of your mouth next offseason. Sophomore coaching slump. You better not say it one time. I don't want to hear no second-year rookie mistake, second-year coaching mistakes, none of that.
You won't get that out of me.
All right. Just promise me that.
I will say this. I don't think I know people are going to kill me for this take, but let's say Tua doesn't work out, right? Gets hurt and Mike White comes in. This offense is designed for Tua. And the goal is hopefully that Mike White and Skylar Thompson can play the same type of offense, right? Like hopefully that's why they brought Mike White in, that he can spot throw and get the ball where it needs to be. But let's say, God forbid, that's not the case. And I'm going to get killed for this take, but I don't care. I think McDaniel will get the short end of the stick in this.
Oh, of course. But quickly, I want to correct you on something. This offense wasn't designed for Tua. Or I'm sorry. This offense was designed for Tua, but it wasn't invented for Tua. So Tua is not the only one that can run it.
That's fair. Fair. All right, I'm done, Color. I'm tapping out. Be good.
Thanks for having me up, Steve.
Better. No problem. Miami Sports Music's #1 Miami fan morning show. 45 of y'all, man. I didn't lose all of you. Donate to the channel. I was on for 5 hours today. Was not expecting to be on that long, but Wildin' Out Wednesday got crazy. I think everybody went over to Twitter and are doing a thing over on Twitter, those things that people do, spaces. I will. I love you guys. Thank you for the other $5. If Tua stays healthy and Mike White wins 3 or 4 more games, we make the playoffs and maybe the division. If not, I don't see either one, guys. Dougie Fresh, I wish I could attend more. I love your show. I love you too, Dougie Fresh. Appreciate it. You can always donate to the channel and help help this platform grow. For those of you who are watching for the first time, Wednesdays are not like this. We're usually not on for 5 hours either. We're usually on for about 2.5 to 3 most. So, yeah, this is not a normal day. Yeah, so I love you guys. Guys are the best in the world. I had some work to do, but now I'm just exhausted and need to take a break. So be good. Tomorrow's Thursday. Tomorrow, Will Crick, to you hockey fans, my basketball fans, I apologize. I got Wes Goldberg from Locked On Heat coming on tomorrow morning to talk Miami Heat basketball from Locked On Heat. So shout out to Wes Goldberg. That'll be tomorrow on the show. To all my basketball fans out there and my Miami Heat fans. So we're going to break down the Miami Heat tomorrow. Cameron 954 will be up here with me. That'll be a lot of fun. We'll obviously discuss any moves or any happenings that are happening in the world of the NFL. And yeah, that's what we got going on. Make sure you guys follow me at Stephen D. SKPL. Spread kindness, positivity, and love. Hope you all enjoyed the show today because I'm exhausted. I'm putting in this work. Be good, guys. Donate to the channel. Hit the like button. I will see y'all tomorrow right here on the Miami Sports Music Podcast Network. Peace.
Time to grind, time to shine. To a time. Time to grind, time to shine. To a time. My intuition told me this. To trust the coach, he holds the gift. He knowing when to go with fit. So we knowing when to switch. This year we got the golden pick. Time to see what that pick about. Bad vibes get sent out. Only fans up in this house. We been waiting, yeah, we been